There's a certain percentage of you out there that love a good compilation video, so I'm back with a whopper of an episode. This time we will put together some 7 years of opinions covering a wide variety of Sega Genesis and Mega Drive titles. Keep in mind that these clips come from all manner of topics covering Sega's 4th generation powerhouse. Just about every genre you can think of has representation. It's multiple hours of nothing but 16-bit goodness, so let's get started. In December of 1989, Sega R&D 2 released The Revenge of Shinobi for the Mega Drive and Genesis. Sega R&D 2 had a pretty prolific showing on the platform early with the likes of Space Harrier 2, Altered Beast, Phantasy Star 2, and Ghouls and Ghosts. Their job here was simple: create a home-only sequel to the much-beloved arcade game Shinobi, expanding on its gameplay, sound, and visuals to help sell Sega's new 16-bit platform. It was called the Super Shinobi in Japan, and has our hero Joe Musashi out to avenge the death of his master at the hands of Neo Zed, a resurrected and more powerful version of the group in the original game. You have more control over your ninja arts and can use them at any time. Stages are more varied and the gameplay is so much faster and fluid. There are even multiple endings. Sega R&D 2 was back for Shadow Dancer: The Secret of Shinobi. Originally released in December of 1990, it was not a port of the original arcade game that had a similar name and character. Instead, the US release was positioned as a direct sequel to The Revenge of Shinobi, with Joe Musashi being the hero. The Japanese version actually has Joe's son Hayate as the ninja in question. No matter which story you want to follow, this plays far closer to the original arcade Shinobi than The Revenge of Shinobi did. The one-hit deaths are back, the magic system is more restrictive, and the bonus stages are back to help you earn a few much-needed extra lives. You do have the addition of a K9 companion to help you out, which added a new dimension to the gameplay no other entry on the Genesis ever had. It's a tough but rewarding action platformer. The third and final Shinobi to appear on the Genesis was 1993's Shinobi 3: Return of the Ninja Master. Called the Super Shinobi 2 in Japan, it was developed this time by Sega CS, who had done many other games on the Genesis, including the Streets of Rage series. They would be joined by Megasoft, developers of games like James Buster Douglas Boxing and Toki Going Apespit. Both Revenge of Shinobi and Shadow Dancer had been 4 megabit carts on the Genesis, but Part 3 here would be doubled to a full 8 megabit experience. This allowed for a greater variety of enemies, more animations, and a big uptick in graphical detail. Back was the ability to choose your ninja magic anytime you wanted, as well as a bunch of new techniques like running, blocking, jump kicks, and even a few vehicle-based stages to bring it all together. It was a big advancement in gameplay that would establish the Shinobi franchise as one of Sega's very best. I absolutely loved Electronic Arts in the early days of the Genesis. While they published a few duds here and there, when they developed games in-house, the results were typically great. I spent many a night with Desert Strike, The Immortal, and Road Rash. But one game they developed in 1990 always made me wonder if it was a result of many a drunken night of development: Budokan, the Martial Spirit. I played it, I wanted to like it, but I can't get the on-screen character to do anything I want him to do. In fact, he seems to do the exact opposite most of the time. I've never played the Amiga original on which it's based, but maybe it's just a case I don't understand the mechanics, but it certainly isn't for lack of trying. Nothing here is intuitive or natural, and the result is a game that leaves me confused and unsatisfied every single time I try. It's been described as a thinking man's fighting game. I'd label it more a shallow, confounding experience not worth the time or effort to suffer its ass-backwards design. I had always liked Space Harrier in the arcade, so the prospect of a Part 2 had always intrigued me. Superscalar arcade games were really impressive visually, so I went into Space Harrier 2 with high hopes. I didn't enjoy this one at all, however. The jerky, choppy performance absolutely destroyed my desire to play it. I couldn't adjust to it either. It was unpleasant to my eyes, and I simply didn't enjoy my time with it. It was my first brush with the lack of hardware-based sprite scaling on the platform, something I'd see many times in the years to come. I had not been a tremendous fan of Alex Kidd on the Master System, but I figured it had to be better on the Genesis. Nope, It was significantly worse, in fact. I really disliked everything you were looking at. I couldn't stand the hokey visuals, the awful gameplay, nor the sound and music. I know there are those of you out there that appreciated this, but it simply wasn't for me. I could hardly stomach playing the first stage to completion, and this was quickly blacklisted from wasting any more of my time. On a side note, this is on a 2 meg cartridge. That's right, man, a 2 meg 16-bit game. I wanted to like Last Battle so much. I mean, I loved how it looked. The large sprites and beat-em-up gameplay really appealed, but I just had no clue what the hell was going on in the game. The story made no sense at all, and I didn't understand the map or where I was supposed to go. And when a super strong enemy popped out and whooped my ass, it was right back to the title screen to start over. I tried to power through it because I loved the concept, but I never understood it well enough to get any real long-term enjoyment from it. It was based on the Fist of the North Star license in Japan, where it was also far more violent. Funnily enough, the much maligned Altered Beast was one of my early favorites on the Genesis. Despite what you hear today from people that didn't own the Genesis in its early days, it was a hell of a great showpiece. It featured 2-player co-op, some nice graphics, and quite a decent soundtrack. The gameplay was easy to get into, and I always felt it did a great job as a port coming from much more powerful hardware. There are those out there that would put it on worst of lists and tell you it was a joke. It wasn't for me, and I played the ever-loving heck out of it for weeks when I first got it. I was thrilled to see Super Thunderblade show up because I had always been blown away by the original arcade version. But again, it's heavily cut back here. The scaling is super jumpy and choppy, and though it's more playable than Space Harrier 2 was, I still didn't care much for it. The overhead stages give you no room to actually maneuver, pretty much only allowing you to move side to side and slow down the scrolling of the screen. I had a few fun nights with it thanks to some of the forward scrolling levels and boss encounters, but this is another forgettable superscaler clone on the Genesis. With Sega's marketing slogan clearly aiming to bring the arcade home for a new generation of gamers, they licensed Ghouls and Ghosts and made it themselves for the Genesis. The port was stunning, particularly since it came on a tiny 5 meg cart. I was mesmerized by this once I played it. Not only did it do Capcom's source material proud in terms of graphics, sound, and gameplay, but it also needed to be beaten twice to see the real ending. That meant tons of replay value. This one is still impressive today, and every now and then I go back to have it kick my ass for old time's sake. Every time I see that end battle, it still gives me chills how impressive it was. Sega also scored Forgotten Worlds from Capcom, a 2-player shoot-'em-up that allowed you to purchase power-ups by collecting blue orbs. It makes numerous changes to the arcade's presentation, but again, was really impressive considering it was on such a small cartridge. The co-op gameplay was incredibly solid, an early indication that the Genesis was indeed powerful enough to bring this kind of game home faithfully. One of my biggest surprises in those early days was Mystic Defender. It was a sequel to the Master System game Spellcaster, and was an action platformer that had you collecting magical attacks throughout the game and switching them at will as you played. This was one of those 16-bit games I played almost exclusively for its visuals. I mean, look at that freaking parallax scrolling. Just layer upon layer of it in the backgrounds. Some stages even had fog-style effects. This was an early favorite of mine and a big surprise in those initial days of Genesis ownership. I had been a fan of the Rambo movies since my younger days and loved the Master System games as well. So when I saw Sega had a new one for the Genesis, I just had to play it. This one was an overhead run and gun with exploration elements. You had to do different missions like blowing up stuff and rescuing hostages. It was another one that had a really memorable graphical element. When Rambo faced an enemy vehicle, it would switch to a third-person battle where you had to use your bow. This looked freaking incredible at the time, and I played it just to see it time and time again. It was a simple but highly enjoyable game. After my disappointment with Super Thunderblade and Space Harrier 2, I really didn't want to try Super Hang-On very much. I mean, why did I want more super choppy, eye-gouging fake sprite scaling? I'm glad I pushed on with this, however, because it's much better than I had been expecting. While still not quite arcade smooth, it was orders of magnitude better than what had come before it. The gameplay and music were really good too. While the Genesis didn't have the hardware for this type of game, it became perfectly clear after this one that the right team of programmers could still make the genre work at home. Truxton was a pure winner on the Genesis from the moment I played it. It's hard, but the kind of hard you get better at the more you play it, thanks to the excellent gameplay. The music was great too, the kind of stuff that gets stuck in your head a long time after you play it. I usually didn't think much of vertically scrolling shooters back then, but this one definitely changed my mind. If you have never played it and enjoy these types of games, do yourself a favor and have a go. Our last game is Golden Axe, the two-player hack-and-slash beat-em-up that told a tale of swords and dragons. Huge screen-filling magic attacks were the showpiece for the Genesis in those early days, and were fair representations of the arcade. The music was iconic too, as much so as the Revenge of Shinobi in my eyes. It was the game that got my little sister playing co-op with me, and I wasted hours in it with her. Sega even tacked on a few extra areas to fight in and an additional final boss encounter. It was short and easy, but no less a memorable title. Ever wondered what it would look like if Capcom's 1942 and Ride and Trad series had a baby? Well, Twin Hawk is that reality. As I began to play import games on the Genesis in 1990, I would come across stuff not released in the United States. Twin Hawk here was a Japanese and European exclusive on the Mega Drive, so it was fun to discover it. Originally released in June of 1990, this Toaplan and Sega joint had originally been an arcade release by Taito. It uses a cool squadron technique that brings in extra firepower when you need it, and your team stays with you until either they or you get shot down. Move around the screen and draw the enemy's fire properly, and they can remain quite some time. There's nothing particularly special about the visuals or music, but nothing here is off-putting about the presentation. It's just a simple and fun shoot-'em-up that you may not have played before. It has the typical power-ups, but the stages all run together, so the action never stops. The default difficulty is easy, but it's still hard enough, and the actual hard mode will challenge even the best of you. Like I said, if you loved early shooters like 1942 and Raiden, I think you'll enjoy this one quite a bit. In December of 1990, Wolf Team's Final Zone landed on the Genesis in North America. It was an isometric mech run-and gun that gave you a ton of weapons to use while you hunted down the many enemies that inhabited the playfield. I had a real like-hate relationship with this one. I enjoyed the idea of having a really fast mech loaded to the gill with weaponry, but the viewpoint and the funky animation really got on my nerves. As you take damage, you lose access to some of your weapons, but repair pods are located in the field to help you get some of that life back. It's a fairly simple affair overall. Basically, you are let loose and must destroy a certain number of enemies before you do battle with a much more powerful boss of that area. Your mech is pretty speedy by default, but you have a boost that can really get you around the screen even faster. This also appeared on the Sharp X68000 computer in Japan, where it is largely the same experience. If you can get past the chunky enemy movement and the isometric view, it's actually a fun little game that's really easy to get into. It was never released in Europe, so this might be completely unknown to some of you guys. Battle Squadron was a 1990 release from Electronic Arts. It's a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up that has a rather unique take on the formula you usually see in these types of games. You start out on the surface of a planet collecting power-ups and battling some of the outer defenses. As you make your way across the surface, there are entrances to various subterranean areas that must be defeated. You actually have a measure of control over this and can go into the different stages as you see fit. It comes with your typical power-up system, you know, spread shots, lasers, and of course the ability to shoot behind you and nuke the screen when in trouble. This is one of the few shooters on the Genesis that was Western developed and never had a Japanese release. It was done by the infamous Enterprise Software, makers of the abomination Sword of Sodan, but this outing is actually much better. It's really difficult though. No joke, man. I could not beat this game back in the day, and today, it absolutely tears me a new asshole every time I try. It's definitely for you hardcore fans that enjoy crazy levels of challenge. There was an Amiga version of this that looked a bit better and was slightly less frustrating if you're interested. There is this popular notion that the Genesis did not have any good strategy and role-playing games during its run, that all these types of games appeared on the Super Nintendo. That of course is a hot load of bullshit. and Warrior of Rome, released in May of 1991, is one you should check out if you're a fan of such games. Developed by Micronet, this follows the Roman Empire under the leadership of Julius Caesar. It has real-time battles spanning across both land and sea. You'll get no breaks during this war, and there can be multiple battles raging all over the map at the same time. Sometimes you'll need to defend your area, and sometimes you'll be on the attack. There's loads of options to tinker with, and there are story cinematics that play out as the quest unfolds. It came on an 8 megabit cart that utilized a password system for the different stages you have to play. This was a frustration because these stages can take quite some time to defeat. I do recommend that you play it today with save states if you use emulation or flash carts that have the option. It makes for a much more enjoyable experience. This was not released in PAL territories, and there was a sequel for it the following year that improved it in just about every way. Another import I discovered in 1990 was Heavy Unit Mega Drive Special. It's a port of the Kaneko-developed arcade game released a few years prior. It's a horizontally scrolling shooter that puts you in mind of Transbot for the Master System. Collect a power-up for it and you can morph into a robot with homing missiles, or stay as a ship that has a wider attack range. It's a pretty straightforward entry into a crowded genre on the Mega Drive, but since it was only released in Japan, it might be something you have not heard about or played. The visuals look like something on the PC Engine, with big sprites and really colorful backdrops. It has moments of nice parallax scrolling, and some of the enemies can fill the entire screen. It's crazy challenging too, but it does have a password system to help you out with that. Not the best shooter on the Mega Drive, but one I recommend all the same if you are a fan of the genre. It sticks mostly to the arcade original in terms of design, but does make a few changes here and there to the stage and enemy visuals. It's crazy expensive nowadays, so be sure to try it out first on your favorite emulator. My best friend in 8th grade let me borrow Air Diver, an April 1990 release for the Genesis. He loved the game and considered it vastly superior to the Afterburner 2 port in every way. And as you can tell from what you're seeing here, it looks and plays very similar to the likes of that game, with a touch of G-Lock thrown in. The gameplay is mostly based on you shooting down a set number of enemies before doing battle with a much more powerful foe at the end of the stage. These dogfights are much more strategic than what was seen in Afterburner and G-Lock, so there is a much more satisfying level of accomplishment in your shoot-down goals. You have a choice of missions that you can undertake in any order, each with their own level of difficulty. The graphics are quite plain, however. The ground detail scrolls by so fast you really can't tell what anything is, and the planes are never on screen for more than a few seconds themselves. Most of the real estate is taken up by a huge heads-up display that dominates your viewpoint. It's a good game though. While it's still very arcadey in terms of simplicity, the improved AI over Sega's efforts is much appreciated. Some of these planes are hunting you as much as you are hunting them, and that makes for one heck of a difference. It's another one that was never released in Europe. When I first saw Shadow Blasters, I had to do a double take. Was I playing a 16-bit Genesis game, or was this a Master System release in disguise? Released in late 1990, this rather simple-looking action game is a mix of run-and-gun and platformer elements. You can choose one of 4 players, each with their own powers, but once one is killed in battle, you lose that character for the duration of play. The stages are extremely short and the graphics look more like something from the previous generation. But I don't think Shadow Blasters is all bad. It's true it could have looked better, but I really think it plays fairly well. You have a regular and charged shot that give you different results, and most of the gameplay is just walking left to right and shooting down the bad guys. Each area ends in a boss fight, and you can choose whatever order you want for the stages. Oh, it's simple as hell to be sure, but it has an old school charm about its looks and setup. It's 2 players as well. There was no PAL edition, so there are likely a fair number of you that have never played it. Give it a shot. You might just find something here worth your time. In May of 1991, the Genesis got one of the most frustrating games I have ever played in my life, Wardner. This was originally a Toaplan and Taito released arcade game ported to the Genesis by a company called Dragnet. The story is your basic girl gets kidnapped by bad guy while boy goes to save her. At first it kind of reminds you of an Alex Kidd title, but man is it so much more difficult. I mean, it has the kind of one-hit, trial-and-error deaths that can make it nearly unbearable. It has that old-school arcade feel of games like Carnob, where you must play it countless times to even think about getting anywhere. I used to love this kind of thing when I was a kid, but my old hands got wrecked trying it all these years later. Just making it through 3 of the 6 stages it has took about all the skill and patience I could muster. Death after death after death really hammered my ego. I sometimes feel that one of the reasons that many Genesis releases are not fondly remembered is because they were no fun to the average gamer. The obscene difficulty didn't have any kind of real curve. They started brutal and they stayed that way the entire run. For those of you that love that sort of thing, this can be a very interesting playthrough. Much of it is changed around from the original arcade version, so if you played that, this should offer up a fresh look at the property. It's yet another early Genesis game that was not released in Europe. I saw Super Airwolf on Mega Drive gaming lists for a while, and always wondered what it was. I had visions of Thunderblade style action with great graphics and big explosions. A while later I learned that I had played it already when it came west as Crossfire. Since Acclaim had the rights to the Airwolf license in the US, it had to be called something else. It was an overhead vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up run-and-gun hybrid that was just okay. It had variety in the 2 gameplay types, but didn't do anything special in either area, and there are far better games in these genres on the Genesis. There are some musical changes between the regions, but otherwise it's the same game. The company that published it didn't even redo the cover art, which stinks no matter the region you get it in. It was a good example of needing to be careful when importing games way back then. Just because an import title sounded new and interesting didn't mean it hadn't already been localized under a new name. Target Earth was known as Assault Suit Linos in Japan. This was fairly well known from the get-go, I think, mainly because this run-and-gun has some serious challenge and became a cult classic really early on. But what I wanted to show you here was the cover art specifically. In Japan, you got this beautiful front and back featuring well-drawn mecha, while the US got some Cylon reject from the 1970s. It's not even an argument which is better. The Japanese version even has a cool-looking instruction manual. It really is a shame DreamWorks changed it. Seeing Fat Man for a year in the import ads of my favorite magazines gave me visions of a Super Mario ripoff or some crazy spin about Santa Claus. You can imagine my surprise when Slaughter Sport released in North America and I realized it was a fighting game all along. A very crappy fighting game at that. You won't find many titles in that genre on the Genesis, and this is easily among the worst. It's slow, the AI just keeps spamming you incessantly, and every other move knocks you down. This was never officially released in PAL regions, which I'm sure would have just been renamed again to avoid association with the terrible reviews it received elsewhere. For what it's worth, this is an instance where the Japanese box art almost makes the game worth owning all by itself. Darius 2 was a direct sequel to Taito's original side-scrolling arcade shoot-'em-up classic. When it was originally released on the Mega Drive in Japan, it kept the arcade name there, but when the North American and European regions got it, it was called Sagaya. I was always a bit mixed on this one. The Genesis port was a fair representation of the arcade's gameplay, and had some nice background effects, but it lacked variety and repeated a ton of assets and just recolored them. It also had a really weak power-up system. On a platform with so many excellent shoot-'em-ups, I find this one really easy to forget. It's not bad by any means, but just not something I'd call a must-have either. For those of you that are curious, the PC Engine CD version was called Super Darius 2. Talk about one that needed a name change. Gaina, or Genogu, or however the hell you want to say this game's name, was a 1991 shoot-'em-up that was really quite good. Great effects, fun boss fights, and cool backdrops paired well with the solid challenge. When it was released in the US later that year, it was renamed Wings of War, a name that just wasn't far easier to pronounce, but fit the theme of the game quite well. You'll notice that war is spelled with an O, which is the name of the winged warrior you play as. The European release kept the Japanese name and the cover art, which also differed quite a bit in the US. I like this game no matter what it's called, but I admit I prefer the US name a lot more. Namco's Marvel Land is a side-scrolling action game originally released in the arcade. When the Genesis port came home in the US and Japan, it retained the same name in both regions, but changed around some of the name of the characters. In Japan, the hero is named Prince Paco, whereas in the US he is called Prince Talmit. The princess you need to rescue is called Luxie in Japan, and Wandra in the US. The PAL regions retained the character name changes from the US, but went a step further by changing the title to Talmit's Adventure. This one isn't going to give Sonic much of a challenge, but as far as arcade ports go, it's a very solid recreation of the original. Give it a chance, it's good clean fun and a great challenge. When it comes to memorable titles, few on the Genesis drum up the feels like the Streets of Rage series. All three of these classics were excellent, and must-owns for any beat-em-up fan of the platform. But back in Japan, Streets of Rage was known as Bare Knuckle, and featured very different box art. This was also the case with the second game in the series. Again, Japan held on to the name change and radically different box art. There was also a name change for one of the selectable fighters. Skate from the Western Streets of Rage 2 was called Sammy in the Japanese version. When Streets of Rage 3 came out, the changes went much further than just names. Bare Knuckle 3 in Japan again had different box art, but also had a different story, numerous character name changes and censorships, and was much more manageable in terms of difficulty. When Sega of America localized it, they jacked up the difficulty quite a bit, covering up the females, removing the gay boss Ash, and switched a bunch of the little details around, like the color of the outfits on the main characters. The PAL releases were mostly based on the North American version, though it too had its own cover art. The third entry here remains a heated topic of debate among Sega fans. Some of us enjoy the changes, while others absolutely despised them. Some of these name changes were just simply a result of keeping the original names of the arcade versions for that region. That was the case with Growl, a beat-em-up where you are out to stop some animal poachers from trapping and selling exotic animals. In Japan, this was known as Runark, and had the same cover art as it did in the West. There was a French release for this that went under Runark as well, as did the Korean version. This isn't a bad game, but it lost its multiplayer entirely in the transition to the Genesis, now just one player instead of 4. The visuals also took a major hit, but fortunately it plays mostly the same. Could have been special with 2 players, but as it is, it's just average. The Japanese Battle Mania was known as Troubleshooter in the US, an unconventional shooter that had 2 female characters connected to one another. The gameplay could scroll both horizontally and vertically, and you had the ability to shoot both directions. The visuals and sound were nice, and I always dug the uniqueness of the gameplay and presentation. The Japanese and US versions also differed in a number of story elements as well. The main heroes were called Mania and Maria in Japan, while being called Madison and Crystal in the US. The main bad guy was called Morgstein in Japan, and Blackball in the US edition. You'll also notice that the 2 regions had some very different box art. It was followed by a Japanese-only sequel that was pretty good itself. Gemfire was a turn-based strategy game from Koei, a 1992 release that was also called Royal Blood in Japan. It is basically set up to where you take control of a country that is part of a larger island. Each family has their own story and struggle to overcome, and you'll need to do battle with or forge relationships with the other nations. This didn't appear in Europe on the Mega Drive, but it did see numerous ports to other platforms. Not an unmissable classic, but I'd say it's worth a look if you enjoy the genre. Sometimes a game would split the name of the original arcade game between 2 regions. The original 1988 release of Atomic Runner Chelnov is a classic auto-running action game that came to the Genesis in 1992. In Japan, it was simply known as Chelnov, and in the West, it held on to only the Atomic Runner part. It was also interesting to see that each region also changed the box art quite a bit. If you haven't played this one, it's a pretty big upgrade over the arcade original, now with much better visuals and a nicer soundtrack. Biohazard Battle was a side-scrolling shooter that had a very unique organic art design to the ships and enemies. The US and PAL regions kept the same name and box art, but the Japanese edition was known as Crying and came with a very different looking case. If you enjoy shoot 'em ups and have never tried this, you might want to set aside some time and give it a try. Everything about it is different from your typical release in the genre. Piloting your bioship, your job is to go in and eliminate the hostiles so a new colony can be settled on the planet. Most of the enemies you face are alive, sometimes looking pretty creepy and not the usual metallic war machines you are used to. Think along the lines of Salamander or Life Force, and you'll have an inkling of what to expect. 1992 gave us the rather mediocre fighter Deadly Moves. There's only a couple of moves per fighter, there's only one punch and one kick, and there's a third button for jump. You move up and down the playfield kinda like a beat 'em up. It does have a cool upgrade system as you win, but it just doesn't play all that well. It falls right in line with many of the games in the genre before Street Fighter II came along and redefined everything. Funny enough, the Japanese release went by Power Athlete, making it sound like a track and field game or something. The Japanese version also has the superior box art for those of you that care. Even the Super Nintendo edition had a different name, going by Power Moves the following year. 1993 was a great year for the Genesis, and one reason why was releases like Ranger X. This was a crazy action game where you controlled a giant mech and his battle platforms that offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. The visuals were impressive, the challenge offered a ton of replayability, and it even sounded good. PAL regions used the same name and similar box art, but when it was released in Japan, it was known as X-Ranza or EX-Ranza. And just take a look at that incredible cover. Front and back, I love the look of it. This game can take time to get accustomed to the gameplay, but once you do, it's one of the 16-bit era's finest. Fatal Rewind here was an interesting puzzle action game released in 1991. It was based off of an Amiga title called The Killing Game Show, where you need to guide your robot through traps and rising asset levels as enemies impede your every step. The rewind part comes in because you have the ability to take control of a replay feature and try again to erase a previous mistake. What's weird about this one is that EA renamed the PAL version Fatal Rewind as well. An odd choice given the Amiga's popularity. Even stranger, Japan got it nearly full 2 years later under the name The Killing Game Show. All regions use a similar box art with a few layout changes, and I can't really say I'm fond of any of them. Did you ever think that a Sonic clone could be made using a time-traveling android duck? Well, that's exactly what you get in Socket, a 1993 release for the Genesis that bears more than a few similarities to the Little Blue Blur. I mean, take a look at what you're seeing. Aside from some art direction differences, you could drop Sonic into this, and I doubt he'd skip a beat. I admit I do love the parallax in the backgrounds, and it's certainly colorful enough, but the gameplay feels really off. It doesn't flow nearly as well as Sonic, and your attack is an awkward kick that is really easy to miss time. When it released in Japan the following year, it was renamed Time Dominator First, and came with completely new box art, and a renamed hero that is now known as Minute. I think it gets a bit too much hate for what it is, but there's no question it's a shameless ripoff of a much better game. 1994 gave us a port of Grindstormer, a vertically scrolling Toaplan shoot 'em up. It was based on the arcade release, and I hate to say it, but Tengen did a pretty poor job porting this. You see a lot less of the screen in the home version, making it easier to get overwhelmed by enemies. The sound and visuals are also rather poor in comparison, leaving you wondering why this wasn't moved to the Saturn since it was only a few months away. It's not terrible, just disappointing overall. The Japanese release was known as V5 and has completely different cover art. Fortunately, both regions have both versions of the game, which have different methods of selecting speed and power-ups. I've read many places that claim the PCB used for the North American cartridges were defective, causing failures that require repair in many of those cartridges. Never seen that for myself, but would love to hear your stories in the comments. The Sega Genesis got a pretty good Zelda clone in 1995 called Crusader of Sinti. It really did look the part, and had the gameplay that elevated it well above the typical adventure games you saw for the platform. It was a localized version of the Japanese release that was known as Ragna Sinti, which, as you probably have guessed, came with a pretty different box cover as well. And yep, even the PAL regions got a different box art and name, known there as Salil. This is a total package of impressive sound, great graphics, and a story you'll want to see to the very end. The last game we'll be covering is Beyond Oasis, a top-down adventure first released in 1994. This was known as the Story of Thor, a successor of The Light in both Japan and many of the PAL regions. In France it was simply called The Legend of Thor. All three regions also got different box art, with Japan picking up the win as my favorite. This is an absolute gem of a game, and a massive 24 megabit adventure that has huge bosses, puzzles, items to discover, and a presentation that rivaled the best on the platform. I feel like a lot of people sleep on this one, thinking it's a simple Zelda clone. Don't, because it's so much more than that. It may surprise some of you, but the first game Capcom developed in-house for the Sega Genesis was actually the 1993 release, Street Fighter II Special Champion Edition. As the story goes, they even tried to outsource this project initially, but the work had gone so badly they decided to bring the project in-house and do it themselves. This is a combination of the arcade content from both Street Fighter II Champion Edition and Street Fighter II Turbo Hyper Fighting, melded into one package that can be made to play like either one. The quality of the visuals overall are quite nice, with great color use that doesn't dither the screen all to hell. The backgrounds do lose some animations here and there, but I think Capcom did an excellent job here. I also think they nailed the music in this release. Each song is represented well, and I really think it did the arcade originals justice. The one area though where Capcom really dropped the ball were the voice samples. They are scratchy and not particularly well done. Compared to other 16-bit home versions of the game, it's by far the worst in this category. There is a modern fan hack that fixes this somewhat and gets it sounding a whole lot better and is highly recommended. It was developed simultaneously with the 6-button pad for the Sega Genesis, a design so well received it would go on to inspire the creation of the great Sega Saturn controller. Capcom also did the follow-up, Super Street Fighter II The New Challengers in-house the following year. This was a straight port of the arcade original, and once again Capcom did an excellent job on the visual side of things. Every stage looks fantastic for hardware that can only display 64 colors at a time. And while the animation does again take a few hits in certain areas, it's still incredibly well done. It also plays really fast and doesn't miss a beat, pumping out your projectiles, combos, and other special attacks. As much as I want to swing from Capcom's sack here, I still have to mention that I feel that the music takes an overall nosedive. While I enjoyed the previous game's take on the arcade tracks, these new renditions sound anemic with lower volume and an overall weaker presence. It simply doesn't sound as good, and of course, the scratchy voice samples make a return. There is a fan fix for this one as well that makes things better, but it's a shame Capcom couldn't get it done themselves given the extra time and massive size of the cartridge, which came in at a whopping 40 megs. Also in 1994 was Mega Man The Wily Wars, which was a compilation of the first 3 Mega Man games wrapped up into one story that included a new area called the Wily Tower that gave you a final conclusion. Capcom outsourced the development of this one to a small company called Minakuchi Engineering, though they did publish it in both Japan and Europe themselves. It was never released physically in North America, but was released temporarily as a Sega Channel exclusive. The visual presentation here has seen a mild upgrade throughout. The color is a bit better, the shading a bit better, and there are instances of additional effects like parallax scrolling that weren't present in the originals. As expected, the major differences in sound hardware has this version sounding quite a bit different from the NES original. I like some of it, but it does at times lack the consistent quality of its source. I wouldn't call it bad, but if you are a diehard fan of the original, the change here can seem jarring, particularly if you aren't accustomed to the FM-generated sound of the Genesis. There's also some rough slowdown that creeps in often, particularly against the bigger and stronger enemies. It's available on the Sega Genesis Mini as well. 1994 also saw Capcom release perhaps its most interesting non-Street Fighter product on the Genesis, Saturday Night Slam Masters. Capcom, being no stranger to fighting games and beat-em-ups at this point, decided to blend the two in an over-the-top wrestling game featuring colorful characters and some crazy action. The wrestlers are named stuff like Biff Slamkovich and King Rostamon, and even Mike Hagar from Final Fight is here. Each of these guys have their own moves and special attacks, and there is a Genesis exclusive deathmatch option that basically makes the ring a booby-trapped weapon of death. The gameplay is a mix of beat 'em up and wrestling mechanics, and it shares a look and feel with Final Fight beyond just a character. The matches don't last long, it's hard, and it certainly takes a hit with the lack of tag team play, but it's still pretty fun. Sega wasn't the only video game maker with a license to make Disney content. Capcom had done it a number of times themselves, and the Genesis got The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie in 1994. Your friends have disappeared while at the circus, and it's up to you to find them. The first thing you are likely to do is compare this directly to the Sega-made Mickey games like Castle and World of Illusion. There is no comparison there. The polished and finely tuned gameplay of the Sega software is better than this in every single way. But don't let that put you off, this is still not a bad experience overall. The visuals are quite nice with lots of detail in the enemies and set pieces, and there is even a bit of exploration across its uniquely themed levels. You usually get a new suit that bestows new abilities quite often, offering a variety rarely seen in platformers of the time. It's got 2-player simultaneous co-op, making it a great one to play with your kids. This was actually a sequel to the Super Nintendo game, The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, but since the Genesis didn't get a port of that, the Magical Quest 2 part was stripped from the title. Shockingly, despite the popularity of these games on Sega platforms, there was never a European release of this for the Mega Drive. In 1995, Capcom outsourced a port of the arcade beat-em-up The Punisher for the Sega Genesis. It was done by Sculptured Software, and is the only port of this game in existence. Despite the arcade being held in relative high regard, the Genesis port left much to be desired. The music sucked, it's censored, and there are loads of visual cutbacks across color, animations, and set pieces, and perhaps worst of all, there are actually missing enemies and moves. It even feels different in the gameplay department. Believe it or not, they actually tried to fit this game on a 16 meg cart, which is hilarious when you think about the older Street Fighter II game using a 24 meg cart, and Saturday Night Slam Masters using the same. It's still a fun game with a friend, and it does capture a small piece of what made the arcade version great. You still get lots of weapons, some great boss fights, and of course the 2-player co-op. Capcom must have had zero confidence in its sales potential. It limited the cartridge size when so many other Genesis games were bigger. It sold extremely poor at retail in both the US and Europe, resulting in modern-day collector prices in the hundreds of dollars for a complete copy. I've often heard Super Nintendo fans exclaim that this would have been better if it were on that system. I actually happen to agree, not because of any lacking ability on the Genesis part, but because Capcom would have done it themselves, and the resulting quality would have likely been far higher. It was Capcom's Strider that made the biggest impact for Sega in 1990. This was the first 8 meg cart for the platform, and it was again handled in-house by Sega themselves. Heavily advertised as a killer app for months before its release, this port of the popular arcade game was extremely well received by gamers and critics alike. Despite some of the differences in speed and audio, it was a strong showing for the Genesis and what it was capable of doing. I mean, again, you can nitpick the hell out of it in side-by-side comparisons, but this had only been released a year before in the arcade, on vastly superior hardware. The fact that it was this close at all is absolutely amazing. Sega switched up genres a bit when they developed their own version of Mercs for the Genesis in 1991. This overhead shoot-'em-up has been butchered in a number of ways. The 3-player co-op is completely gone and is now only single player. The visuals are far simpler as well. To make up for this, Sega actually developed an entirely new game in addition to the port itself. This new content is entirely different, adds additional characters, and even allows you to buy power-ups and items from stores. So basically, you're getting 2 games in one. The lack of multiplayer still hurts, but this game is still quite playable. Sega's final product that used a Capcom license was also the worst named game on the system. 1992's Cheeky Cheeky Boys had no hope of selling well with that name and its box art. The game revolves around 2 young twins fighting to get their land back after an evil monster moved in and took over. And here's the thing, this actually isn't a bad game at all. Stages can be played randomly, there's a variety of gameplay types, and a visual style that does the arcade version on which it's based proud. In fact, this is one of those games many of you would likely look right past thinking it was crap, but this has merits that make it very much worth playing. Doubly so if you have a friend in tow. It puts you in mind of the adventure-based Wonder Boy titles, and that's not a bad thing at all. In 1991, Data East published a port of their arcade run-and-gun hit, Midnight Resistance. It was developed by Intelligent System Corporation and Opera House, 2 companies that would go on to port a few more games for Data East. The visuals take a solid hit in color and detail, but remain overall faithful. It's much darker and the animations have been cut back quite a bit as well. The gameplay has a variety of options depending on how you like to play. You can simply fire in the direction you are facing and aiming, or you can switch off to a button that rotates your gun so you can shoot and move independently. While the visuals were indeed pared back, the audio has seen a massive upgrade here. I adore this soundtrack and frankly, it's some of the best music the hardware ever produced in my eyes. The real problem with this one was the lack of 2-player co-op. The arcade had it, and it was stripped away here completely. Part of the fun of these games were playing with your friends, and with so many other Genesis titles retaining their multiplayer modes, it was sorely missed. In 1991, Data East teamed up with Telenet to release Vapor Trail, Hyper Offense Formation, a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up that kinda puts you in mind of a faster Raiden trad. For you Saturn fans of the games Wolf Fang and Skull Fang, both those games were actually sequels to this, all 3 based on their original arcade counterparts. I like this game, and though it won't win any awards for originality or presentation, it does have some nice touches like great parallax effects and a jammin' soundtrack. A UK release was planned but never happened, leaving the only way to get this one was the Japanese and US variants. It retains its 2-player mode and still has multiple ships to choose from, making it a very decent overall port. It tends to be quite expensive these days, with complete in-box listings going over $100, no matter the region. 1992 brought us a home port of the Data East arcade game Too Crude, renamed Two Crude Dudes for the US and Europe. Aside from the expected cutbacks in color, sprite size, and animation, this is actually fairly accurate overall in terms of content and gameplay. It holds on to the 2-player co-op, and you can still use just about everything in the play area as a weapon. The gameplay reminds me sort of a futuristic Kung Fu Master, where you play on a single plane as enemy drones simply careen towards you endlessly. It's no Streets of Rage of course, but you get a friend together on this one, and it can be still a good time. It kept the arcade name Crude Buster in Japan, and was developed by Intelligent System Corporation and Opera House. This was the only home port of this game at the time, though these days you can play the arcade original on the Data East Arcade Classics that was released for the Nintendo Wii in 2010. Intelligent System Corporation and Opera House were back again in 1992 with a port of the arcade classic Captain America and the Avengers, a side-scrolling beat-em-up starring some of Marvel's most popular comic book heroes. This was not a highly regarded game at the time of its release, but I don't find it so bad. It has 2-player co-op, the music and sound samples are solid, and the overall stage design and gameplay is faithful. Of course, the arcade version annihilates it in most of these areas, including having a full 4-player co-op mode. This version also has some nasty sprite flicker in later levels that dampen the visuals quite a bit. Overall though, the massive boss battles and 2-player mode save it, and it still makes for a decent challenge. This could have been a lot better, I feel, especially considering how much better games like Streets of Rage 2 looked. Funnily enough, even though all the companies involved in making this game were Japanese, the one region it was never released in was Japan. Side Pocket was released in 1992 as well, an overhead billiards game that offers pockets, 9-ball, and trick gameplay modes. This game is as simple as games come. Knock the correct ball into the pocket and win. That's it. As you get better, you can even put a bit of English on the ball to get it to do just about anything you want, but I still suck at this game. I have a hard enough time just getting a straight shot in the pocket, much less anything involving something more difficult. The visuals are plain, the sound is much the same, and games like this just do not stand the test of time. If you loved it as a kid, it likely still holds some playability, but for the rest of you, this is a hard skip all the way around. Is it possible to hate a game before you ever play it? Well, when I saw 1993's Dash-In Desperados, I hated it long before I ever put a card in my Genesis. The box art is plain disgusting, the worst of the worst in fact. It was so creepy my 18-year-old self was immediately repulsed by it, forever dooming my opinion of this game to negativity. The gameplay here consists of two cowboys having races to see who gets to Jenny first, the girl of their dreams who apparently vets her men on their speed and ability to avoid obstacles. I don't like much about this game at all. The visuals are average, the gameplay is annoying, and it has to be played in split screen even in single player. I did try it out a few times in competitive multiplayer and it's definitely better there, but I just don't see the appeal playing it alone. There's a reason it was only released in the United States, and it had little to do with the Old West theme. In 1994, Factor 5 did their awesome Mega Turrican for the Mega Drive. Sony picked it up for a European release, but Konami dropped its plans to do the same for the US market. Data East picked up the ball and ran with it, making sure this fantastic game got a shot to impress run-and-gun fans in North America. I've covered this game numerous times and you know what I think of it. It's a great looking, sounding, and playing game that did the hardware proud. Factor 5 showed what the Genesis was capable of when you actually had some skill with the hardware and just weren't looking for a quick and easy port from other platforms. It'll kick your ass and you'll keep coming back for more, just like a good game should. Even if you have to emulate it, do yourself a favor and try it. I'm confident many of you will come away impressed. This was never released in Japan. With Sonic moving millions of units on the Genesis, every company under the sun wanted a mascot game of their own. Data East moved into action and released High Seas Havoc in 1994. It was called just Havoc in Europe and Captain Lang in Japan, and it covers all the bases of your typical Sonic clone. It's got colorful graphics with lots of animations, it's got one-button gameplay that's easy to play, and of course it has an animal that looks like a human being, in this case a seal. You think that it's a great game, right? Not so fast. While it has many attributes similar to Sonic, it also has slippery gameplay that makes the hero feel like he's playing on ice a lot of the times, and the music fails to deliver anything close to a great audio experience. Add in bland enemies and stages, and you have a game that really does fall short. It isn't a terrible game by any means, it's just that the Genesis had so many of these types of games that are better, you have to ask yourself why even play it. If you do, you will find some decent boss enemies, and I dig some of the backgrounds, but if you want a better class of mascot-driven platformer, stick with Sega's. Many of you know that one of my favorite Sega arcade games was 1993's Outrunners. I had no illusions about the 1994 Genesis port even being close, but they messed it up in a big way. A lot of folks assume I hate this version because it wasn't arcade accurate. That simply isn't true. I hate this port because they utterly destroyed the feel of the arcade in every single way. The Genesis had no hardware level sprite scaling abilities, so expecting anything close to the arcade was foolish. But this port further destroys any chance of it playing like the arcade because of the split screen graphics, which you are forced to play in no matter what. When the original Outrun was ported to the Genesis, it was choppier, but retained the overall look and feel of the arcade. I was expecting something along these lines with Outrunners, but instead, the locked split screen mode further deteriorates the trackside details, makes the vehicle zoom into view literally 3 frames before you hit them, and just fails on every visual level to even look somewhat similar to the arcade. I genuinely understand wanting to preserve a multiplayer mode in a title like this, but my god did they shit the bed. The developers at Sega CS should have went the full screen, single player route without question. It would have been choppier, yes, but at least it could have retained some real resemblance to the gameplay that was infinitely superior to this atrocity. This is Outrunners in name only and should never ever be confused as a port of the incredible arcade original. Data East had to publish it because Sega wouldn't do it themselves outside of Japan, but not even those guys would touch it for a European release. In 1995, the Genesis got a port of Side Pocket 2 that was renamed Minnesota Fats Pull Legend. It looks and plays much the same as the first Genesis game, but now has a story mode where Minnesota Fats basically trash talks you until you beat all his lackeys and plays you himself. Then he basically runs the table on you and talks more trash about how much you suck. Copy and paste pretty much everything I said before. The Saturn got a version of this as well that looks and sounds better if you have any interest at all. The Genesis version was released only in the US. Data East, like a lot of game makers back then, also licensed out some of their properties to other companies. In 1994, Takara published Joe and Mac, a port of the arcade game of the same name. It loses some color in the transition, but keeps the two-player mode. The US and Brazil got it, but Japan and Europe went without. In 1990, Sega licensed and developed Darwin 4081 in-house themselves. This was based on Data East's arcade game Super Real Darwin, a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up that was a sequel to Darwin 4078. The name is derived from your ship's ability to collect power-ups and adapt its weapon system to current battle conditions. The graphics and sound are average, but it ain't bad for an early shoot-'em-up on the platform. It was only released in Japan and Korea. This one has been on my channel more times than I can count, so you already know what it is. Castle of Illusion was a Sega-developed platformer released in 1990 to commercial and critical acclaim. I love this simple adventure, mainly due to its ease of play and outstanding presentation. It's one of my favorites. Fantasia was the 1991 follow-up to Castle of Illusion, developed as a joint venture between Infogram and Sega of America. This one failed to live up to Castle of Illusion's playability, despite the excellent visuals and animation. There's a lag to every movement that just makes it a chore to deal with. This should have been so much better. Fortunately, 1991 wasn't a total loss thanks to Quackshot starring Donald Duck. Sega brought this one back in-house, and the results speak for themselves. It takes much of what you loved about Castle of Illusion and added things like replayable stages, items to collect, and weapons to procure. In many ways, it's a better game, not to mention its outstanding visuals. Unfortunately, the Disney quality hit a hell of a speed bump with 1992's Tailspin. Based on the popular animated show, this was a huge miss for me. Dark, uninspired environments and completely forgettable gameplay mar this seriously underwhelming experience. This was done by Interactive Designs, the same developer that turned out titles like Eternal Champions, Green Dog, and Garfield. And that, my friends, is one hell of a red flag. As if 1992 wasn't already bad enough for Disney games, Blue Sky Software hit us straight in the throat with Ariel the Little Mermaid. This putrid experience is a series of choppy mazes where you collect things. It sounds awful, plays worse, and is shocking it came from the same house that did Joe Montana 93 and Vector Man. With 1992 looking pretty terrible for anything with Disney on the box, World of Illusion swoops in with a late release to save the day. This co-op driven adventure was developed by Sega in-house, and man is it so much better than the drivel we just went over. This has special stages depending on who you play as, and then co-op specific content as well. Sounds good, looks good, and has all the gameplay you need for these characters. A must-own that is just as good as Castle of Illusion and Quackshot. Things wouldn't stay on track for very long, and 1993 started with a whimper of shame and despair. Beauty and the Beast: Belle's Quest was a Software Creations developed adventure targeted at young girls. There's no attack for your character, and pretty much all you can do is avoid enemies. Mostly you just walk around, find your way through mazes, and play mini-games. It's a bore fest and a complete failure in every way. Software Creations wasn't done punishing us, as they also simultaneously released Beauty and the Beast, Roar of the Beast, alongside Belle's Quest. This is a much more action-oriented title, and you actually have an attack this time, but my god is it just as bad. The gameplay is clumsy, and once you take away the bonus stages that have you collecting crap, there's not much left to do. These two Beauty and the Beast games were so weak, both were only released in the United States. This same developer did the dreaded Double Dragon 3 for the Genesis. I don't think anything else needs to be said. It was gonna take a lot to turn around 1993 after the last two disasters, but Virgin Interactive's Aladdin was up to the task. Killer animation was the highlight of this adventure, though it plays pretty good as well. It has a nice stage variety, and the late game offers a bit of challenge. Many of the people that worked on this went on to create Earthworm Jim, another one worth your time. It's also one of the best-selling games on the hardware. Disney was back in 1994 with The Jungle Book, and this one had a strange development cycle. It started out being developed by the team at Virgin that did Aladdin, but was put on hold to finish that game first. When Aladdin was finished, most of the team left Virgin and formed Shiny Entertainment, leaving The Jungle Book here without a developer. Virgin then contracted Eurocom to finish the title and get it released. Fortunately, the merry-go-round of developers didn't ruin it, and it's actually a fair experience. Great animation and a decent challenge round out this surprising adventure. The Lion King was a massive success in theaters, so it was no surprise a game was made of it. This was jointly developed by Westwood Studios, Virgin, Chrysalis Software, and Disney. This was quite a solid release. It starts off feeling really simple and entirely too easy, but there are a couple of areas where the difficulty ramps way up. Still, there are a few really cool animation sequences, and the latter half of the game turns its focus to action. Not perfect, but still quite fun every so often. 1994 wrapped up with the Traveler's Tales developed Mickey Mania. This wasn't based on a film directly, but rather was a look across Mickey's history. It plays well enough, but it's the visuals and special effects that really make this one worth a look. The people that made this have the Genesis firing on all cylinders, and you'll be hard-pressed to find a better-looking Disney experience on the console. The Sega CD version is even better. Traveler's Tales wasn't done knocking your socks off, and they were at the helm of 1995's Toy Story as well. This one plays kinda stiff, but oh my god does it do things you never thought you'd see your Genesis doing. I mean, these graphics would have you believing the base Genesis could have done things like Doom and F-Zero without any add-on chips. This is worth having just for its technical merits alone. 1996 brought Pocahontas, a Funcom-developed cinematic platformer that featured some of the best hand-drawn animation I've ever seen. This plays a bit like Prince of Persia or Out of This World, though the difficulty is quite a bit more tame. As you play, you acquire various powers that let you get past obstacles and enemies. It plays out pretty much like the movie and remains a visual masterpiece. Disney's Pinocchio was another Virgin and Westwood developed Disney property, based on the memorable 1940s animated film. When it hit the Genesis in late 1996, you really didn't hear much about it. With the new 32-bit machines in full force by then, many gamers had moved on and left their older 16-bit hardware behind. This is actually not a bad kids game though. It has excellent animation and the visuals are faithful to the film. The gems-driven soundtrack is a tad weak, but otherwise this is a good one for your youngsters. When it comes to appeal for older players, however, things are a bit murkier. The action is quite limited, and the majority of the gameplay is just jumping around levels collecting things. It's also a short game, with most levels flying by in just a few minutes. Platforming vets will see the end of this one well inside an hour on their first play session. Disney animated this themselves, so the presentation is well worth a look, but compared to past titles, this is lacking a bit unfortunately. Virgin had developed a 32X edition around the same time, but cancelled it after the hardware failed to sell well. I covered Disney's Bonkers recently and found it to be quite weak, and playing it here again doesn't change that opinion. Released in 1994 and developed by Interactive Designs, this is not your typical platformer like other Disney properties. Instead, you get various gameplay segments like third-person shooting, maze navigation, and some awful overhead racing segments. The animation is fair, but the visuals and sound are nothing special otherwise. Sega dropped it under their Sega Club label, clearly targeting it at younger kids, and there may be some appeal there. For everyone else, this is an uninteresting title with stages that go on for far too long and a variety that is hamstrung by play mechanics that just aren't strong enough to hold your attention. The final nail in the coffin is the lack of a two-player option, which all of its gameplay types could have easily supported. If you are a hardcore fan of the show, maybe take a look. Otherwise, most of you will want to skip this one entirely. In 1994, Imagineering developed the terribly named Goofy's Hysterical History Tour. This is a platforming collectathon where you are Goofy, a janitor at a history museum. While working, your arch nemesis Pete is messing up the exhibits, blaming you, and trying to get you fired. You must go in and set things right across the various exhibits that represent different time periods. The core gameplay is simple platforming and jumping on enemies. Stages are set up to where you are basically just trying to get to the exit, collecting balloons for extra lives. Where things get a tad interesting is the Extendo Hand, a contraption Goofy uses for attacking enemies and getting around the stages more efficiently. It can grab certain blocks to help you get across obstacles, and it has other attachments that allow you to attack at distance and even fly for a limited time. It's actually not a bad game overall, and once you get used to the way Goofy jumps and interacts with his environment, it can be actually a fun adventure. For the longest time, I didn't even try playing this because I thought it was some lame-ass edutainment release. I mean, the name makes it sound like that, right? It's nothing of the kind, however, and may be worth a look if you enjoy the simple fun platformers like this can provide. It's no Castle of Illusion to be sure, but it's far from the train wreck that was Fantasia. It was only released in North America. 1994 also brought Mickey's Ultimate Challenge. This was developed by Way Forward and is a series of minigames, puzzles, and memory events attached to a larger mystery that must be solved. As Mickey, you have been sucked into a fairy tale where the land of Beanswick has been ravaged by earthquakes. You must help solve the mystery, and so the adventure begins. The gameplay is set up where you are doing things like matching pictures, jumping on certain letter combinations, playing memory games, and solving simple puzzles. As you gain items, you must use them at various times to get deeper into the game. This is a fairly fun one for the younger crowd, and if you have kids, this is definitely something you can enjoy with them. But it's also very short, very easy, and lacks any real replayability once it's defeated. You can choose Minnie if you are so inclined, but she changes nothing for the gameplay or story. Had this been longer, tougher, and had a co-op mode, it could have been something special. As is, your kids may enjoy it, but I doubt seriously it'll hold your attention for more than an afternoon. So far, pretty much every game we have touched upon was released in North America, except this one. Launched in late 1995, Donald and Maui Mallard was a rather unique product that was only seen in Brazil and PAL territories. It was developed internally by Disney Interactive and stars Donald Duck in two different roles. The first is Maui Mallard, a private detective searching for a missing idol, and then there's Cold Shadow, a bow staff wielding ninja. The gameplay between the two is quite different. As Maui Mallard, you have an insect gun that has multiple forms of ammo. Some explode like grenades and others home in on enemies no matter where they are. There are other items to get as well. You can restore health and find extra lives. To access Cold Shadow, you need Yin Yang coins, which count down once activated. This one has really grown on me over the years, and I really enjoy the challenge and stage variety. It feels so different than your typical Disney affair, and instead leans closer to action titles like Earthworm Jim. Excellent animation and visuals round out one heck of an adventure. For those curious, the Super Nintendo version was developed by Eurocom and is a very different experience. One of the coolest television shows from Disney in the 1990s was Gargoyles, so when a game was made based on it in 1995, I really wanted to play it, and man is this so close to being something incredible. You play as Goliath, leader of the Gargoyles, in his bid to stop the evil Demona. The gameplay is platform heavy with bouts of simple beat 'em up elements like combo attacks and throws. The presentation is top notch. Fluid animation, great backgrounds, and dark and foreboding art design really nail the feel of the show. So what's holding this game back, you ask? Mainly it's the way it plays. Enemies take entirely too many hits to defeat. I mean, you can wail on some of these guys for 15 seconds before they die. Just grab them and toss them, you say. Well, that's easier said than done, as many grapple attempts end in damage as the enemy hits you multiple times during the process. Goliath is also too fast, which makes placing him in the right spot hard on some of the stages. Environmental hazards tend to tag you more often than you'd like just because you are so big and fast. I was also not impressed with the weak and ineffective gem soundtrack, which does the source material no justice at all. That's not to say it's not still a really good game, however. You do get used to things enough to mitigate some of its issues, allowing you to enjoy it more for what it is. It'll likely frustrate many of you upon first inspection, but if you can stick with it, there is a damn fine game in here. Disney Interactive developed it, and it remains a Genesis exclusive due to the Super Nintendo edition being cancelled before its release. In 1990, Traco released a port of the arcade game Atomic Robo Kid for the Sega Genesis. It's a multi-directional shooter with a twist. You control the scrolling of the screen and must battle respawning enemies across a ravaged planet under alien siege. Your job of course is to kill all the unwanted and uninvited guests, including some rather large boss characters. You get some nice color, large sprites, and there are a few layers between the foreground and backgrounds. The sound can be a bit too harsh and the reappearing enemies can make stages really hard, but I like it overall. As far as shoot 'em ups go, it's not a classic, but it's different, and I think that goes a long way for the genre. If you want something challenging and action-packed, give it a try. Insector X is another 1990 release based on an arcade game, this one originally by Taito. Hot B handled the Genesis port here, a really strange shoot 'em up involving robotic insects. You are the last survivor of your race and must exact revenge on the robo-insects that are responsible. This is a fairly competent shooter that has a decent power-up system and challenge. It likely goes unnoticed because of the lackluster presentation. While the sprites look okay, the backgrounds are rather plain and suffer a distinct lack of layering, something Genesis shooters usually excelled at. The music is really low-key too, almost completely lost under the sound effects. It's a real shame too, because if you added a couple of decent songs and spruced up the backgrounds a bit, this one could have been a real contender. It's still worth some playtime, so if you are a fan of the genre, fire it up and give it some love. I remember enjoying the arcade version of Street Smart by SNK. It looked good and was simple to learn. When Traco brought it to the Genesis 2 years later in 1991, I recall having some fun with it as well. But revisiting it for the capture here was a painful exercise in tedium. While it is a one-on-one fighting game, the mechanics feel more like Double Dragon than Street Fighter 2. Lots of repeated moves while you try your best to score multiple hits on your opponent. A lot of the gameplay seems random, and you'll have moments where you kick ass and moments where you are utterly destroyed by the AI. There is an upgrade system in place to help your life and power stats, but the game is still incredibly hard. You do have a special attack, but it takes life if you can believe it. It still holds up visually, but the music is kinda weak, as are the sound effects. The simple fact is, this is a lot better as a two-player game. With a friend in tow, the gameplay is much more tolerable. It reminds me of the versus modes in games like Streets of Rage, so if you found some fun there, you likely will here as well. At the end of 1991, Traco was back again with Fighting Masters, another one-on-one fighter. This time the setting was far from Earth and had a cast of alien fighters that ranged from humans to dragon men. The gameplay here is quite a bit different than Street Smart. Instead of the randomness seen in the former, Fighting Masters relies on a 2-button stun and grapple system that actually works fairly well. The idea is that your regular attacks will temporarily stun your opponent, and gives you the opportunity for a number of different throws and wrestling-style maneuvers. The engine is overall very simplistic and nowhere near as deep as later fighting games like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2, but this still can be very fun, especially for a younger audience. In fact, playing it with your kids is a blast. There's no D-pad motions to master here, and button mashing can actually yield some wicked results, so it's easy for younger warriors to do well. The audio and visual quality is rather low, and I was particularly bothered by the lack of decent backgrounds to fight against. Still, not a bad fighting game for the younger crowd, and the wrestling-style grappling system is easy to learn and understand. Like Street Smart, it's also much better with 2 players. Confession time. I chose DJ Boy on a whim. I remember renting it as a kid, a 1990 beat-em-up starring a construction worker on roller skates trying to recover his stolen radio. 2 minutes in, I regretted this choice. I totally did not recall this game being as bad as it is. You start out each area in an auto-scrolling segment that has you rolling past enemies you can barely hit. You're better off avoiding as much interaction as possible here, as you'll soon have your hands full with the stationary areas that reveal the terrible gameplay even further. It's tough to hit anything even when you're standing still, and once you get to the boss of the level, it gets even more frustrating. And guess what? One death, just a single lost life, sends you back to the title screen to start from the beginning. What in the holy hell were the developers thinking? After restarting on the first stage 3 or 4 times, I said to hell with this mess. Having a look at the box for this, I noticed that there are no pics of the game and absolutely no information about gameplay or content. I'm pretty damn sure Kaneko knew what they had here and advertised it accordingly. In 1992, Rare developed a version of their RC Pro-Am game for the Genesis called Championship Pro-Am. This isometric racer is extremely easy to pick up and play, and is very similar to what appeared on Nintendo's hardware. You get weapons like missiles and bombs to slow down your opponents, and you can get power-ups for your speed and handling. The premise is simple: collect what you can, get rid of the other cars, and place as high as possible. The graphics and sound are nothing special, but it's fun enough and you can play with a friend. Despite being released in 1992, it came on a tiny 2 megabit cartridge, which was almost unheard of at that point. I don't think the size holds this one back though. The gameplay here is what really mattered, and I quite enjoyed taking it for a spin on a few tracks here and there. There are better racers on the Genesis to be sure, but this one is still worth a go, especially if you enjoyed the original NES release. Being a sports fan, I was always intrigued by Super Volleyball. It was released in 1991 by Video System and isn't something I'd call your normal video game. The 2 megabit cartridge seems to be almost entirely dedicated to the animation, because there is nothing else here but color swaps and the same arenas to play in. I wanted to be good at the gameplay but never quite got there, but I still find it a decent playing experience for what it is. Just choose a country from the short list, serve the ball, and try to be the one to keep it in play. I can't stress enough how much better this is with a second player. The AI plays the same all the time, so the randomness of human control really helps the fun factor. The Genesis was known for some great sports games across the many leagues out there, so you can imagine volleyball got lost in the mix quite quickly. If you find yourself wanting something different, this is challenging to learn and is a blast to play with a friend. Speaking of sports games that are different, 1990's Cyberball was my go-to when it came out. Sega ported this to the Genesis, which was based on the arcade game by Atari. The premise is straightforward. You must use your team of robots to score points before the ball explodes. It's loosely based on NFL rules, but differs in a few key points. You need to defuse the ball by gaining yards within a certain time limit. This is pure arcade-style action, no simulation BS here. Quickly choose your play and then time flies by. The graphics and sound are about as plain as they can be, but again, the gameplay is what matters. If you don't like football, this isn't going to change that, but if you play video game sports, give it a try. The passing system takes some getting used to, and the AI can be relentless sometimes, but it's still a fun one to waste 20 minutes on here and there. A second player improves things immensely, and can make for a great afternoon with a friend. Superscalers on the old Genesis had an uphill battle. With no dedicated hardware, developers had to build their own engines to replicate the effect. Some simply used different sized images and moved them towards the screen quickly, while others genuinely built a software scaler. These games had varying levels of success. Some looked convincing but were nowhere near as smooth as the arcade machines that were designed to do it. When Chase HQ 2 showed up in 1992, I was really interested in playing it. I knew of the original and thought the Genesis should be able to do something close to it. and while the gameplay can be fun, the graphics engine here is just awful. The movement of the road is jerky and funky feeling, and sometimes you are thrown into curves you simply cannot hold even with the brake fully pressed. This really is annoying because the classic Chase HQ gameplay is here and in full effect. You can choose different vehicles with different stats, and these stats matter because the enemies you are running down have their own set of stats like speed and armor. Despite the weak visuals, I still think this one is worth playing. Taito published it, and it was called Super HQ in Japan. When my daughter started showing interest in video games, I was one proud papa. I wanted to nurture this interest into a full-blown appreciation for the hobby. I started looking at games I thought she'd enjoy. That led me to the Sega-published Genesis abomination known as Barney's Hide-and-Seek game. It had been developed by Real-Time Associates in 1993, the company responsible for the Bug games on the Sega Saturn. I figured it had to be playable, right? Nope. What I was met with was pure visual, audio, and gameplay torture of the worst kind. The gems-driven music and sound effects will terrorize your ears, while the bubblegum visuals are the stuff of nightmares. The gameplay is as the title implies. You go around the stage looking for hidden kids and presents, but it's constantly interrupted by Barney pointing out what you should and shouldn't do. The problem with that is that the challenge is utterly destroyed because he points out the stuff you need to do and find as well. Even for a kid's game, this is just a trifling mess of software masquerading as a video game. It's also heavily focused on digitized speech, but it ain't good speech, and you get tired of hearing it after only a few minutes. My daughter quickly lost interest and told me to put Sonic back in. This was one fine lesson for me as a father. Just because you have a little girl, don't assume she'll enjoy the stuff you think little girls should. It's better to let her figure that out all on her own. Being a Sega Genesis owner back in the day, it became pretty clear that it wasn't going to do Sega's arcade sprite scaling games a lot of justice visually. Without any dedicated hardware to assist in the feature, it was always going to be choppier and less detailed. Of course, that didn't mean the port necessarily had to be terrible either. There are a few games on the Genesis that were actually quite solid using software-based tricks. When I saw Galaxy Force 2 running though, I just couldn't believe it. Developed by CRI, this was the laziest excuse of a 16-bit title I've ever seen. I mean, the Genesis had no chance replicating the arcade, but they could have at least tried. Instead, CRI just said to hell with it and jettisoned 3/4 of the graphical assets. What's left is a game that puts you more in mind of an Atari 2600 game instead of a powerful 16-bit Genesis title. It's also riddled with sprite flicker, something you should rarely see in a Genesis game. This gave me an entirely new appreciation for stuff like Space Harrier 2. While I disliked that game as well, the developers at least tried to give you something that looked like the arcade original. If this was the very best they could do with Galaxy Force 2, however, they should have left it on the cutting room floor. Superscalers often had a hard time on the old Genesis, but this one ranks among the worst. Pat Riley Basketball was known as Super Real Basketball in Japan and Europe, for instance. It was largely the same exact game in regards to visual, sound, and gameplay, just without the Pat Riley backing. It relies on interactive, large-scale cinemas to highlight impressive shots, giving it a feel similar to games that appeared on the NES from Konami. It's a very decent playing game for such an early title on the system, but it's terribly slow. Tommy Lasorda Baseball was known as Super League in Japan and Europe, and was an incredibly impressive baseball game. It has great detail in the field, including stuff like base coaches and umpires that were often missing in 8-bit titles. I also love the way the ball scaled towards the screen when you nailed a good hit, adding a touch of arcade authenticity to the experience. It has some great voice work as well. Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf was based on the Japanese game Naomichi Ozaki no Supermasters, but is very much the same game otherwise. This is actually a great game of golf, but it doesn't hold your hand and can be quite difficult to get good at. It does have large characters and great animation, which showed off the Genesis hardware at a time when golf games tended to be weak graphically. The European version retained the Arnold Palmer license. Sega made sure to have a soccer game ready for the Genesis as well. World Championship Soccer wasn't what I'd call a killer app in North America. The sport didn't have the popularity here like some of the other entries, and this game's simple presentation didn't help score it new fans. It didn't play bad, but was one of Sega's weaker efforts in those early years. It went by a few different names depending on the region, with the Japanese game being called World Cup Soccer and the Brazilian release being called Super Football. There was a sequel called World Championship Soccer 2 released in 1994 that was radically different across the board. It didn't seem to play much better, however. Fresh off of a Super Bowl win and being named Most Valuable Player, Sega signed Joe Montana to an exclusive deal to help make and star as the cover athlete for their new Genesis football series. Problem was, Sega didn't actually have a football series yet, so they scrambled trying to get one made and released before the end of 1990. Since American football was mainly a US sport, there wasn't the usual Japanese game to pull and reissue as they had done before. The closest thing Sega had access to at the time was Cyberball, but that involved a futuristic version of the sport with robots. Sega of America contracted a small company called Mediagenic to have a football game ready by the end of 1989, but that company failed to deliver. Desperate, Sega approached a few other companies like Activision and EA, trying to license an engine they could work with. They finally settled on help from EA and Park Place Productions, the same company behind the early John Madden football games. Sega received their game, but it was a shadow of the quality of EA's property. Sega had spent so much money acquiring the Joe Montana branding, it was one of the earliest games to retain the same name in every region it was released in. Sega got its shit together the following year and got Blue Sky Software to develop a proper game of their own, Joe Montana Sports Talk Football 2. It was Sega's first entry in the Sports Talk line, a feature that allowed full spoken commentary in a cartridge game. While it was a little scratchy, it was unbelievable to hear that much voice in a home game. Arcade games didn't speak as much, so it felt like something deluxe and groundbreaking. The game itself was just okay, but Blue Sky Software quickly evolved, and the following year's game, NFL Sports Talk Football 93 starring Joe Montana, finally nailed what Sega had needed. Now a fully licensed, fully featured simulation of the sport, the inclusion of the Sports Talk technology, and the vast improvements to gameplay made it one of the best NFL games available on any platform. With Mike Tyson being so closely related to the Nintendo branding in 1989, Sega was quick to jump on his loss at the hands of James Buster Douglas in early 1990. Taito's arcade boxing game Final Blow had just been ported to the Japanese Mega Drive, so Sega of America licensed and repurposed the game for North America and Europe, adding Douglas's namesake and likeness to the lineup of fighters. It was released and heavily advertised as Sega's big boxing entry, capitalizing on both Tyson's stunning loss and Douglas's instant celebrity. Sega needed a hockey game for its Genesis as well, so they went out and scored Mario Lemieux to be the face of their franchise. Ringler Studios would do the honors developing the software, and it was released in late 1992. Unlike other games from Ringler, like the awful Genesis version of Revenge of the Joker, they actually did an okay job here. The graphics are colorful and it plays decent for the most part. Sega wouldn't publish many hockey games themselves for the Genesis, but this was a very decent and playable take on the sport. Sega, of course, wasn't above backing a different horse, and they quickly switched over to Evander Holyfield as their new face of boxing games. Evander Holyfield's Real Deal Boxing was released in 1992 and was developed by Acme Interactive. Whereas Final Blow had been arcade simplicity, Real Deal Boxing here set out to be a serious simulation of the sport. No instant knockouts or gimmicks. You genuinely had to outbox your opponent with jabs, hooks, and uppercuts to get the win. You started from nothing, building your boxer's skills and power to finally meet Holyfield himself. It doesn't have licensed boxers, but it's a hell of a good game of boxing all the same. Sega continued to evolve its sports brand in 1992 and released Sports Talk Baseball. This was based on the internationally developed Japanese game Super League 91, adding the Sports Talk tech into the American release. Better graphics, real players, and running commentary really upped this game's overall appeal past Tommy Lasorda Baseball. It also includes more modes of play like a full 162 game season, playoffs, and a championship mode. Sega continued the expansion of new sports games in 1992 with David Robinson's Supreme Court. Acme Interactive was at the helm of this one as well, and this time we get an isometric engine loaded with great animations and some decent gameplay. Unfortunately, there are no licensed teams or players here, though it does add a few more modes for you to mess around with. It was a step in the right direction, but Sega needed more time and features to catch the competition. I didn't like the fade-out transitions going from one court to the other, something Acme seemed fascinated with for years. In 1993, Sega released a sequel to Evander Holyfield's Real Deal Boxing called Greatest Heavyweights. This upgraded engine had better animation, even more strategic gameplay, and included some of boxing's most iconic fighters. Want to see Muhammad Ali battle Larry Holmes in his prime? Well, here you go. You can also create a player and battle your way to the top. This and Evander Holyfield's Real Deal Boxing are the best 16-bit boxing games by a mile thanks to its robust engine that tries and succeeds in making it feel like a real boxing match. This was also one of the very first games to use the Sega Sports branding, a logo that would become synonymous with gaming excellence over the next decade. There would be 4 more Sega-published NFL football games during the life of the Genesis. NFL Football 94 starring Joe Montana would expand on the formula set in the previous version. You got a battery backup to save your games, a bunch of camera options to change how the game played, and an all-around excellent game of football. Joe Montana would also grace the cover of NFL 95, which saw some pretty big changes to the engine. Now with much larger players, it does away with the zoom feature of the previous games. I didn't care for this one as much as others in the series. It felt slower and jerkier, and it had some nasty sprite flicker that really impacted the presentation. Montana had switched over to the Kansas City Chiefs for these 2 games, where he would play his final 2 seasons. With Joe Montana retired, Sega needed a new face for its NFL games, releasing primetime NFL football starring Deion Sanders in late 1995. It continues the engine of NFL 95 with upgraded rosters and minor changes to the menus and setup screen. This game was in development for the 32X and Sega Saturn at the same time, but never materialized as final products. Sega's final football game for the Genesis was released in mid-1997 as NFL 98. With the Saturn brand all but dead in North America, they cobbled together one last hurrah for the mighty engine that had done them so well in the previous years. It's a simple roster update to primetime NFL football and nothing more. Popular Raiders receiver Tim Brown was on the cover. After the success of Sports Talk Baseball, Sega knew that it needed something special the following year. They went out and got the full MLB license, and with the help of Blue Sky Software, created the World Series Baseball franchise. Starting with 1994, you got all the modes of the previous game, but now with more realistic graphics, real teams and players, and even more simulation aspects to bring it closer to the actual sport. They improved the Sports Talk technology as well, adding even more play-by-play variety from broadcaster Jerry Coleman to keep things fresh. The series would run for 3 more games after 1994, with a 1995, 96, and 98 edition seeing Genesis releases. Each one would see little revisions to the presentation, but were largely the same games. It proved so popular a franchise, Sega also made a 32X version, and continued the namesake on the Sega Saturn. Few 16-bit baseball games had the sheer level of accuracy and detail this series did. Sega needed a few games to get it right, but they finally nailed it here. The popularity of college football wasn't lost on Sega either, and in 1994 they had Blue Sky Software create a new series called College Football's National Championship. This new game was based on the Montana NFL 94 engine, but uses college teams from all over the US. Like NFL 94, it's an excellent game of simulation football with deep playbooks, excellent AI, sports talk technology, and tons of camera angles to make it feel a little different depending on your view. It proved a big hit, and Sega would release a second part to the series the following year. Largely the same game, Sega would drop the sports talk feature in this one. While Sega's basketball games had been decent in the early years of the Genesis, they needed to step up their quality to compete with other companies and their products. Sega would get the full NBA license and create the first in the franchise, NBA Action 94. Malibu Interactive would develop it, and it saw a ton of upgrades over the previous basketball games from Sega. The gameplay was lightning fast and you got a much broader view of the court. The engine also featured a really cool camera angle switch at half court when the ball changed hands. This perspective was admittedly jarring as hell the first time you saw it, but once you got used to it, it offered something that wouldn't become standard until 32-bit sports titles, a dynamic camera. Unfortunately, not everyone appreciated the game, and the series would see a vast reworking the following year. NBA Action 95 starring David Robinson would get a completely different engine played from an overhead angle. Despite the players being larger and more detailed, it somehow felt slower and less innovative than the previous incarnation. It still played fairly well, but I wish Sega had evolved the 94 engine a bit instead of scrapping it altogether. Sega needed more representation in the sport of hockey, so they developed the fully licensed NHL All-Star Hockey 95. Sega faced fierce competition from EA and their complete dominance of NHL games for years by this point. The effort was quite solid, however. The players were well animated, the gameplay fast, and it has the features to keep you playing. EA's hockey game had been a juggernaut, and anything that played differently wasn't held in as high as regard. I thought it was an excellent hockey game with some of the better visuals for these types of games. It must have sold well because Sega would continue the franchise on the Sega Saturn soon after. Most people know about the Saturn version of Pebble Beach golf links, but there was also a version for the Sega Genesis under the Sega Sports banner. It comes loaded with practice, skins game, tournament, stroke play, and match play modes. It also has real golfers of the time, instant replays, and a battery backup to save all of your stats. T&E Soft would develop it, and overall it was as good as the Saturn version aside from a hit in the visuals. A 4-player mode rounded out this very good attempt at Sega's very own golf game. Sega also had a go at making tennis games on the Genesis. The 4-player Wimbledon Championship Tennis was released in late 1993 and features great animation, exhibition and tournament modes, your choice of surface type, as well as 24 different players to choose from. While it was a very decent attempt at the sport, it was 1995's ATP Tour Championship Tennis that nailed it best. It's a complete package of visuals, options, gameplay, and retains all of the things from the previous release. You got real players past and present, a battery backup to save all of your tournament progress, and a fully featured create-a-player mode to start from nothing and work your way to the championship. If you want the best tennis game on the Genesis, this is the one to own. Just as important to the 16-bit horror genre was Namco's Splatterhouse series, parts 2 and 3 specifically. These were the sequels to the original arcade Gorefest. The story began with Rick and his girlfriend Jennifer taking refuge in an old mansion during a vicious storm, only to succumb to the monsters within. Rick is brought back by an accursed mask that promises him a chance to rescue Jennifer's soul and return her to life. You spend the majority of part 2 doing just that, trying to get to Jennifer and rescue her. It plays very similar to the original arcade, side-scrolling beat-em-up style action that has exploding ghouls, oozing zombies, and all sorts of gruesome enemies to dispatch. I love the setting here because you feel like you are trapped and always running for your life. It's a menacing setting that is perfect for the season. That leads us into Splatterhouse 3, another direct sequel that links to the end of the last. Rick and Jennifer are living high on the hog after their daring escape in the last game. Time has passed, they have a son, and now their very own mansion. Unfortunately, their ordeal is not finished and the Terror Mask returns to give power to Rick to rescue his family. This one has a number of changes to the design that really sets it apart from the previous two. It feels more like a beat-em-up akin to the Streets of Rage series, as opposed to Kung Fu Master, and there are non-linear elements that allow a bit of exploration and backtracking. But Splatterhouse was always about the setting, monsters, crazy bosses, and unforgiving story, and here it pays homage to that exquisitely. There's a major plot twist with multiple endings that determine who you save and how it plays out. Needless to say, the developers pulled no punches in the end. When it comes to a story you want to see at Halloween, this one delivers, and then some. Once upon a time, there was a comic book called Shotgun the Forever Man. He was a swordsman so skilled, he challenged and defeated death in battle. But instead of being rewarded with eternal life, death played the ultimate trick on Shotgun. He is to wander the earth forever, feeling the pain and suffering all around him, done by the supernatural evil that stalked the land. In order to break this curse, he must destroy this evil. And that's our game here, set in a dark and dreary world of non-stop monsters running amok across multiple realms of existence. You'll find new weapons to use in the various areas, all for a measure of choice in how you go about playing each one, thanks to a hub world. If there is a game that is anti-Sonic, this is it. The bright and colorful worlds that you played with the little blue blur are contrasted by a much more dank and dreary presentation here. And boy, would this have been a winner if the design was not so muddled. This desperately needed a more cohesive narrative, a few tweaks to the gameplay, and more access to the potions you can create that give Shotgun additional abilities. As it is, it can be frustratingly difficult, and coupled with the enemies that just keep on spawning ad nauseum, it can knock the fun factor way down to a point of not wanting to play it. Fortunately, there are a few quality of life hacks out there that can really help with this, and I highly recommend you give them a spin. They can help fix this adventure and bring out the incredible character that is Shotgun and the curse he must suffer. Ghostbusters is perhaps the most Halloween game on this list, just based on the source material alone. This is a sequel to the events of the movies and follows Pete, Egon, and Ray as they chase ghosts all over New York after a massive earthquake. Each Ghostbuster has their own traits in regards to how fast they move and how much punishment they can dole out. This is a great one because it's lighthearted yet still captures the feel of the source material and its characters. The environments are creepy concoctions with lots of platforming and exploration to find your way around. Freaky looking ghosts are everywhere, and there's plenty of paranormal activity tossing around everyday items to stop you. The only real negative here is that it lacks Winston, no doubt a casualty of its tiny 4 megabit cartridge. Still, Halloween gaming can do a lot worse than this one. Video games, their worlds, and their characters do not get any stranger than Decap Attack. This one fits the season thanks to our main character's mummified appearance and the overall theme of the enemies and world within. I mean, this is a hero that throws a skull for a weapon and was created by Dr. Frank Einstein. Not to mention he is fighting an evil demon known as Max Decap. This one certainly strikes a more comedic tone, but the overall feel of the worlds and enemies still make it a good choice for this time of year. In fact, Sega dropped it around Halloween back in 1991 during its original release. It also feels radically different from anything else on the list. The main hero can float, attack with his face, which is located in his midsection, and once you have that skull power up, you can use that sorta like a boomerang. The weird music fits the atmosphere to a T, and there are some ghastly boss battles to keep things interesting. It's based on a very Japanese property called Magical Hat Turbo Adventure that was reskinned for the Western market. While Alien 3 was part of a sci-fi movie franchise, there is no doubt it had numerous horror elements, and many of those translated over to the game here. I mean, the idea of an alien life form wanting to deposit an embryo down your throat is pretty terrifying, and these bad guys are fast and deadly. The idea here is to rescue people that have been cocooned all over the level. You are driven by a time limit that never lets you rest, and the feeling of dread you feel when entering a new level is real. You have no clue what you'll face, and it's easy to get overwhelmed in the later stages. This one takes memory, patience, and nerves of steel to see it through. There's no coddling with save systems or continues either, so be prepared for one hell of a fight. You wouldn't think it, but the Immortal belongs on this list perhaps more than any other. This is essentially a survival horror title, a dungeon crawler where there is death around every corner. You'll get used to the combat soon enough, but there are traps and creatures that can end your run in a heartbeat. Every room is a nightmare of doubt and fear. Will the floor open up and swallow you? Will something you've never seen before attack you and leave you with no life for the next bad guy? You aren't without tools, however. Traps can be recognized, pits can be countered, enemies can be felled. You will pay with your blood, sweat, and tears, but eventually you'll get deeper and deeper into the fray, surviving longer, becoming stronger and more skilled, and eventually you'll walk these halls as a killing machine to be feared by your enemies. The journey will be long and fraught with failure and frustration, but in the end, it'll be unforgettable. The Ooze has a story straight out of a B-tier horror flick. You are Dr. Kane, and you have discovered the company you work for has developed a killer virus and plans to let it loose on the world, and then charge for the cure. But your colleagues will not have your meddling stop their heinous designs, so they infect your body with radioactive matter that transforms you into a puddle of living ooze. Out for revenge, you must not only stop these evil bastards, but you must rebuild your human body and cure yourself. The Ooze is played from an overhead perspective and is mainly a maze-style game that has exploring, collecting items, and dealing with your enemies. You need to be very careful not only of how you deal with combat, but also environmental dangers. The size of your puddle indicates a sort of health bar, and you get smaller when you take damage or use some of your slime as a projectile. Needless to say, there's not much like it on the old Genesis, and the premise alone makes it a good one to explore if you're in the mood for something on Halloween night. If there's one thing about the Genesis I always admired, it was its vast and impressively diverse offerings in the sports category. And even at Halloween, we have not one but two recommendations that fit the mood of the season perfectly. Our first game is Mutant League Football, a spin-off of the John Madden style gameplay that has skeletons, aliens, robots, trolls, and more making up the teams. These nasty creatures destroy each other with extreme prejudice, and even the field is loaded with ways to wipe out your players. You can bribe the ref, and even beat him down if he gets in your way. The core gameplay is mostly modeled after traditional American football, but it does have a few different rules, like an 11-point breakdown play, which is essentially an interception or fumble recovery that is returned for a score during a 2-point conversion. It's a wild ride that is even better with two players. Mutant League Hockey is much the same way, even taking things a step further. Here you get more of pretty much everything that Mutant League Football gives you. 23 teams, 23 arenas with various obstacles, and a whole set of variables like exploding pucks, spiked nets, and weapons to bash the other team. The two of these are some of the better 16-bit sports titles that hold their fun factor. You don't have to worry about things like outdated rosters or rules, and the tongue-in-cheek humor and theme never gets old. If you're a sports gamer at Halloween, I challenge you to do better. Our last recommendation comes as a recent release for the Sega Genesis, Demons of Astal. As the name suggests, this one is all about a demon invasion and a lone knight standing in their way. As Gareth, you must meet some pretty nasty foes on the battlefield. Boss characters are even worse, typically having multiple forms or attack patterns that make your day rather tough. But Demons of Astal is a great looking game that plays nearly as well. While the spooky world around you is loaded with danger, you have the skills needed to defend yourself and gain special abilities to navigate the various obstacles. It has a feel not completely dissimilar to Ghouls and Ghosts, and certainly takes a few cues from a number of other games in the genre. I enjoyed the variety in the stages and thought the soundtrack turned out quite well. Overall, it's a good one to explore this Halloween, and there's a demo available if you'd like to check it out before you buy it. You knew the new 16-bit John Madden Football was something special before you even played it. It was the talk of my school and elevated Sega's platform to new levels of interest among the student body. When I finally got a hold of a copy, I saw instantly what all the fuss was about. The pseudo 3D viewpoint from which it was played looked so cool, a combination of raster effects and sprite animation that gave the field a really nice sense of size and space. All the positions were on the field and the playbook was deep and varied. The passing windows allowed you to keep tabs on your receivers even when they were out of view, a feature that I adored. I really appreciated the AI as well. You could take advantage of holes left open for big runs or blast a long pass on a blown coverage, but it also played each position like it was meant to be played. Run too much and it shored up the defensive line. passed too often, and it reinforced its secondary. Reading about how it was made, it was Madden himself that was to thank for these additions. He insisted that if his name was gonna be on it, he wanted it to be as close to the real thing as the technology allowed. He worked with developers at Park Place Productions to make sure the playbooks were well represented and audibles were a big part of the game, that the rules were accurate and that the players did what they were supposed to be doing. He broke down the team matchups by their pros and cons, giving you an idea of how to strategize the matchup. You couldn't dispute the results, because John Madden Football was an instant classic. Hell, even the music was incredibly good, doubling down on that funky Genesis FM twang. There's a bit of digitized speech, and the game modes gave you a choice of regular season matchups, a sudden death contest, and the playoffs. The real fun came with 2 players though. Scoring on your best bud and trash-talking his pathetic efforts to stop you was incredible fun. For months I poured countless hours into it. Had Sega packed this in with the Genesis in North America that first Christmas, I believe it could have had a similar impact as Sonic did a year later. Its only real weaknesses was the lack of real NFL teams and players. A year later, at the end of 1991, EA made sure to get an update out for the Genesis, John Madden Football 92. The graphics engine was mostly untouched in this one, but Electronic Arts made some great additions that made an already excellent game even better. There's a new instant replay system to take a look at those bullshit calls again, a new co-op mode where you and a buddy can play on the same team, and a bunch of new plays you can run. There were some new touches like digitized crowds responding to the big plays, new play calling windows, and Madden breaking down a scoring drive. You could even run a no-huddle offense this time. The AI was also improved to play better defense and be more aggressive on offense. This was also the version that had the ambulance running down the players during an injury. I really wanted to show you that, but after 4 full games, I couldn't get a single injury to happen. The best part though was that pretty much anything that was great about the first one was preserved here and not changed. Sadly, once again we have to go without an official NFL license for the teams and players. Overall though, it was another awesome entry that continued to improve the formula and bring the game much closer to the real thing. In late 1992, John Madden Football 93 showed up to satisfy ravenous fans. The previous 2 Madden games had been just 4 megabits in size, but 93 here doubled that to a full 8 mega power. Along with that came a battery backup to save your game, a first for the series. The additions here were incredible thanks to the extra storage. There's more tackle animations, more teams, including some of the greatest in NFL history, and a couple of all Madden teams. There's new play calling screens, deeper playbooks, a revamped AI, and more digitized speech. The visuals are mostly the same during gameplay and continue to serve the series well. Unbelievably, Electronic Arts still hadn't secured an NFL license for this, so again, there were no real teams or players. This had also changed development teams, now being handled by Looking Glass Studios. I was impressed that Madden had continued to add improvements that helped keep the game fresh and exciting for football fans. It was inching its way ever closer to being a perfect simulation of the sport. Around the same time that John Madden Football 93 showed up, John Madden Football 93 Championship Edition was released to rental stores around the United States. This was a special release that had 38 conference champions from the past returning to do battle against one another. It had the modes and options of the regular Madden, and you could only rent it from places like Blockbuster. I've read that Electronic Arts sold it via phone orders in limited quantities, but this game is still very rare. It's one of the most expensive sports titles on the Genesis because it's so hard to find, especially complete. Released in November of 1993, Madden NFL Football 94 marks some huge changes for the series, aside from the new name. The new 16 megabit cartridge featured a brand new engine with new sprites, new animations, a new front end, battery backup, 38 Super Bowl champions, 12 franchise teams, 2 all Madden teams, a larger playbook, 4-player competitive and co-op play, and all new digitized speech. It was a radical departure from the previous games, and everything about it felt new. The running and the passing games felt fresh, the AI was more competent, It was a new start for Madden that finally gave us everything to enjoy a real NFL-like experience. High Score Productions handled the development at the same time as NHL Hockey 94. These two would go on to become legendary with many EA Sports fans, often considered the best in their series. As expected, Madden NFL 95 made its debut in North America in November of 1994. Somebody at Electronic Arts must have been unhappy with the last year's version though, because once again we get a complete graphical and gameplay overhaul. No joke, this plays radically different from the year before. It was the fastest Madden yet, almost to the point of being too fast. It was a heck of an adjustment after Madden 94, and the player sprites were completely different too. High Score Productions mixed it up even more by letting you play without the passing windows, forcing you to read the defense downfield without the aid of a close-up. The new engine also came with new animations for celebrations, tackles, runs, and stiff arms. It was far more than the simple roster update many had expected. While some hated the changes, I appreciated trying to keep things feeling new, and the speed of this one was unlike anything in the previous releases. It was a big change, but still a trip well worth taking. When November of 1995 rolled around, so did Madden NFL 96. High Score Productions was back again, this time known as High Score Entertainment. Looking to evolve their graphics engine even further, we get new field visuals, improved player sprites that now have the numbers on the jerseys, and a bunch of new tackle, catch, and run animations. There's two new members of the broadcast team with Pat Summerall and Leslie Visser joining Madden in the booth. The two new expansion teams from that year show up, and there is a new general manager mode that lets you trade and sign players and deal with the finances of the teams. But what made this version what it was the Create-A-Player mode. You could create anyone, including yourself, and then go through the NFL Combine to set your stats before you signed with a team. Better yet, all the small things that had been missing in Madden at that point were added in. Things like fair catches, laterals, kneels, blitz fakes, one-handed swats, and even custom touchdown celebrations. Madden redid the playbook to really mix things up, giving you more than any game before it. The only negative here was the god-awful front end that looked just terrible. Regardless, it was a big moment for the Madden series, and content-wise, one of the best. This entry is perhaps one of the more interesting because while it was released on 16-bit platforms, Electronic Arts was completely unprepared for the 32-bit generation. Despite both the Saturn and PlayStation being on the market at the end of 1995, there was no Madden available for either of them. Electronic Arts canceled it after unspecified development issues. With Madden 97, it was time for the series to be released at the very start of the NFL season. So in September of 1996, we got another visual overhaul. New sprites that lost their numbers kind of felt like a step back, but they at least fixed the horrible front end and play calling screens from the previous year. Madden on the Genesis at this point had really started to show its age, particularly since both the Saturn and PlayStation had versions of their own finally. They were more detailed with more options, and playing this next to them felt inferior in every way. It's still a solid game, but the series was now 7 entries deep and running out of things they could add and change due to the technology. It did have an option to play as any position on the field, but it was too little to get excited about with newer and better looking versions to explore. In October of 1997, the Genesis received its final entry into the venerable series, Madden NFL 98. I wanted to write up a big send-off for the series, but the truth is that this Madden was a quick and dirty update that didn't change much from the previous year. It does have some cool Super Bowl matchups and a few tweaks to the presentation, but otherwise it does nothing to stand apart. For what it's worth, it still played solid, and the AI had really come around on the harder settings. The days of just throwing the ball deep to win were long gone. But the simple truth was that Electronic Arts was now on its second generation engine for the Saturn and PlayStation, and those versions just had so much more to experience. The Genesis had done its duty and given the world one heck of a football series to remember, but the fight was over and the whistle had finally blown. In December of 1992, Konami would bring a port of its arcade hit Sunset Riders to the Genesis. They must have been super cautious to enter development for Sega,
because they decided to use a tiny 4 meg cart for this, making a 1-to-1 pairing with the arcade content nigh on impossible. Instead of even attempting it, they made a sort of redux of the original content, changing the level design, assets, and length to accommodate the tiny storage. The result was still a damn good looking and playing game, and it even sounds pretty good. You get colorful sprites, great multi-layer parallax scrolling, and even a bit of speech. The gameplay is pure run and gun platforming with various power-ups and a heavy emphasis on score. It's noticeably pared back from even the Super Nintendo version in content, which itself came on a cart that was twice its size. I don't mind the remix stages, but it's the extremely abrupt gameplay that really stinks. Konami tried to mitigate this a bit by making the few boss fights brutally difficult, but even these don't help in the long run once you get the patterns down. 2-player co-op does help, and the content that is here is extremely fun. I just wish there were more of it. This received no Japanese Mega Drive version at all. Also in December of 1992, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist was released. It was known in Japan as Return of the Shredder, and in Europe as Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist. Konami thankfully made this game using a full 8 megs of ROM, meaning that we get loads of great animations, sound effects, music, and a fair amount of content. This is based on Turtles in Time, which was released in the arcade the year prior. Like Sunset Riders, you are basically seeing a remixing of the original content here. The story drops the time travel theme of Turtles in Time and goes with one in which Shredder shrinks New York City with an alien weapon, and it's your job to undo the damage. It has fewer levels than Turtles in Time, but they are laid out differently here, and each one runs far longer with many more enemies to dispatch. The visuals and sound are both top shelf stuff. Color and animation are both excellent, even when directly compared to the source, and I consider its soundtrack some of the finest work Konami produced for the hardware. 2-player co-op is here, there are 4 different turtles to choose from, and it's all wrapped up in a presentation that does the comic and TV show proud. It's one of the finest beat-em-ups on the platform, and a must-own if you even remotely enjoy the genre. Konami kept the ball rolling, and in March of 1993 they released Tiny Toon Adventures: Buster's Hidden Treasure, a platformer based on the then popular kids show. So many people sleep on this title, it just blows me away. This is a straight Sonic ripoff in nearly every way, but its levels are varied, it looks spectacular for a 4 meg cart, and it even sounds good. You are basically trying to find the exit while you collect things, with each level having nooks, crannies, and hidden areas all over for you to explore and find. If I did a Genesis Hidden Gems video, this would be in it. Rarely will you find a retro game of this quality so cheap for the platform. I have seen complete in-box listings go under $20 for this gem, an absolute steal. You'll have a ton of fun running, jumping, and collecting in this one. Everything else is just icing on the cake. It's another Konami Genesis release that didn't see a Japanese version. In June of 1993, Konami did a port of its popular arcade title, Lethal Enforcers, to the Genesis. Unsatisfied with the offerings available, they even designed and released their own light gun known as the Justifier just for this game. Since the arcade original used digitized 2D graphics for its entire presentation, you can probably guess that the Genesis version features heavy dithering in its attempt to replicate that look. This game is awful looking across the board. The environments, the enemies, the hostages, it's all a dithered mess of ugliness that rivals the worst looking games on the platform. Thing is, it's a hell of a fun gun game if you have a Justifier and a CRT. It's pretty much a 2D version of Virtua Cop. Enemies jump out and you need to pacify them before they shoot you. Hostages get in the way, there are car chases, and of course there's a big baddie at the end of the stage that has some super weapon trying to kill you. The only thing that really hurts the actual gameplay here is the lack of sensible 2-player co-op. While the game does indeed support it, you must have a special pink Justifier that plugs into the normal blue model to access it. This is exceptionally rare nowadays, which means the vast majority of us won't be shooting it up with a friend with 2 guns blazing. Outside of that, it may be ugly as sin, but you'll have a ton of fun with it if you enjoy the genre. There is a Mega CD version of this as well with much better sound and music. In August of 1993, the Genesis got Rocket Knight Adventures, a brand new creation by Konami, just for Sega's platform. Oh my goodness, did this come completely out of left field for me. I didn't know what it was when I first saw it at the store, but it had Konami's name on it, so I had to give it a try. Boom! Awesome visuals, spectacular music, and unique gameplay made this an instant classic. You play an armor-clad, sword-swinging possum that has a rocket on his back in this mixed-genre action game. Many stages have you platforming and using your rocket pack to get around the stage, while other places are sort of horizontal shoot-'em-ups. Being able to blast all around the stage is fun enough, but the sheer amount of variety in how each stage is thrown at you is just as great. Some stages are loaded with environment dangers, while others throw tons of enemies at you. There are even some great boss encounters here that keep you entertained. Rarely could you say that a third party kept pace with Sega in regards to quality of software on the Genesis, but Rocket Knight Adventures here does just that, and deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as classics like Shinobi 3. It's that damn good. Konami joined forces with LucasArts, and in November of 1993, the Genesis received Zombies Ate My Neighbors, or just Zombies in Europe. This was an overhead adventure game that is themed with various bad guys from classic horror movies. The object is simple as can be: rescue your neighbors from certain doom. If a monster touches them, they're dead, and you'll have to search for keys and other items to find your way around the stages. Sometimes it's a simple neighborhood, sometimes stores, and sometimes a sports arena. Keep your eyes peeled for items, because sometimes the simplest thing can be the most useful depending on the enemy. This was ported from the Super Nintendo assets, and a few things are different, primarily the item and radar on the right hand side of the screen. It employs the GEM sound driver, and I have to admit, it doesn't sound bad at all, and the visuals are loaded with little animations that really add to the comical appeal. It's two-player co-op as well. Konami again skipped a Japanese release for this one. Konami shocked us in December of 1993 with a one-on-one fighting game called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, or Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles Tournament Fighters in Europe. I was so excited to play this game when I found it. It was a Street Fighter II inspired fighting game using the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What the heck could possibly be bad here? Unfortunately, nearly everything. The character selection is awful. Instead of Shredder, the Foot Clan, Bebop, and Rocksteady, you have a tiny class of the Turtles, April O'Neil, Casey Jones, and a handful of nobodies you won't care about. There's even a character Konami just made up. This means that you'll be fighting against mainly your friends here, or what the game calls clones. That fighting comes in extremely unbalanced and with a computer AI that just spams the hell out of the same moves. It's a real shame because the presentation here is quite nice. The visuals are solid and the music is pretty well done, but I just can't play this stinker for any length of time. Konami made 3 fighting games based on the IP around the same time, and this was by far the worst of the bunch. A game can look and sound up there with the best of them, but if it plays like trash, there is simply not much else that matters. At the very end of 1993, right before the changeover of the new year, Konami unleashed Castlevania Bloodlines on the North American Sega Genesis. This entry into the much revered series had a heck of a task in front of it. It wasn't enough that it stood on its own as a great game, but it would be immediately compared to the other games in the same series. Lucky for us, Konami did not disappoint, and Bloodlines here ended up being a fantastic entry that did the series proud. It follows 2 new heroes that play similar, but have very different weapons and abilities for you to master. The visuals fall in with the more classic stylings of the NES games, but now have great special effects, giant multi-jointed sprites, and locations that break free of the usual evil castle motif. Castlevania can't be great without a killer soundtrack, and we got that too. The music here is a mix of old and new tunes that have a unique feel thanks to the FM generated synth of the Genesis. Some of these are my favorite versions of these songs on any platform. It was released in Japan as Vampire Killer and Europe as Castlevania: The New Generation. and is simply one of the best action platformers of that generation. Don't sell the experience short by playing on easy or avoiding the second character. It's all part of this epic journey. March of 1994 would see Konami resurrect its popular NES franchise on the Genesis and release Double Dribble, the Playoff Edition, known as Hyper Dunk in the majority of the world. Many of us grew up draining three-pointers and landing killer dunks in the NES original, and I had similar dreams for this one. Unfortunately, Konami delivered a turd here. As much a football game as it is basketball, the gameplay is marred with an awful collision detection, terrible speed, and shooting that just feels broken. I like the large sprites, and it's one of the few games that supports up to 8 players at once, but the gameplay just cripples any chance of real fun here. I do advise you give it a try, but with so many other games in the genre that play better and have a real NBA license, this will likely be a big miss for many of you. Castlevania wasn't the only classic Konami series the Genesis would receive, and in August of 1994 we got the absolutely incredible Contra Hard Corps. 2-player co-op? Check. Giant bad guys? Check. Multiple characters to choose from? Check. Incredible graphics and sound? Check. This is the total package of everything a run-and-gun shooter should be. It rivals the very best this series offers in terms of content, presentation, and fun factor. It's really difficult too, making you invest some serious time to see everything it has up its sleeve. Parallax galore and monster-sized enemies are everywhere. It does things most people will tell you the Genesis can't do, yet there it is on screen and telling you otherwise. You need to master its slide mechanic to survive, and there are different weapons and tactics to master from there. In Japan, it's known as Contra the Hardcore and uses hit points instead of one hit and you're dead. And the European release is known as Probotector and uses robots instead of people. September of 1994 saw one of Konami's most unique releases for the Genesis, Tiny Toon Adventures Acme All-Stars. This is a compilation of sports titles that have been simplified to quick and easy to get into arcade-style games. You have access to soccer that is 4-on-4, basketball that is 3-on-3, a mad dash obstacle course, bowling, and a whack-a-mole style game where you must beat down Montana Maxes. It features 4-player simultaneous gameplay and is one of the best games on the platform for kids. It looks and sounds well above what you'd expect from a game like this, and the variety and choices definitely helps the fun factor. You can waste hours with the kids bowling and racing, and the controls are set up to be as easy as possible, including simplified rules for the other sports games. It's another one that's really inexpensive on eBay, and it's exclusive to the platform. Konami would skip a Japanese version of this one as well. In October of 1994, Konami released a sequel to its earlier hit, Sparkster Rocket Knight Adventures 2. Our rocket-powered sword-toting possum is back and ready to save the kingdom yet again. I did not like this game the first time I encountered it. I thought the graphics looked noticeably less impressive, and Sparkster loses his projectile-based main attack in favor of just the sword's basic close-range melee ability. Luckily, there are changes here to consider once you play it for a bit. The rocket-powered charge is now faster and automatic, giving you many more opportunities to use it, and making it your de facto ranged attack now that the sword has been changed. While I do feel the first is still a better looking game, this one isn't an eyesore by any means. There are still loads of multi-layered backdrops for you to ogle, and Sparkster himself is animated incredibly well. The first game had an excellent soundtrack, and so does this one. So much so that I prefer a few here over some of the original. The jetpack was a cool mechanic of the first title, but it's a star here, and I totally appreciated that it changed things up enough to feel new and different. It was known as simply Sparkster in the US and Europe. Also in October of 1994, Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters dropped for the Sega Genesis. This was a sequel to the original Lethal Enforcers and was again a port of an arcade game that featured heavy use of 2D digitized graphics. And again, those graphics are dithered to the point of eye pain. Good lord, will you just be shocked at how bad this game looks. It's set in the Old West this time, and instead of car chases and machine guns, you get wagons, arrows, and cannons slung at you. Unlike the original, this was sold without the gun in most regions, meaning that if you didn't buy the first, you were kinda SOL. It did not work with other light guns, meaning that again, 2 players with 2 guns were lost to most owners. There is a Sega CD version of this game as well, and again it has much better sound and music over the cartridge version. Despite all of that, it remains a fun shooter if you can get over the awful visuals and unrealistic 2-player requirements. Konami scooped up the Animaniacs license and released a Genesis version of it in November of 1994. This platformer has puzzle elements that's similar to games like The Lost Vikings. You control the 3 main cast members from the show, each with their own abilities. You must use these abilities to get past obstacles and enemies across different movie sets in Warner Bros. Studio. Like most of the games Konami did on the Genesis, the visuals and sound here are solid and well done. Everything on screen is animated impressively, and it's all colorful and well detailed. The music is again well above the normal dreck you heard from other third parties and captures the feel of the show perfectly. This was another one Konami skipped in Japan, though it was ported to the Game Boy a few years later. The very last game released for the platform hit the Mega Drive in late 1996, International Superstar Soccer Deluxe. This 8-player soccer game would not see a US or Japanese release, and I wouldn't play it until many years after the fact. I must say, however, this is one kick-ass game of football. Large, well-animated sprites adorn a great-looking field that is loaded with touches like cameramen in a jumbotron. The fantastic presentation just blew me away, and I realized why once I saw Konami had outsourced this to skilled developer Factor 5 of Turrican fame. Those guys knew what the heck they were doing, and this late-life sports title was definitely worth picking up even then. It made its way to Brazil in late 1997 as well. Konami also published Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing in 1993 for the European territory. It was originally a property of GameTech and Gremlin Software, but Konami picked it up exclusively for release in the UK, France, and Denmark. It's not a bad take on the sport, but it's kinda tame with little trackside detail and tracks that all look the same. There are much better racing games on the Genesis, though I can't say I hated it. This was never released in Japan. In late 1990, Sega picked up the license to port the arcade game Dynamite Duke to the Sega Genesis. It was a third-person on-rail shooter that was kinda similar to games like Operation Wolf, but you could see your on-screen character. You pretty much went in Rambo style, a one-man army set against countless enemy soldiers, vehicles, and boss battles. You also had an up-close melee attack should you need it. It was a simple game with average graphics, but I still really enjoyed the setup. The gameplay was fast, and you had a dodge move that got you out of danger fairly easily. Gaming magazines really let this one have it in the reviews, but I found it much more than just some simple shooter with poor mechanics. Like Buster Douglas Boxing, it had that arcade quality because of the large sprites and the flashy presentation that elevated it well above the stuff you were used to seeing at home. Of course it was short and you could beat the entire thing in 20 minutes, but I still put some serious time into it. Arcade games still held some serious sway with me at that point, and Dynamite Duke filled that void quite nicely.
Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin was a Sega-developed 1991 release for the Genesis that I thought was just okay. That dastardly Kingpin is gonna blow up the city, and you have just 24 hours to collect the keys to stop him. The gameplay is a strict action platformer, but of course being everyone's favorite web crawler, you can also attach yourself to walls and ceilings. This gives you the added advantage of avoiding enemies you normally couldn't. When you finally do face down an enemy, you can punch, kick, and use your webbing. Be mindful of your webbing gauge because you get a limited supply. It uses a cool mechanic of taking pictures that you can use to buy more webbing, and returning home to rest to heal. Many of Spider-Man's popular adversaries make an appearance, everyone from Dr. Octopus, to the Sandman, to even Venom himself. Stages range from the city streets, warehouses, sewers, and Central Park. You can thank this game for Sega's eventual relationship with Marvel, because it sold very well for the platform. A Sega CD edition would follow it up, adding a less linear structure and enhanced story cinematics. Spider-Man showed up again in 1993 with acclaimed Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. It was developed by Software Creations and has the supervillain Arcade capturing the X-Men and forcing them to fight their way out of his amusement park of death. You must use Spider-Man, Wolverine, Gambit, Storm, and Cyclops and overcome each of their specific challenges. It's not just the amusement park that's a danger either. You also have to contend with the likes of Juggernaut and Carnage. It's not a great looking game, coming off as more of something you would have seen on the Master System rather than the Genesis, and the sound wasn't all that impressive either. The stage design is haphazard and sometimes it's not immediately clear where you can and can't go. While average, the gameplay is far from broken, so I would advise those of you that enjoy the characters to have a look at it. It's one of those games you can't help but to feel it could have been so much better if it had just a bit more development time. Also in 1993 came the Sega-published X-Men, a game that was developed for them by Western Technologies, the company behind the Joe Montana 92 and 93 titles. In this one, Magneto has found a way to infect the Danger Room with a malicious virus that turns it against the X-Men. As Gambit, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, and Cyclops, you must make your way through everything the Danger Room throws at you until you figure out what you need to do to bring it under control. You get to choose which member of the team you control, and there are a few others that show up in a supporting role like Storm, Rogue, Archangel, Iceman, and Jean Grey. I thought this one had a ton of potential, but the gameplay was a bit shallow. The difficulty is sky high, and it sounded a bit rough at times. The overall package is not a bad game though, it just wasn't up to the normal standards set by a game released by Sega. Where this one gets a significant boost in appeal is the 2-player co-op. It elevates the experience, and if you have someone to play with, that's the route you want to take. 1994 would be a huge year for Marvel releases, and we start with Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. This single-player beat-em-up was an acclaimed release that I just couldn't get behind. It was so repetitive and had none of the things the better entries in the genre had to break it up. The sound, graphics, and animations are all okay, but nothing special, and the massive amount of stages means you'll get tired of it about halfway through. It has a number of cameos from other Marvel heroes like Captain America, but these are fleeting and have no long-term effect on the appeal. The largest head-scratcher has to be the one-player only story. How hard would it have been for one of those cameos to be a permanent partner for Spidey or Venom? It would have taken this one up a notch and made it far more palatable. As it is, it's a serviceable beat-em-up that gets old really fast. It needed more moves, grapples, and special attacks to even come close to the standard set by games like Streets of Rage. Of note, some versions of this game came on a special red cartridge. US Gold and Probe was responsible for 1994's The Incredible Hulk. I really love the animation, the layered backgrounds, the speed, and some of your moves, but it's second fiddle to the difficult gameplay. When you first play it, you will be absolutely smothered with enemies that take entirely too many hits to defeat and their unrelenting weapon fire. It's gonna pound casuals into the ground quickly. Fortunately, there is a decent game hidden under that once you find the power-ups, learn the enemy placement, and take better advantage of the gameplay speed. It's that speed that must be mastered so you can get to the enemies before they have a chance to tee off on you. Should you have the patience to endure a few dozen deaths to get there, I really do think there is enough here to really get behind. Hulk has a number of cool power moves and grapples, and there's even some hidden areas that must be navigated by your much weaker form Bruce Banner. My best advice here is to move fast on your enemies and make sure you find the continue coins hidden around the stages, because you're gonna need them. Acclaim was back with another Marvel game in 1994, this time the Wolverine-focused Adamantium Rage. This delves into the deeper story of where Wolverine came from and who was responsible. It has a number of references, locations, and enemies from past comic books, and fans should absolutely love it for that. Sadly, the slow animations, damage sponge enemies, and sluggish gameplay really make this one a headache at times. It isn't unplayable, and there is some fun to be had once you learn the stage layouts, but you can't help but feel this was just a few steps away from being a much better game. Had Wolverine's animation been faster for his movements and attacks, this could have gone from average to something worth talking about. For those of you interested in the Super Nintendo version, that has a very different layout and feel, plus it's far more difficult, making the Genesis edition the preferred version in my opinion. I also thought it looked pretty good on the old Genesis. Acclaim kept the Marvel ball rolling with 1995's Spider-Man, also known as Spider-Man the Animated Series. Like the previous Wolverine title, this was also released on the Super Nintendo, and it has a number of differences here. The sound and visuals are a notch weaker, and the stages have layout and design differences. But the big issue with every version of this game is that it plays like absolute dog shit. It's a herky-jerky mess that lacks any smoothness or finesse to any of its moves. It also only uses a 3-button interface for a game clearly designed for more buttons. There are multiple functions per button, and it's incredibly easy to do something you didn't mean to do or miss an action entirely. Add that to the rather mundane objectives, damaged sponge enemies, and terrible music, and this is an adventure only for die-hard Spidey fans. Acclaim gets some points for developing different versions of these games for the two 16-bit platforms, but when they both have this many issues, it makes them quite the acquired taste. I'd also like to take a moment and bring up the opening vocals and music to this turd. It is quite possibly the most offensive oral example to have come out of this hardware. 1995 gave us perhaps the best Marvel-related Sega game yet in X-Men 2 Clone Wars. It was developed for Sega by Head Games, makers of previous titles like Pink Goes to Hollywood and Taz and Escape from Mars. It has one of the best openings in any game ever, throwing you into the Siberian tundra with a random X-Men character and no story or reasoning for your adventure. You'll eventually get to play as Wolverine, Cyclops, Gambit, Nightcrawler, Beast, Psylocke, and even Magneto. This loosely follows the comic arc of the Phalanx, an alien organism that infects and controls all life it comes in contact with. It can even clone mutant abilities. There aren't but 6 different stages in this one, but each stage has sub-levels and multiple bosses to face. These stages are fun and designed well to take advantage of your X-Men abilities. It still has a rather brutal difficulty, however. Be prepared to die a lot as you learn the stage layouts, but fans of the property should find that easy to do since each of the playable characters have their own powers to exploit. When it comes to Marvel releases on the Genesis, this one is in a class all its own. Acclaim wasn't done with its Marvel licenses, and they had one more in them with 1995's Venom and Spider-Man Separation Anxiety, a direct sequel to 1994's Maximum Carnage. This doesn't stray too far from its predecessor, this time including the 2-player mode the original sorely needed. That alone should make this one a better game, but once you add in all the weaknesses of the previous title, and an absolutely broken difficulty level, this game is far, far worse. No kidding. Getting through this with no continues is crazy, and some of these boss fights are just plain insane. Only the most dedicated will find their way forward without any cheat codes. The first game's repetition is back and just as overbearing, again pitting you against the same enemies for far too many stages. Still, with a friend this can be tolerable as you both sit back and laugh your way through the countless ass whoopings you'll receive. Break out a beer and don't take it seriously, and it's worth a night's entertainment.
I was actually a fan of the Batman Forever movie, so when I read that Acclaim was making a beat-em-up with digitized graphics and giving it Mortal Kombat style gameplay, I was all in. But man, did things go horribly wrong in the process. It was developed by Probe Entertainment and released in September of 1995, with full Sega 6-button controller support on a very decent-sized 24 megabit cart. Despite the setup for a great game, it all falls to pieces the moment you take control. While Batman has numerous attacks, none of them feel good when actually trying to use them against the enemies. Nothing connects with any real force. Jump kicks feel weak and ineffective. Getting caught between 2 enemies and getting batted back and forth only adds to the frustration. There's also a pile of platforming to do, and it's the kind that has you falling back down to the lower levels only to try again with the same result. The visuals are piss poor too, the kind of dithered low-color trash that defined a number of the late 16-bit titles. Acclaim wasn't known for a super high quality stable of games, but this was beneath even their usual dreck. A beat 'em up with Mortal Kombat gameplay sounds great for a Batman game, but this one swung for the fences and came away with nothing but strikeouts. Video games were no stranger to weird licenses that made no sense at all. In August of 1993, the Genesis got Wayne's World, a platform-heavy run-and-gun based on the Saturday Night Live skit and movie starring Mike Myers and Dana Carvey. Being just 18 at the time, I of course loved the source material and figured the game deserved a look. Good night, was I wrong. Right from the opening, you are treated with some heinously ugly storyboards trying to give you the feel of their public access show. This leads straight into jumping around terribly designed stages and constantly being bombarded with ear-grating voice samples and sound effects. They repeat over and over to the point of nausea. THQ knew it was so bad they only bothered releasing it in the United States. I actually set out to capture this one long enough to show you a few different levels, but I just couldn't take more than a few minutes of it before I had to cut it off. Rarely has a game so completely overwhelmed me so quickly to give up on it. An effect that is still as potent today as it was 27 years ago. Sega was still developing Genesis titles well into the life of the Saturn, and Experts was one of those releases in June of 1996. It was meant to be a spin-off of Eternal Champions, but you wouldn't know it outside of being told that today. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up with adventure and strategy elements. You have full control over a 3-person counter-terrorist team and can switch between them at any point. You must infiltrate the base, use each one's skills and weapons to navigate various obstacles and enemies, and save the day. The back of the box makes it all sound so cool, even trumping up claims you can have different effects on the game world depending on your decisions. Problem is, the game plays like complete dog shit and you'll see precious little of these interesting bits because you'll be fumbling around with the atrocious gameplay. I don't really need to say much more in detail. I mean, just look at the screen and you can tell it doesn't play well. Making things worse is the fact that the entire base you have to explore all looks the same, so it's really easy to get lost and you have to face the bad guys again and again, trapped in a rotation of tedium that quickly destroys your will to play it. I admire the attempt at huge pre-rendered characters, but man did Sega miss the mark here by a mile. Sometimes a bad game is made worse by technical shortcomings, and that definitely describes 1993's Awesome Possum here. Developed by Tengen and meant to be a clear ripoff of Sonic, you star as an eco-friendly possum who sets out to clean up the environment and educate you at the same time. The problem starts at the fundamental core of the engine itself. It's choppy, and I mean the kind of choppy that utterly ruins 2D gameplay. It feels as if the software is struggling to run frame to frame, and is on the verge of a complete lockup at any second. To make matters worse, the momentum feels completely unnatural. Whereas Sonic needed some speed to get up higher slopes, you easily move across every type of terrain here so fast, you wind up running into enemies constantly. This becomes incredibly tiresome in the later stages where it becomes a chore to avoid anything thanks to enemies, traps, and pit deaths everywhere. This game is so bad it makes other wannabe Sonic clones like Bubsy seem like masterpieces. The excellent voice samples are the lone redeeming feature of this otherwise terrible experience. It was never released in PAL territories. Man, did I love all 3 of the Back to the Future films. The adventures of Doc Brown and Marty McFly were well worthy of a game of its own, but the 1991 Genesis release failed in every conceivable way. You have probably heard about this game's difficulty, and it's true it's pretty hard, but it's actually the poor stage design and even worse gameplay that makes it that way. You get no chance to become familiar with anything in the game before one-hit deaths begin to assault you. You'll restart numerous times before you actually get used to this garbage enough to get anywhere. Once you do, it only brings more pain. Some stages have things that can kill you and you have no clue why until you die so many times you finally see what it is that's killing you. The graphics are also unusually dark, and that's saying something for a Genesis game. The thing is, it's actually a really short game, making you realize that the absurd difficulty and the design that enables it was meant to artificially extend your playtime. In other words, the developers knew they had a really short, really shitty game, so they cranked up the cheap deaths to make you feel like you got your money's worth. This was developed by Probe Software and published by Arena Entertainment. two companies intricately tied to acclaim. Double Dragon has a long and storied history of being really decent 8-bit home titles, but man did things go south when the series made its way to the Genesis. Every one of them sucked, but Double Dragon 3 here takes the crown of King of Sucking. It was released in 1993 by Flying Edge, or what was basically Acclaim. This was a port of the arcade original with a bunch of stuff missing or just outright broken. The most egregious of these is the truly punishing gameplay. There are so many things wrong with it, it's difficult to pick a starting point. The hitboxes are all wrong, there's no stun animation for the bad guys, the damage inflicted on you is unreal, and every enemy attack reaches further and is more potent than your own. Weapons are utterly useless, the shop system provides no help at all, and the only time you can actually do any damage is when your invincible frames are flashing after you've gotten knocked down. That means in order to actually kill anything, you have to take damage yourself. I had disliked Double Dragon 1 and 2 on the Genesis for various reasons, but good God is this one so much worse. It really is a shame too because they got the sound and graphics quite respectable. On a platform of beat-em-ups as strong as the Streets of Rage series, this kind of second-rate, unsatisfying, and abysmal effort simply had no place. This was Acclaim trying to capitalize on Sega's success in the West by flooding the market with so much garbage, they figured they'd sell some of it just because it existed. It's no wonder they're no longer around. Sword of Sodan is an infamous 1990 release for the Genesis that kinda reminds you of a golden axe with much bigger sprites and lots of blood. I bet you ask yourself, are people too harsh on this game? Can a little bit of time and effort make it better? Absolutely not. Any of the time you spend in this game is akin to being kicked in the nuts and then asking for another kick immediately after. Utterly shite gameplay from the moment the game starts moving. Every animation looks so unnatural, like it's being played with mannequins, and the stage design is just of the worst type. Sometimes you get stuck having to deal with enemies and stage traps together, a brutal and off-putting combination that sees spikes constantly harming you, but going right through the bad guys with no trouble. Want to turn around and defend your flank from enemies behind you? You need a button to do it. Imagine for a moment if you needed a button to turn around in Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, or Shadow Dancer. Who in the hell thought that was a good idea? The final topping on this disaster is that your attacks go right through half the enemies with no damage registering at all. You can swing for the fences on some of these guys and never make contact, despite your weapon clearly touching them. It has a potion system in place to make you stronger and give you various power-ups, but who cares about this kind of depth when a game is so fundamentally broken on every other level? I mean, this blight of a game doesn't even have music to play to. EA released some bad games on the Genesis, but stuff like this made you wonder how the same company could also been responsible for games like Road Rash. Man, did I love me some Terminator 2 when I was a kid. I remember sitting in the theater with my buddies watching it and loving it so much we went right back to watch it again. So when a game was coming out based on this incredible action flick, it had to be good, right? Nope. Flying Edge and Acclaim strike again. Released in late 1993, this side-scrolling action title sounds like it got everything right on paper. You control the Schwarzenegger, have access to both melee attacks and firearms, and must do battle with the T-1000. But everything goes into the toilet right away. Your melee attacks are weak and ineffective. Why is a Terminator having to hit guys 3 times to take them down? I mean, the creators surely watched the movie, right? Where in that opening scene did it appear that the T-800 had any trouble handling those bikers? Okay, I found John Connor's address, what do I do now? Find the future devices? What the heck is a future device? This is the part where you get to wander around stages looking for little boxes that contain some inexplicable item that has no bearing on the story whatsoever. It's simply a collectible put there to extend gameplay. While you search for these, enemies keep spawning everywhere, which means you are constantly taking damage in a game that gives you one single life. There's also an overhead drivable map where you have to find the next target. These play terrible and it's possible to get stuck and unable to move, forcing you to wait until other cars crash into you and free you. It doesn't matter because you won't get very far before you grow sick of killing the same cops, bikers, and that damn T-1000 for the millionth time. That's right, man, those bikers back at the bar were so pissed,
They followed you to the other stages. The gameplay here is poor but functional. It's actually the stage design and setup that completely collapses the fun factor. Searching areas for items that don't matter while being absolutely flooded with enemies that keep reappearing will send you straight for the power button after only a few levels. Of all the games we have looked at in this episode, Dark Castle holds a special place in my heart of absolute hatred. Few times have I played a game this bad. The visuals are poor, the sound is irritating beyond belief, and the gameplay truly stands apart as its own special layer in hell. Released in 1991, this is sort of a platformer mixed with adventure elements. You must find your way through various stages that consist mainly of jumping to platforms and climbing ropes while enemies try and stop you. The gameplay is a complete hindrance here, however. Just throwing rocks to defend yourself is a chore, and there are actually areas in the floor you can trip on and fall. That's correct, trip and fall in a platformer. Enemies are way faster than you can't fall more than a few inches without dying, and the hit detection is way outside your sprite. But the developers weren't content with just making the game difficult and unfun to play. They also had to add what are some of the most annoying and rage-inducing sound effects I've ever heard in a video game. While you are on that 556th death, nothing beats enemies taunting you with ear-piercing voiceovers. EA was responsible for releasing this, another early game of dubious quality they picked up from the computer market. Had Electronic Arts stayed on this path, they would have ended up like Acclaim and THQ, almost certainly. Finding a Genesis title worse than this one is no easy task. Growing up in the 90s, I of course knew about Captain Planet and the Planeteers. It was an animated show about a group of kids that could use their powers to stop evildoers from destroying the Earth. When things got too tough, they could call Captain Planet to do the heavy lifting. Unfortunately, in this piss-poor Mega Drive effort released in 1993, you were stuck as the kids for 80% of the game. At the start, you get the choice of which kid to play as, each with various tasks to complete their levels. Some of them simply need to destroy certain machines to move on, others have to search for things like valves to shut off. There is a boss fight at the end of each stage, and once you get to the 5th and final level, you play as Captain Planet himself. Unfortunately, I have never seen the dude because playing this shitfest of a game grows tiresome quickly. The gameplay is functional enough, but the level design is just awful. A few stages are so short and simple they're over in minutes, while others are massive, sprawling areas that you easily get lost in. The graphics all look the same too, so landmarks to guide you are few and far between. Hit detection is poor, and the jumping mechanic has a funky delay to it that feels imprecise. Then there are the ear-shattering sound effects. Holy hell, man. You think you know bad gym sound? Think again. The sound effects here will have you reaching for the volume control in mere seconds. The game has a few difficulty settings that range from making it really hard to making it a cakewalk, so little kids may find some appeal here. It was done by Nova Logic for Sega, the same company that did the truly abysmal Blackfire on the Sega Saturn. This was not officially released in the US. One of the most peculiar licenses on the Genesis was 1994's The Incredible Crash Dummies. Flying Edge published it, who of course is just Acclaim, and it of course turned out to be as bad as you expected. Grey Matter developed it, the team behind Wayne's World on the Genesis and The Crow City of Angels on the Saturn. I mean, I could stop right there and not say another word, and you should know the kind of shit stain you have on your hands. The mere concept of the gameplay here is infuriating. The developers basically said, let's take our gameplay, which isn't fun or well executed, and make it even worse by causing the player to lose body parts as you take damage. So as you run and jump through this mess, things are falling on you every few inches, enemies come out of nowhere, and the stage design is a convoluted mess. Best part was, though, is as you struggled with the floaty and slippery platforming, you also got to do it without arms and legs, taking an already sad experience and making you not want to even play it. The visuals aren't bad, but the music and sound effects suck to high heaven, so there's little here to motivate you to see more than a stage or two. There were some bad fighting games released during the booming days of Street Fighter II and its spin-offs, but few could compete with the bland and poorly executed Rise of the Robots released in 1995. It starts out promising enough, The CD-like intro looks amazing and sets the game up potentially as having some incredible animation with the 32 megabit cart size. You can let those dreams die quickly, however, because you are immediately thrust into a fighting engine that is just plain broken. No coherent combo system to speak of, hit detection seems random, and every damn move is just a sped up version from weak to strong. Best part is that as you get your ass whooped trying to learn it, a death sends you back to the title screen. That's right, newcomers, be prepared to play the first 2 or 3 guys about 10 times before you find that one move to spam the hell out of and finally see the end. Some folks like to commend the graphics, but I think those look like shit too. It lacks any sort of real artistic flair, and most of what's on screen is sterile and colorless. Acclaim could release some bad stuff, but this thing deserves a class action so every customer could see a full refund. I truly do feel for you if it was a gift for you when you were a kid. Time Killers was originally an arcade game that got a late-in-life port to the Genesis in 1996. Having heard about its dubious quality, I avoided it and stuck to my Saturn and PlayStation games. Many years later, I sat down to finally play it, and good lord were the reviews of the time accurate. This is truly a bad fighting game, perhaps even worse than Rise of the Robots by a good measure. The graphics are genuinely no better than a Master System title, and the sound is considerably worse. Gameplay amounts to little more than hopping back and forth, looking for that one move that connects 80% of the time so you can survive the otherwise horrific mechanics. I have always felt that bad games rarely live up to their mythic billing, but Time Killers definitely earns its criticism and then some. It sits among the worst on the Genesis, easily giving Slaughter Sport, Sword of Sodan, and Dark Castle a run for their money. I'm sure some of you found some delight in its blood and gore, and I'm sure the developer Black Pearl Software thought it'd be enough to sell a few copies. But relying on such an incredibly weak gimmick to sell a poorly developed piece of software almost always ends badly. This one was no exception. As someone who admired the late Robin Williams, it hurts me to add this one to the list, but Toys was just an awful game on the Genesis. Released in 1993 and based on the film of the same name, you are a toy maker out to stop your uncle from turning your products into weapons of war. Played from an overhead perspective, the entire game is basically you wandering around looking for cameras to smash. Of course, wandering around with no ability to jump or do much of anything other than use your crappy weapons, which are mostly out of your direct control, quickly grows tiresome. But it's the cluttered enemies and constant barrage of weapon fire that takes this one to new extremes of tedium. Hits come from nowhere, and many of them you can't see coming. Because your own attacks lack any real effectiveness or fun factor, you are basically running for your life in every stage. There are supposed to be side-scrolling levels later on, but I've never seen them because I grow tired of this unbelievably fast. Once you top on the bland graphics and awful gems music and sound effects, it's one you'll want to skip, even if you love the original Robin Williams performance. Sometimes a game just seems to hit all the right areas for being a must-own. When Sega published Instruments of Chaos starring young Indiana Jones in 1993, I had visions of a Castlevania-like execution with bold, beautiful graphics and a soundtrack worthy of the movies. Somebody should have been there to smack my dumbass back down to reality, because we of course got nothing of the kind. There isn't anything here to put in the plus column. The animation is funky, the gameplay is slow and unresponsive, and it sounds like someone is dropping a deuce while you're playing it. Because I love the license so, I tried to like it. I really did. This wasn't a game I simply turned off after the first level and said to hell with it. I gave it my all, but the absurdity of the gameplay wore heavy to the point of hatred. There are enemies you can shoot 100 times and not kill. There are platforms you can fall through and die. The animation is so laggy it causes attacks and jumps to come out half a second after you press the button. Replaying this here for the capture reminded me of all the reasons why I came to hate this back then. It's a poor effort start to finish, and a game I can honestly say has nothing redeeming about it. Sega publishing stuff like this was a detriment to the Genesis brand, and a reminder that Western software could be truly awful in the 90s. Not being a fan of Aerosmith, I suppose I was biased against Revolution X from the beginning. The thing is, the arcade game did have its merits. Two-player co-op gunplay with some nifty sprite scaling was enough to earn it some respect. but the Genesis version here has little of the arcade's appeal. The sound and visuals are cut back to the point of being a completely different game. Gone are the scaling environments, replaced with side-scrolling levels that repeat to the point of wanting to turn it off after 10 minutes or so. And that really is where the game falters the worst. The repetition is just unreal. Shooting the same bad guys that take too long to kill while you take mandatory damage just isn't fun. The arcade version was pay to win too, but you expect a bit more in substance from a home game. Take away the sound and visuals though, and what's left here is nothing worth playing on your laziest day. Acclaim was again involved in this mess, and it should come as no surprise to many of you. This was late 1995, and the Genesis had many better games for you to play. Some games you just want to be good because of the pedigree of the other games in the series. When RoboCop 3 showed up in 1993, it kinda reminded me of the original arcade game in the ads, so I was hoping for the best. No such luck with this one. While it remains a simple run and gun with some platforming elements, the simple graphics and horrendous enemy design really punish any chance of you enjoying it. Enemies are of the touch you and your damaged variety, and even go a step further by continuing taking life if you don't move fast enough. Most of the challenge is simply surviving the onslaught of enemies at the end of the stages. Battles that can often end as quickly as they start unless you have lightning fast fingers or a turbo controller. You'll also be terrorized by off-screen damage here repeatedly, a frustration that gets worse as the game gets harder. RoboCop can die by falling too, if you can believe it, despite him taking a dive off the OCP building in the second movie. This is just too slow, too cheap, and too ugly to do the license any real justice. If you want a proper RoboCop video game on the Genesis, fire up RoboCop vs. Terminator and have a blast. As it stands here, only the Matt Furniss soundtrack is worth a damn. Every video game has a certain level of repetition. It's unavoidable, and it's the gameplay hook and how well it's executed that tempers that repetition to enjoyable levels. But 1992's Toxic Crusaders wallows in its repetition to the point where you are just begging for the stages to finally end. It's a beat 'em up, but the tiny 4 megabit cartridge was used poorly, resulting in seeing the same enemies constantly and some pretty uninspired graphics and sound. You have a choice of a few different characters to use, but they all amount to the same end result in combat. And man, is that combat super cheap. You can be juggled for multiple hits, resulting in crazy damage. Stuff is constantly falling on you, crushing you, or flying around you, pelting you with damage. The gameplay isn't tight enough to deal with it all, and you spend most of your time running from enemies as opposed to mounting an effective offense. The Master System visuals and gem soundtrack add insult to injury, yet somehow Sega of America found it within their judgment to publish it. Some of the folks involved in this were also the ones that did Fantasia, making it no surprise at all to veterans that suffered its gameplay. When I began to explore the Mega Drive's library from other regions of the world, I was excited to find the PAL exclusive Yogi Bear cartoon capers. Many of these types of platformers had been at the very least decent experiences, and some, like Castle of Illusion, had been an outright blast. I wouldn't discover this one until well after the demise of the platform, but even then I was shocked at just how bad it was. Janky scrolling, bad hit detection, and some truly boring gameplay really hammer the fun factor here. It's a real shame too, because the graphics and animation are actually not bad at all. But that's the only positive here. Every stage is about collecting the same 3 things endlessly, with little variation other than the stage visuals. I know it's for kids, and it is easy once you get the feel for things, but this fails on every level to hold your attention. It was published by GameTech in 1994 and developed by Blue Turtle, a company I honestly know nothing about. Funnily enough, even the Sega-loving Euromags at the time crushed it in their reviews. And if you know anything about Europe, when a Sega magazine had some bad things to say, you knew to keep as far away as possible. Playing it today reaffirms my dislike for this. Your kids may enjoy it, but Yogi Bear is otherwise a huge misfire. In early 1990, Sega released Zoom, a grid-based single-screen action title that was a port of an original Amiga game. The goal here is to take your little dude and outline all the squares on the game board. Yep, that's it. You can jump, and there are items you can get for points, invincibility, and freezing your enemies in place. It puts you in mind of kicks, but here you must circle every single square. While the gameplay itself isn't awful, it gets boring pretty fast, and after a few minutes, you have seen all this has to offer. But what really made me hate this was the main character saying the same damn thing over and over. Come on, boy, come on, boy, come on, boy. I mean, he drones this out regularly, and it gets really irritating after a while. This was another 2 megabit release that was under $50, Sega's early attempt at a budget line. If it weren't for the voice sounding off "come on boy" constantly, I probably would just tell you it's a simple game and leave it at that. Unfortunately, the developers decided to hammer your ears with a repeated phrase that really grates on your nerves. Gaming magazines tended to agree with me on this one, and the reviews were not kind. It has its fans, but I am certainly not one of them. I wanted to love 1991's Technocop so much. I mean, it seemingly had everything. Driving segments, exploration, blood and guts, all the things a growing boy needed for entertainment. But somehow the folks at Razorsoft and Punk Development managed to ruin it with some awful gameplay. It starts with the driving segments. You have to press up for gas and down for your brake, an interface that was usually reserved for computer games at the time, not consoles with plenty of buttons to do both on their controllers. Then the side-scrolling shooting segments start up. It's true the enemies blow up real good, but everything around that sucks to high heaven. Your jump is awkward, there is a horrible lag in your shots, and you're at the mercy of a damn timer. You also lose half the screen to a giant computer console on your arm that really serves no purpose that a much simpler heads-up display could have done. Things just never come together for this one, and it ends up being more frustrating than anything else. I should have heeded the warnings of the game magazines, because they all pretty much trashed it in their reviews. Growing up with a father that loved muscle cars and motorcycles, I got to indulge in his hobbies quite a bit. I became fond of mini bikes and four-wheelers, so when I saw Namco's Quad Challenge in 1991, I was all for it. What I was met with was a nasty permanent screen presentation that was slow, lacking detail, and just plain disappointing. Namco's typically solid track record took a huge blow with me over this. By late 1991, the Genesis was really hitting its stride and quality releases were landing left and right. I was blindsided by this turd though. I had read some pretty positive reviews. I had wanted it to be good so bad, but didn't stop to think that maybe I should wait for a rental. Instead, I pulled the trigger and ended up with something with next to no trade-in value and a group of friends that wanted nothing to do with it. Nothing saved it either. It wasn't fun in multiplayer, and the visuals all looked the same except for a few new background tiles here and there. Namco didn't crap the bed often, but they sure did with this one. In 1992, I was privy to one of the worst games ever released on the Genesis, Renovation and Telnet Japan's Beast Wrestler. This isometric atrocity is a wrestling game in name only. It's rarely little more than a bear hug and choking simulator that controls terribly. I never feel like my on-screen counterpart is doing what I'm telling them, and getting knocked down results in being stunned for much longer than it should be. It seems the developers focused all their skill and time on making the monsters look good, and very little on making them control and play well. I wanna like it, heck I wanna love it to be honest, but there is little here to deserve your time. Lord knows I still didn't trust gaming reviews even then, but this one was universally panned and I should have listened. If you want to have some fun with some giant creatures, fire up King of the Monsters. It plays so much better. This one is gonna piss off some of you, but Toki Goin' Ape Spit is a game I can't stand. Released in 1992 and published by Sega themselves, this is inspired by the arcade game of the same name by Tad Corporation. It's a horizontal and vertically scrolling walk-in gun starring Toki, a man turned into an ape who is trying to save his woman from the evil Dr. Stark. You can get different power-ups like three-way shots, power blast, and of course things like invincibility and extra lives. There's a bunch more stages here than in the original arcade too, leading you to believe it's quite worth playing. I thought so too at first, But after a few stages, the slow gameplay and one-hit deaths really start to weigh heavy on your patience. And it isn't just because it's difficult, it's the way your deaths unfold. Because you are so incredibly slow, I never feel like you can move fast enough to avoid all the enemies and environmental dangers. You can play it to death and learn where everything is going to pop out, but that means loads of time investment in dying. A lot. You can get a shoe power-up that speeds things up a bit, but it still never feels as fast as it should be. And while the backgrounds are quite nifty, the main character is just goofy looking as hell. His animation is silly and the sprite is just unappealing in its design. I know many love it, but the slow movement combined with the one-hit deaths just turned me away forever. Reviews tended to favor it though, so I might be the odd man out on this one. You may have noticed that I'm mixing in magazine reviews in this episode. I wanted to do that to show you how sometimes their opinions were in line with yours and sometimes not. It was definitely the latter with 1992's Pro Quarterback from Trade West. A big fan of the NFL myself, I was really excited to play it after reading some fairly glowing reviews. In pictures it looked great, but my god was I blown away by this turd once I played it. This has got to be the worst running sports game on the platform. The control is absolutely destroyed thanks to the 3 frames per second visuals. No joke, just look how bad this thing runs. From there it has no official license for the teams or the league, so there is no appeal there at all. I know old sports games don't get much love in the retro community these days, but many of them still play great. This definitely ain't one of them, however. It makes Madden look like the best thing ever in comparison. Every so often I have to laugh at the game design that came out of the PAL territories in the 80s and 90s. It's often characterized by stuff falling on your head, and damn does Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics embody that style and then some. Aside from the gameplay being stiff and rather difficult, there is always something falling on you. Tom and Jerry do get some projectile weapons here and there to help out, but your enemies aren't the real danger here. I really like the visuals of this one, but the gameplay is just terrible. It's exhausting keeping up with all the stuff in the environment that can hurt you. Every jump, every movement of the screen, every step of the way reveals something coming out of nowhere, usually just off the screen, to cause you damage. This becomes a painful exercise of seeing how long you can tolerate bad game design. I didn't care for the Master System Tom and Jerry game either, but this makes that look like a masterpiece in comparison. In fact, it's another one most of the Euro Sega mags ripped apart in its release. It's not bad to look at, but its positives begin and end right there. Have you ever encountered a game that just makes no sense at all? Pac-Man 2: The New Adventures was one such game for me. Released in 1994 by Namco, I didn't know what to expect with this one. The media reviews I encountered had been fairly positive, and it looked good in pictures. And there it did not disappoint at all. Graphically, this is a really impressive title. Color, animation, detail, it all jumps off the screen as one of the more impressive games Namco developed back then. But the gameplay here is just bizarre. You don't directly control Pac-Man. Instead, you must use your slingshot to suggest actions to him. I applaud Namco for trying something new with an old franchise, but in practice, this is a ferociously irritating game to play. Pac-Man rarely listens to your input, and the gameplay often depends on you just randomly shooting things until you find what you need to move Pac-Man to the next area. Action sequences are even worse because they are basically escort missions keeping Pac-Man out of danger. This worthless bastard can't do anything on his own, and the smallest mistake leads to a death. I honestly don't know who this is for. Kids maybe? Newcomers who didn't know the previous games? For those of us that grew up with Pac-Man, it's painful to see him reduced to such a worthless prop that has to be babysat the entire way. It may look great, but it's such a chore to play I can't imagine how anyone could have enjoyed this. Super Baseball 2020 was an interesting one because it always had the best chance of doing well on the Genesis. This was released in 1993 and published by Electronic Arts, a port of the 1991 Neo Geo game 2020 Super Baseball. As you can see in the side-by-side here, the Genesis does an impressive job with the sprites and animation. The field retains the overall look of the Neo Geo original, though you can tell the color takes a hit with the much simpler heads-up display. When the outfield comes into play, you'll notice some larger differences. Most of the writing on the various zones is missing on the Genesis, and the crowd lacks the same level of animation. Sound, of course, is another area where the Genesis version sees some noticeable cuts. Gameplay seems to retain most features of the Neo original, however. Power-ups, obstacles, pitching, hitting, and fielding all feel strikingly similar, and it's easy to go from one to the other without feeling like you're missing something. I think overall this is a very impressive effort by the developer NewFX, who also handled Crew Ball for the Genesis. This is particularly impressive given the fact the Genesis release was a mere 16 megabits, only about a third of the Neo Geo's 46 megabit original. By keeping the sprite size and much of the main stadium intact, the faithful gameplay is allowed to shine in a way that makes this one of the better home ports of that time. I'll leave you now with some music examples so you can hear the differences for yourselves. The viewpoint conversion had a lot more to deal with. There were tons more sprites and animations to consider. To add to the challenge of this port, the nature of the assets also meant the color would need to be scaled back heavily. When viewed together, it's easy to see where the cuts were made to get this on the Genesis. Many of the sprites remain large and fairly well animated, but that color difference is stark and unmistakable. The Genesis also has a much harder time handling the performance of everything that's happening on the screen, resulting in some significant slowdown. The original Neo Geo version was a very difficult game, so this may seem like a positive to some, but I can't say I want to play this in slow motion either way. But for everything that it lacks, the overall quality is still impressive, considering the Neo Geo original was a whopping 74 megabits. A huge difference compared to the Genesis cart that was just 16. This was handled by American Sammy and Nexus Interact, resulting in a release only seen in the United States in late 1994. There is a fair bit of difference in the audio presentation as well, so let's listen to a few examples. I wasn't a Fatal Fury man myself, I just never felt the gameplay was anywhere near as good as Street Fighter 2, but I recognize it does have its fans, and should you own a Genesis, this is a cut-back but serviceable port. This was developed by Guybrain, Aspect, and Takara, coming home on an oddball 12 megabit cartridge in 1993. This means you get the standard cutbacks in animation, details, and sound effects. But playing these two back to back, you can't help but feel the Genesis still did a very respectable job with the source material, especially considering it was having to port down the 55 megabits of the Neo Geo original. Sadly, two of the enemy characters are completely lost with the cutbacks, but you do get to choose the rest in versus mode, something you couldn't do in the arcade. More positives include the time of day changing between the matches and the story cinematics remaining between the locations. The gameplay feels very similar between the two, so if you can get past the audio and visual changes, the gameplay should keep you happy. And speaking of sound, let's listen to a few music tracks so you can get a sense of how it's changed. As decent as the first Fatal Fury was on the Genesis, 1994's Fatal Fury 2 trumps it in pretty much every way. Now on a much larger 24 megabit cartridge, Guy, Brain, and Takara had a lot more room to do the arcade version proud. It carries over the base gameplay model that is quite a bit better than the first, and even includes a speed setting that wasn't even in the original Neo Geo release. After spending some time with them both, I have found that many of the same strategies work between the two, and most of the moves landed similar in feel. Voice work is weaker on the Genesis, and you do of course get the expected cuts and animation and background detail. Those backgrounds do retain the time of day changes and many of the more prominent set pieces, so they aren't bad looking at all. I'd argue this is a significant step up in quality over the original effort, and it includes a survival mode if you want something different to get away from the story. You won't be getting these two confused with one another, but fans of the Neo original should be happy enough to squeak out some enjoyment from the Genesis version. I again leave you with some audio so you can hear the differences and how things sound. It was Sega and SNK that teamed up to make Art of Fighting happen on the Genesis in 1994, and it's quite a bit different from the Neo edition. First, and unsurprising, the zoom feature is completely absent in the Genesis release. I was actually happy for this because I found the arcade jarring with its constant in and out movement. This effect was not as smooth as it was in other Neo Geo titles, and the Genesis port instead chooses to add parallax to the backgrounds and a line scrolling floor. These effects are not in the Neo Geo original. Since the zoom is gone on the Genesis, the developers chose to keep the sprites in a much smaller state, so a side-by-side can be stark. Content-wise, most of what was in the arcade is retained here. You still get a story mode with cinematics, and you can still play as the enemy fighters in versus mode. Gameplay feels similar, though the lack of the zooming effect definitely impacts the pacing of the two, if you're expecting it. Sadly, much of the sound presentation is altered or completely removed here. Even the Japanese and US versions of the Genesis game have a number of differences. In Japan, the AI is far less aggressive, and the US version has an additional layer of fog on Mickey stage. Overall, the Genesis didn't do a terrible job with it, I feel. You got the expected cuts and special effects and voices, but the solid color use and additional background scrolling were very well done. SNK only had 16 megabits to work with for the Sega release, quite a cutback from the 102 megabits that housed the arcade original. As for the music, let's listen and see how it turned out. Sega internally developed and published World Heroes for the Genesis in 1994. That means this is the best Neo Geo port on the platform by a mile, right? Nope, not even close. This version of the game is a port in name only, and a mere shell of the arcade original. Visually, the cuts are as you'd expect. Less color, less animation, and the standard sound effects and music differences. And if it all ended right there, this might have been somewhat palatable, but good lord did Sega completely destroy the gameplay. Now I want to be clear, I am no World Heroes fan. Even the Neo Geo original was an average fighter that was buried beneath better games. But here, Sega shat the bed and there is nothing else to say other than it's just awful. Damned awful. It feels nothing like the Neo original. You'll have just as much luck jamming the buttons as fast as you can as opposed to mounting any real strategy. And worse, the flow of the gameplay is further butchered with choppy movement that sees the fighters composed of an absurdly low amount of frames. Now I know this is only 16 megabits compared to the Neo original's 82, but if this was the best Sega could do, they should have left this port alone and did something else. This is by far the worst Neo port on the Genesis. It is irredeemably broken if you are hoping for anything resembling the original. World Heroes was always a C-tier fighter, but on the Genesis, it's easily one of the worst fighting games on the platform. You will get no music comparison following this commentary. We are done with this steaming pile of shit, and I'll waste no more time on it. The first King of the Monsters was a good time in the arcade, particularly when played with a friend. The 1993 Genesis effort was a majorly cut back release that was a mere 8 megabits, an absurdly small cart that had no hope of recreating the original 55 megabit arcade release. Here we see a massive drop in color and detail in the Sega version. The fighters are smaller and have less animation, and the sound has seen a ton of changes, particularly the speech. There are also 2 less monsters to choose from in the Genesis version, and the AI is so unfair that it's virtually game-breaking in the later stages. Grapple the CPU and you'll lose pretty much every time. The saving grace of this port is the 2-player mode, which is actually a blast and can be a great time. But that's about all this port has going for it when directly compared to the original. I do recommend the Japanese Mega Drive release if you want to own a version for your Sega platform. It is a much more fair version in the 1-player mode that can actually be beaten without resorting to spamming the same pattern over and over. Let's get a few sound examples going so you can hear the differences there as well. King of the Monsters 2 on the Genesis gets a 16 megabit cartridge and a radical redesign in all areas of the game, courtesy of Takara and a developer called B-Top. Gone are the beat-em-up elements from the arcade, with a new focus on how the first game played. It's now pretty much a one-on-one contest, and you can choose any of the monsters, something you couldn't do even in the Neo Geo version. Each monster has been given a new set of fighting game style moves that pretty much changes everything about how it feels and plays. Of course, the graphics and sound again see some major downgrades from top to bottom. The Neo Geo version was 74 megabits, so you know the deal. The stages aren't as detailed, there's far less color, everything is smaller in comparison, and the sound and music is quite a bit weaker. Frustratingly, the AI is again immensely unfair in the single-player mode and borderline unplayable when grappling. This leads to spamming long-range and projectile attacks over and over to get anywhere. That leaves us again with the 2-player mode to save the day, and with a friend, this is so much better it's not even funny. Hell, it's practically a completely different experience. I'd even say as long as you are playing this in a competitive setting, it's better than the original Neo Geo release. The ability to choose any monster, combined with the new gameplay moves, really elevates the versus mode to something that is much more enjoyable than you would have ever expected. By yourself, this is a hard pass, but if you play with friends, I highly recommend it. Oh man, here's the big one. Samurai Showdown on the Neo Geo is a 118 megabit legend, a weapon-based fighter that gave Street Fighter II stiff competition in 1993. A year later, this Genesis port landed on a 24 megabit cartridge with the hopes of being close enough to its arcade cousin to warrant your attention. And if we all just looked at video games without playing them, this port is an absolute winner. Side by side, the Genesis does a respectable job recreating the original assets. The scaling feature is of course cut out, but the zoomed in perspective gives us large, detailed sprites that are quite striking. The backgrounds, though missing almost all of the original's impressive animation, still have the major set pieces in place, capturing the feel of the environments on a level you never thought possible with just 64 on-screen colors. Of course, we all want to actually play games, and it's here where this version sees the largest disappointment. There are so many animation cuts that it actually takes away moves from the fighters. That's right, missing are some of the actual moves from the arcade original. This is bad enough, but there is also a fair amount of slowdown that creeps into the flow of the gameplay. It's constant and becomes extremely noticeable in the back-to-back play with the original. Further content cuts include the original intro being abbreviated, the fighter Earthquake being removed entirely, and most of the voice work catching the axe. The fact of the matter is that it has the looks to be considered a strong port considering the power gulf between the Genesis and the Neo Geo, but the missing moves and near constant slowdown really hammer its long-term appeal. I feel the Genesis could have done this so much better, and the developer cut things that should never be changed in a fighting game. Let's end this comparison with a few musical choices.
いざ尋常に1本目勝負旋風列座尋常に勝負
In late 1994, Real-Time Associates, maker of the Bug franchise for the Sega Saturn, did the Berenstain Bears camping adventure. I was actually looking forward to this side-scrolling platformer because I was fond of the books in my youth. Here you take control of either Brother Bear or Sister Bear as they explore various terrain on their camping trip. As you'd expect, the gameplay is super simple, point A to point B style design. You jump on enemies Super Mario style and can pick up items like rocks to knock your enemies off the screen from a distance. I really like how things are set up to not frustrate younger players. Falling into a hole simply has you brought back in a bubble to try again. There's also a ton of life replenishment around, so that dying really isn't an issue at all. But the best part is that it has two-player co-op. Both Brother and Sister Bear can play together, so this is a perfect setup for parents with more than just one kid, or if you want to join them yourself in the adventure. The visuals are quite solid overall, the color and detail comes off very faithful to the original art style, and there are plenty of variety in its areas. Unfortunately, the music doesn't fare quite so well. Employing the GEM sound driver, this is a forgettable and unimpressive list of beeps, farts, and other foreign sounds that are quite unpleasant to the ear. Overall, this is a great kids game, however. The simple setup should be easy to pick up, and the fact it's co-op is a huge positive. It was only available in the United States and Brazil, and there was also a Game Gear version of it around the same time. When I dropped Crystal's Ponytail into my Genesis, I was dreading it. This late 1994 release was done by Arttech Studios, the very same developer that gave us the awful Dark Castle a few years prior. It stars Crystal, a pony out to free your friends from an evil witch that has imprisoned them. You must search out magic crystals, keys, and horseshoes while exploring, and avoid enemies out to steal your items. This was aimed squarely at young girls with gameplay mostly centered on completing easy tasks like collecting items and some simple puzzle solving. The first thing you'll notice here is the janky scrolling. It's quite choppy. While the animation itself is impressive, it's overshadowed by just how poorly the screen moves. It also plays as if there is a delay to all your movements, making jumps and changing direction feel a tad awkward. The music and sound effects are also pretty rough. But this really isn't a bad one to sit your kids down to. The color and detail are nice, and things never become more difficult than finding things and avoiding enemies. You can customize your pony in the beginning, and there are 7 levels to explore. The box recommends ages 4 to 7, and I think that range would be perfect for something like this. The difficulty never ramps up enough to become frustrating, and it's long enough to sink hours into before your kids see the end. The issues with the scrolling and the gameplay are something that only older gamers will stress over, and I don't think it'll bother your Rugrats in the slightest. Just be sure to turn the volume down a bit before you hand them the controller. Making its way out in early 1995 was Echo Jr., developed by Novo Trade. As most of you know, the original Echo on the Genesis was not a kid's game in the slightest, and this one needed to be scaled back heavily to make sense for the Sega Club branding. Novotrade actually did an exceptional job in this regard, because this is very friendly for your youngsters. The confusing and difficult puzzles from before have been replaced by simple tasks like finding certain sea creatures, crystals, rings, and exploring your environment. The need for oxygen has also been removed to allow your kid to explore without the stress of drowning. There are 3 playable characters that include Echo, Terra the Orca, and Kidney the baby dolphin. The cool thing about this one is that while the objectives have been simplified greatly, it still has that great feeling of swimming and jumping out of the water. So while you're searching for whatever your current mission has you after, you can still play around just like you did as a kid all those years ago. That makes this one a perfect game to play with your youngsters because when you have to help them, it's still fun for you. Visually, it's very similar to the other games in the series, and the Gem soundtrack is not bad at all. This is definitely one of the better games under the Sega Club label, and I think it will appeal to parents as well. It's easy to pick up and play, looks and sounds good, and has the instant appeal of the great cast of characters. Math Blaster Episode 1 stands unique amidst this lot of games because it's centered around education. While they all have edutainment-like values, this one doesn't do a very good job of hiding the fact that you are basically doing homework on your Sega Genesis. Developed in 1994 by Spidersoft and Adrenaline Entertainment, the story here has our hero Blasternaut saving his pal Spot from the evil trash alien. This is divided up into a handful of sections with differing gameplay. The first section is a first-person shooter where you must blast the proper number floating around that matches the on-screen math problem. After filling the gauge, you'll enter a bonus stage where you can get extra score by shooting asteroids. The second game is called Platform Chase, where you must navigate a vertical mine shaft that has various openings with a series of problems next to it. The idea is that you must have a number that falls in between the 2 answers. To achieve this, there are droplets of water that carry positive and negative numbers to get you where you need. Enemies get in the way, and should you make a mistake, you get shocked and fall back down a level. The final battle stage is a spaceship that is attacking you, and you must fly your way into the correct answer while avoiding enemy fire and space trash. Overall, for a raw learning experience, it isn't bad, but the Master System level visuals and forgettable sound don't really add much to the appeal. I also feel this was a missed opportunity for multiplayer. I mean, the shooting segments could have easily supported 2 crosshairs, the platforming section could have had a second player helping control the numbers, and the third stage could have easily added someone to help you shoot the space trash. But this is raw edutainment, and you know what you and your kids are in for. It was only released in the United States. 1994 also saw Novotrade develop Richard Scarry's Busy Town, based on the TV show The Busy World of Richard Scarry. This one is aimed at very young children, with a recommended age group of 3 to 5 years of age. That translates into a very simple collage of matching puzzles and easy to follow interactions with the inhabitants of Busy Town. You can serve food, build houses and boats, and learn about how things work inside each of them. A hub world connects you to the various things you can do and is easy to navigate. There is a ton of voice work in this too. Each area is usually narrated to the point where every item has a description and every action is explained. This should really help keep your youngsters focused on what they have to do. This digitized speech is also surprisingly clear to have so much of it. This also supports the Mega Mouse, which does make it easier to navigate and play. One thing about video games is that it typically takes a certain amount of hand-eye coordination to play them. Even the stuff aimed at kids typically needs a certain level of skill to get anywhere. But this is perhaps the greatest appeal of Richard Scarry's Busy Town. This was created for children a bit too young for the likes of true action titles where deaths may send them away unfulfilled. You can sit and play this with them at their pace with no real threat of dying or having to redo sections. It's essentially an activity book in video game form and could be a great gateway to bigger video game adventures in the future. You gotta start your kids somewhere, and this is easy enough for even the greenest newcomer to enjoy. If you were a kid in the mid-1990s, chances are you remember the Magic School Bus, either as the PBS TV show or the books that directly inspired it.
In 1995, Novotrade helmed another Sega Club release based on that content. The Magic School Bus space exploration game uses our solar system as a basis for mini-games that allow you to take pictures, explore planets, take on puzzles, and even fly the Magic School Bus itself. With a target age of 6 years, I think this is a great introduction to action games in general. The first-person bus stages are good for target practice, while the side-scrolling levels represent gaming 101 for that generation. All this is wrapped up in little learning tidbits like the names of moons and interesting facts about gravity, atmosphere, and orbital time periods. I think if you have a little one that is interested in space, this is a fantastic introduction to video games that has just enough educational value to push it past a simple waste of time. I must confess I was not very impressed with the sound and visuals here, however. Even for a kids game, the animation and color use are well below other games in the Sega Club lineup. The GEMS-powered music isn't bad, but the sound effects are too loud and obnoxious and really hurts the laid-back feeling of this journey. I think this one still has a lot to offer, but keep the volume low and you'll enjoy it a whole lot more. 1994's Sesame Street Counting Cafe had the unique distinction of being the only Sega Club release handled by Electronic Arts under their short-lived EA Kids label. This was developed by Riedel Software Productions and uses Sesame Street characters to teach your kids basic problem solving. Using a cafe setting with Grover as the waiter, you'll have customers coming in for various meals where you must then complete the order properly. As you get deeper in, other Sesame Street characters will join in, both to hinder and help you. This is another one that uses a lot of digitized speech to help guide you. Every food order is given and served with a fully spoken transition. As you gain stars for each correct order, a monkey will sometimes come out and steal one, leading to a bonus chase to get it back. Recommended ages for this is 3 to 6, and the gameplay is about right for that. Nothing here is difficult, and it shouldn't take long for your kids to understand what they need to do. The mechanics should also help them develop the skills they need to navigate an on-screen character effectively. The visuals aren't anything special, but everything looks like it should, and it's colorful enough. The sound and music are well done, with Don Vecca of Road Rash 3 fame handling the tunes. The digitized speech is clear and easy to follow, and again, surprisingly robust to have so much of it. Older kids won't care a lick for this, but if you have a youngin' in the recommended age range, this could be a great way to introduce them to the awesome world of video gaming. Wacky Worlds, originally released in late 1994, was meant to be the pack-in for the special edition Sega Club Genesis hardware, but instead made its way out alone. It was developed by Head Games and New Romantic Productions, the same combination that would create X-Men 2 Clone Wars the following year. It came packaged with a Mega Mouse because this is less a game and more a visual toy. A hub world connects 6 areas in which you can essentially create your own scene. You can move around items, change their colors, and add in things to really alter what's happening. You can even change the music. But for all it has going for it in regards to customization and features, it just lacks any long-term play value. The base appeal of the different worlds is somewhat limited, and you really need to put in some serious time to change them enough to get them interesting. Some familiar Sega characters help with that, but even then, I've found so little here to hold my attention beyond doing it again and again for each planet. I don't know how much this one has in the tank for long-term play value. You move things around, change some colors, animate a few stickers, and tinker with the music, and you're pretty much done. I think its initial design as a pack-in was probably sound, but as standalone, full-priced software, this was not one of Sega Club's best options.
Given the immense popularity of their X68000 version of Thunder Force 2, it only made sense for a port of it to be their very first game for Sega's platform in 1989. Combining overhead and side-scrolling shooting levels, this game was always hard as sin to me. I've never legitimately beaten it despite countless attempts. The overhead sections were the bane of my existence in 1989, driving me nearly to the point of smashing the system with a hammer. For a 4 megabit cart though, you gotta respect the audio and visual presentation here. While it doesn't quite live up to the X68000 version, it still does a great job bringing that game to a much cheaper and readily available platform. There are a total of 9 stages, 5 overhead and 4 side-scrolling.
This is perhaps the game's greatest flaw and why it isn't considered as well done as the sequels. The 8-direction overhead areas are fast, tough, and you can spit out your entire stock of lives in seconds. It's easy to get lost and the play area is constantly swarming with enemies and weapon fire. Unless you're a shoot-'em-up fanatic, this will likely take its toll on you pretty quickly. It's still a classic, don't get me wrong, but boy does it have a way of crushing your soul and sending you to bed feeling like a child again. Luckily it's cheap by today's standards, no matter the region you're interested in. Technosoft's next title was the 1989 real-time strategy game, Herzog 2. This game terrified me as an early Genesis owner. I had no clue how to play it and it only took a few seconds for me to become confused and frustrated with it. I had thought it was an overhead shooter like Thunder Force 2, but it's nothing of the sort. Basically, it's a one-on-one battle to the death against the computer AI or a second player. Each stage is set up with you and your opponent having a main base and a series of smaller secondary bases. Capturing these smaller bases increases your gold production, which in turn allows you to build more units. These units range in class and function. Terrain is also an issue as well and can really make things tough. The main unit you control is a transformer capable of both air and ground combat. You deploy your other units with it or you use it as a direct combat vehicle. Once you are in the position to press the attack, destroying the main base of your opponent ends the game. Learning to play this one is all dependent on adjusting to the frantic and constantly demanding pace of the action. It never lets up, there's always something to tend to, and there's rarely a spare moment to enjoy the small victories you'll have. This is one where you'll definitely need to read the instruction manual, but once you grasp what you need to do to be a success, there is actually a hell of a fun game here. If it intimidates you, fire it up in the 2-player mode and mess around with the movement and commands a bit. Put in a little time to learn it, and you'll get back a solid and unforgettable console strategy game. Things really started to heat up for Technosoft in 1990. They released the classic Thunder Force 3 that year, a prolific horizontal shoot-'em-up that really showed off the hardware. Lots of parallax scrolling, large sprites, and a great power-up system really stood out at the time, and it even has a killer soundtrack to bring the package all together. The story was a direct sequel to the previous game, but you don't need to have played it to care about what's going on here. It's one of the first shooters I played that allowed you to pick your starting stage. You can pick any of the first 5 levels, with an additional 3 after that you have no control over. While I had trouble with Thunder Force 2, I loved Part 3 top to bottom. I much preferred the switch to just side-scrolling gameplay, and found the sound and visuals far more appealing. If I had to come down on it for a shortcoming, it'd be the voices, which are scratchy and quite muffled. Everything else is so good though, you mostly won't care. I still find myself blown away by the fact that this came on a 4 megabit cartridge, the same as Part 2, yet it's such a step up in every way. Technosoft clearly was becoming more familiar and efficient at Genesis development, and this was their finest game at that point. In late 1990, Technosoft also released Elemental Master, a vertically scrolling shooter with a fantasy theme. It was quite the departure from their previous efforts on Sega's hardware. The screen is constantly moving up and you have to keep up with it. Getting left behind will likely result in you being crushed. You get to shoot your various magical attacks either in front of or behind you, and of course you have a typical boss battle to deal with. This one remained a Japanese exclusive for years, until Renovation brought it to the United States in 1993. Like Thunder Force 3, you can choose the initial stages you start out on, with the final 3 being in the same order no matter what. It's a decent looking and sounding game, but after Thunder Force 3, it definitely left a bit to be desired. If you go in expecting the same level of polish, you'll be disappointed, but take this one on its own merits, and there is much here to enjoy. It can be quite challenging too. You only have a single life. Lose it, and you'll need to start the stage all over again. This one was never officially released in Europe. Some of you may be familiar with the TurboGrafx pinball game Devil's Crush. It was quite popular in its day and was developed by the venerable Compile. Technosoft acquired the license to the property in late 1991 and released it for the Mega Drive in Japan, changing its name to Devil's Crash MD. Tengen would bring it out in the United States and Europe the following year under the Dragon's Fury branding. It was quite a unique take on digital pinball. It uses a fantasy setting with enemies on the table you must contend with. and even has boss encounters. There are multiple bonus areas to play in, and I really appreciated the sound and visuals. On a side note, this version received a sequel in 1993 that was called Dragon's Revenge, but it was not based on any of the works from the previous games. Tengen developed it themselves and released it in every major territory. Technosoft's final game for Sega 16-bit Mega Drive came in 1992 and was the fourth entry into the much-loved Thunder Force series. It would be published later that year in the US and Europe by Sega themselves, with the former seeing a name change to Lightning Force Quest for the Dark Star. This would be Technosoft's first and only 8 megabit cartridge for the platform, with everything else before it being 4 megabits. And man, did they freaking use that extra space like a champ. The visuals here are nothing short of spectacular. I'd even argue it trumps many early Neo Geo games in sheer spectacle, with killer effects like parallax and line scrolling. The look and feel of 3D space in this one is incredible for a 2D game. Those backgrounds look like they go on forever, and I showed it off to everyone that would listen to me as a kid. And speaking of, it's got a great soundtrack to accompany those great graphics. I'd even say it might be some of Technosoft's best work on the Genesis. As with some of their other games, you get to pick the order of some of the stages, with the final half of the game being linear. You can switch your weapons on the fly, and it of course features some major boss battles for you to contend with. It's one of the finest shooters on the Genesis and a tour de force of sound, visuals, and gameplay that few other platforms had an answer for. It always made me wonder that if Technosoft could have accomplished this on the Genesis with just 8 megabits, what could they have done with 32? We'll never know, but this game sure was a killer app for Sega fans. Growing up, I was a dedicated fan of DC Comics. I adored the many adventures of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. So when Justice League Task Force released in early 1995, I was definitely going to give it a try. But man, I wish I really hadn't. This acclaimed published abomination was just awful. The thing is, it shouldn't have been. The Street Fighter inspired control theme combined with superheroes should have been a match made in heaven, but it turned out to be nothing but a shallow and depressing experience with bad graphics and terrible gameplay. The animation is poor for its 24 megabits of storage, the moves list is limited, and it just doesn't flow very well for a post-Street Fighter II release. I appreciate those of you that enjoyed the comic series, but this turd does no justice to it at all. In late 1995, Sony scored a hell of a deal to bring Mortal Kombat 3 home to the PlayStation as a 32-bit timed exclusive. That deal didn't include the previous console generation, however, which meant the Sega Genesis got it around the same time. And wow, did the developer Sculptured Software do one hell of a great job. Coming in at a whopping 32 megabits, it has a respectable amount of the animation, sound effects, and content of the arcade original. In fact, so well done was this port, I rated higher than the previous two games by a good measure. They really nailed the gameplay too. I mean, this is Mortal Kombat 3. Yes, the color takes a hit, and it doesn't sound as good, but this is still one hell of a great playing experience. I used to play it on my Sega Nomad often back then, and on that little screen, it felt like the arcade in the palm of my hand. After seeing this, you can't help but to get the impression that the first two games could have been done a lot better on the Genesis, proving that the team that does the work can be just as important as the hardware itself. I briefly met Shaquille O'Neal in real life once. He seemed a cool dude, so I feel kinda bad putting 1994's Shaq Fu on the worst list here, but I just gotta do it. It's bad, real bad. While the animation and overall graphics presentation is actually pretty good, the gameplay is a mess. It's so loose and janky, and the computer AI is a pain to deal with. Just getting your fighter into position to attack is a chore, and it's the kind of shallow that sees you getting knocked down from the simplest of moves. The developer Delphine Software was known for its outstanding rotoscoped animation techniques. That expertise worked great for a slow-paced adventure platformer like Out of This World and Flashback, but for a fighting game it proved detrimental to the playability. There's no getting around it. Shaq Fu is as rough as they come for 16-bit fighting games. When it comes to unique fighting games, you won't find much better than 1994's Yu Yu Hakusho. Developed by Treasure, it's a 4-player fighting game with a ton of moves, great visuals, and multiple planes to do battle on. The animation is solid and it has a large cast of characters. I mean, as far as console exclusive fighting games go, this is the kind of stuff you wanted to see. It was never released in Europe or North America, so it took a while before I would finally play it. Tectoy ported it to Brazil in late 1999, and it does have a modern English translation out there if you're interested. This one had to be the inspiration for Guardian Heroes on the Sega Saturn. It so reminds me of the arena battles in that game. While many original console fighters tended to suck back then, this one turned out better than it had any right to be. Ever wondered what a Vectorman fighting game would have looked like? Well, wonder no more, because Balls 3D is your answer. I really like the visual style here. The animation is really nice, and it does have at times some cool special effects with tons of sprites on the screen. The problem though is the gameplay. It's awful. The hit detection is just absurd. You get knocked down by stuff that seems to never even get close to you, and my god is the jumping bad. This one never amounts to more than getting knocked down 20 times while trying to get close to your opponent. It's the kind of fighter where in order to enjoy it, you have to find the one or two moves that dominate and just abuse the hell out of them. And oh my god, does the sound suck. I mean, the stuff here grates on the nerves at a level few Genesis games can compete with. Accolade even thought it a good idea to base some of the music on digitized speech. This thing came out in 1994, and there was just no room for something that looked, played, and sounded this bad. Some people say it has its charms. I say avoid it at all cost. I wanted to do a special look at Eternal Champions for a few different reasons. The first is that it's one of the few fighting games that Sega of America was responsible for directly. It was developed in 1993 by Sega Interactive, which was a US-based company previously known as Interactive Designs. They had done a few Genesis projects already, games like Green Dog and Tailspin. This was one hell of a contentious title at the time. There is a group out there that absolutely loved it, and there are those that despise it. After years of consideration, I have come to realize that there are a lot of interesting concepts here, but it's also got a ton of flaws that make them difficult to enjoy. Much of what was here tried to capitalize on gaming's newfound love of violence. Like Mortal Kombat, there was blood and fatalities, and there are loads of stages, fighters, and the story plays a pivotal role in its appeal. It's not easily accessible, however. The AI is tough, making the gameplay for newcomers rather unforgiving. It did sell extremely well in the US, and Sega of America had plans to really expand the universe. A sequel hit the Sega CD in 1995 and added tons more content and fixed some of the gameplay flaws of the cartridge version. Sega of America again planned an expansion for the series and wanted to do a Saturn version, but Sega of Japan slit their throats and canned the project in favor of supporting their arcade series like Virtua Fighter. With Sega's US operations being scaled back heavily as the company suffered heavy financial losses, Eternal Champions fell to the wayside and was never heard from again. The original Genesis version has some concepts I think many of you will enjoy, if the gameplay is learned and mastered, but I won't spare your feelings here. If you suck at fighting games, you should avoid this. All but the most skilled and dedicated will be shat upon and quickly disheartened. There is a good game here, but it's hidden under a lot of frustration and dedication.
In November of 1992, Electronic Arts released Crewball, a pinball game with a twist. Endorsed by the band Motley Crue, it sports a soundtrack heavily inspired by their music, and believe it or not, it actually sounds pretty good, if you appreciate that sort of thing. The graphics aren't anything special, but the pinball action is solid and the physics quite decent. You'll definitely be playing for the music though. As far as pinball games go, this wasn't bested in the soundtrack department until Last Gladiators and Necronomicon showed up on the Saturn. NewFX, the team that did this, was also responsible for a number of Electronic Arts sports games on the Genesis. In December of 1992, Nova Logic did Echo the Dolphin, one of the strangest games of the 16-bit generation. On the surface, you'd think this is a kiddie game where you swim around mazes, talking to other sea creatures and looking for your family. But the game is far more sinister than that. It's really about an alien race harvesting the Earth's oceans for food, in a sort of underwater version of Mass Effect. This is a damn hard game too. The labyrinthian levels are intimidating to even the most seasoned gamer, and since Echo is a mammal, you have to to worry about breathing the deeper you explore. It's claustrophobic at the best of times and truly in a class all its own. To say it was an acquired taste is an understatement, however. Underneath its beautiful waters hides what is essentially a survival horror game. It's not for the faint of heart or those looking for an easy adventure. Coming in as a big contender for Sega's Evander Holyfield title, Muhammad Ali Heavyweight Boxing used a polygonal ring to provide a bit of extra oomph to the visuals. This made for a great looking fighter that also had decent animation for the time. It didn't have any real fighters beyond Ali himself, but the engaging two-player mode more than made up for it. If boxing interests you, definitely give this one a try. I still think Sega's offering bests it, but it was still quite a solid title. Super Battle Tank War in the Gulf was a combat simulator where you must destroy enemy units in your M1A1 Abrams tank. It plays from a first-person perspective and uses lots of digitized images for its visuals. I really liked the game, but man did they skimp on the assets that really drug it down. Coming in at just 4 megabits in late 1992, this could have been so much better with additional speech, missions, enemies, and a few more graphical touches to keep you interested. It's still a really solid game for what it offers, so check it out if the subject matter interests you. I was a big fan of wrestling as a kid. When WWF Super WrestleMania landed on the Genesis, I was so stoked for it. Unlike the previously released Super Nintendo edition, this one actually had the wrestlers' finishing moves, which just made about all the difference in the world. At least at first. The Macho Man's elbow, Hulk Hogan's leg drop, even the $1 Million Dream was yours to command. But those moves could only carry this one but so far. This was pre-Royal Rumble and Raw, so you didn't get a Battle Royal option, it only supported 2 players, and the gameplay was a lot slower and stiffer. It was a fun overall addition for fans of the WWF, but the more refined Royal Rumble and Raw were quite a bit better.
While the first computer versions of Valis showed up in 1986 and 1987, the Genesis and Mega Drive version wasn't released until December of 1991. This was not a direct port and is instead a remake with new sound and visuals across the board. The story here is your standard Japanese fare of interdimensional bad guys, queens needing help, and a sword granting you the powers of a superhero. To sum up, an evil demon is attacking the Dream Realm, and armed with the Valis sword, our hero Yuko is fated to defend it at all costs. This story plays out during cinematics interspersed throughout the adventure. The gameplay of the Genesis release is fairly straightforward and indicative of the game design of the era. You run left to right, swatting down bad guys until you meet a much larger enemy who takes a lot more damage to put down. Your sword can be augmented with various projectiles like bullets, lasers, arrows, and grenades. Collect 3 of the same upgrade to get these attacks at their most powerful. You also get different types of magic after you defeat the bosses of each area. These attacks use magic points and damage everything on the screen that it hits, and can even block projectiles. The more powerful the magic, the more points of magic it uses. Item boxes hold life and magic replenishment, similar to the candles in Castlevania. The main hero Yuko has a normal jump, a high jump, and a slide to negotiate the terrain she'll see, a series of 7 acts that each have various subsections. I actually enjoyed this one and found it a worthy addition to my Genesis library. While the gameplay is incredibly simple, it has a charm that made it easy to pick up and play. I love the visuals, which feature some nice layering in the backgrounds, and the soundtrack is a fine example of how well Japanese studios could handle that FM synth. Some of you may find it slow, but I think if you enjoyed the likes of Castlevania, Shinobi, and 1980s game design in general, you'll find a lot to like here as well. Sid of Valis is perhaps the most curious of the bunch. This is a reskin/remake of Valis 2, and it takes numerous liberties with the original. Not only is the main hero now done in a chibi art style, but the enemies have exaggerated cutesy features as well. Once again, a bad guy threatens the Dream Realm, and it's up to Yuko to save the day. Well, that is in the Japanese version. In the US edition, Yuko is now known as Sid for some reason. From there, the gameplay is your standard Valis adventure. You have a jump, a double jump, as well as various weapons to deal with your enemies. You also gain additional suits as you defeat the bosses. These suits have stats that affect your defense, attack, and speed, and can make a huge difference in how the game plays. You also have screen-clearing bombs that hit everything around you. Unfortunately, Cita Valis has the mechanics of a game that feels disjointed and unfinished. Your sprite moves entirely too fast and is overly floaty. On the regular stages, this isn't much of an issue, as it's easily adjusted to. But on platform-heavy segments, this goes from a lighthearted romp in the park to a creature of pure frustration. Trying to keep Yuko on the platforms and away from the spikes and pit damage is nothing short of maddening, and you'll eat countless deaths while trying to get a feel for it. These deaths add up quickly and there are no continues, meaning that you'll see the first two stages a few dozen times before you see any of the late game. This stands in direct contrast to the simplistic design in pretty much every other aspect. The stages are typically short and incredibly easy, and the boss fights are nothing more than knowing where to be on the screen to rapid fire the hell out of the bosses. That leaves only a few places of any real challenge, but it's challenge born entirely from its poor mechanics, which will no doubt send many of you scurrying away in disgust. It's a real shame too, because the ability to switch your weapons and armor on the fly is a great setup that could have really been used to make the stages and boss encounters mean something. This was so close to being a classic, yet it ends up being the weakest of the bunch. Valis 3 looks and plays far more like the first Valis, which is a very good thing. Yuko returns to stop the King of the Dark Realm from invading Earth and the Dream World, an adventure that spans 7 acts, each with multiple subsections. Like the original, there are short and high jumps, slides, magic attacks, and projectiles in your arsenal. This time you have a power gauge that controls your damage potential. Every time you use your sword, your gauge resets and needs to recharge before you return to full power. Attack too soon and you do a lot less damage, kinda similar to the legendary axe on the PC Engine. Also new is the addition of 2 new playable heroes. There's Cham, a whip-wielding bad guy that joins your calls, and there's Volna, Yuko's sister and a powerful magic user. You can switch to any of the 3 heroes on the fly during gameplay, but make sure you have the right one for the boss fight, because there you are locked to using only one. Like the first Valis, Part 3 is a slower action game, but still has that great pick up and play feel. I really enjoyed the visuals, which has nice parallax, and again there are some decent musical selections as well, though I did find the first one more appealing overall. But honestly, the first and third games have such a similar design setup, if you enjoy one, you'll almost certainly enjoy the other. Even with the slightly less impressive music, 3 is my favorite of the bunch. The different heroes really add a much needed variety to the gameplay, and it all comes together feeling like a Castlevania spin-off more than ever. If that thought appeals to you, welcome to the Valis universe.
The very first Road Rash was developed internally and released in late 1991 by Electronic Arts for the Sega Genesis. Its strange soundtrack was something the more you listened to, the more you came to enjoy it. It was done by Rob Hubbard, who also did the excellent music for the original John Madden Football, Budokan, Desert Strike, and The Immortal. The structure here would define the entire series. You start out with basically nothing, trying to win races and money to upgrade your bike. Races would get longer and reward more money until you had the most expensive bike and could challenge the final level. The visuals here are a bit choppy by today's standards, but back then they blew me away. I love the multi-layer clouds and backdrops inspired by the California skyline. The road has an almost hypnotic flow to it that once you get the feel for it, really becomes something all its own. You can of course punch and kick other riders to protect yourself, or just to be an ass, and there are obstacles like cars and animals that litter the road. There is also a 2-player mode here, but it's one at a time. It was a solid start for the series, though typing in the password to keep your progress totally sucked. Quick to capitalize on the success of the first, EA was back in late 1992 with Road Rash 2. You get 5 new maps that are now spread across the entire United States, 2-player split screen, a bunch of new bikes to purchase, and a load of new animations for you and your competitors. Outside of that, the setup is very much the same. race, gain money, buy better rides, and beat the heck out of your competition. The visuals here are just as good as the first, but now with better color and more variety in the stages. The music again has its own thing happening, but I prefer the original game's more unique sound. Many consider this the best one in the series, and it's hard to argue with that. The different tracks, the multiplayer, it all comes together in a way that really stood out at the time. It also added a ton of personality to a game that was already overflowing with it, thanks to new characters and touches like animated screens after the races. It's a must-own if you collect for Sega's 16-bit hardware. In early 1995, Monkey Do Productions released Road Rash 3 Tour de Force for the Sega Genesis. Since the 3DO version had made use of digitized sprites, this new entry uses the same. Unlike the 3DO version, however, the Genesis simply can't display the colors needed for these digitized images to look good, and the resulting visual presentation takes a nosedive from the first two games. I detest how some of the elements of this game look. The riders look just awful, and the backgrounds are so dithered and washed out, they look like something that should be running on old PC 16-color hardware. Thing is, though, this is still a great Road Rash game. You're no longer trapped on the North American continent here, and have access to places like the UK, Germany, Brazil, and even Kenya. The variety in tracks is also met with a larger variety in music, which often tries to resemble something you'd hear from that region. You also get nice touches like regional wildlife popping up here and there, and cars driving on the opposite side of the road from what you're used to. There are also new weapons to use, and cops will run you down with cars and helicopters. Two-player split screen returns as well. Like I said, as much as I hate how this game looks compared to the other 16-bit versions, it's no less a great game. One of the more peculiar releases in the final days of the Genesis was Virtua Fighter 2. Since the base Genesis hardware had no hope of rendering a polygon version of the game, Sega decided to use traditional hand-drawn sprites and backgrounds. As you can probably imagine, this completely changed not just the look of the visuals, but also how it played. It's now a fixed 2D perspective, so you lose the replays as well. Being on a cartridge also meant you got a ton of things cut out of it. You lose both of the new characters that showed up in Virtua Fighter 2, and you lose a ton of moves and sound effects. I really am impressed Sega wanted to do something like this, but I think they should have at least broke out the old SVP chip and really made a more valiant effort. A 3D arena with 2D sprites may have been a much more compelling product. This was never released in Japan despite Virtua Fighter 2 being more popular there than anywhere else in the world. The Japanese Mega Drive had not sold as well as other regions, and its market completely collapsed in 1995. Golden Axe 3 here was originally released in a few Asian territories back in 1993. While it never got a physical version in the United States, it did make its way to the Sega Channel in 1997. I was unlucky enough to live out in the middle of nowhere at the time, so I was quite envious of those that had the Sega Channel as an option. Golden Axe 3 is a grossly underappreciated title. The simple graphics really turned people away, but hidden behind that was a robust gameplay system that had a ton of moves, specials, and magic. It was far beyond many of the other 16-bit beat-em-ups in this regard, something many of its critics have no idea about. Seriously, if you have only ever given this one a cursory look, find yourself a moves list and try it again. There is much more here than many give it credit for. Perhaps the greatest gift in those final days was the Appaloosa Interactive developed The Lost World Jurassic Park. Hidden behind this simple overhead action title are some of the most impressive Genesis special effects you'll ever see. Some of this stuff could pass for early Saturn and PlayStation graphics. The core game itself is okay, but those visuals tend to drive you on just to see what's next. I highly advise consulting a guide and get a clear understanding of the gameplay. The overhead sections can bog down quickly, getting you lost and unsure what to do next. This one has kicked up in price big time in the last few years, so if you're curious, try it out on an emulator first, if nothing more than to see those killer visuals. The final Sega Genesis game in North America was Frogger, published by Majesco in 1998. This was a straight port of the original 1981 arcade game. I had been under the impression it would be enhanced, but nope. This is not a re-imaging at all. You may remember Majesco as the company responsible for the Sega Genesis 3 console, a miniature, cheaper version of Sega's own models. Frogger here actually coincided with that release in 1998 under license from Sega and Konami.
What can you say about this one? It's a damn fine Golden Era arcade game, no doubt. It plays, looks, and sounds just like it should, making it a great home version of the original. But let's be frank here, this absolutely needed an enhanced mode for the graphics and sound. Maybe a puzzle mode or something with co-op multiplayer. The bare bones presentation and gameplay just didn't cut it in 1998, especially at the $20 asking price. It was only released in North America and also happens to be the final game that was released for the Super Nintendo here as well. This 1994 action platformer was originally a Super Nintendo game done by Malibu Interactive. It was only released on the Genesis in North America by Psygnosis, in what would be a very middling experience. The graphics are fairly colorful and the animation isn't bad, but the music and sound effects do tend to grate after a while. The gameplay simply isn't very interesting, nor does it have a hook to keep you playing. Kill a few enemies, break open a few boxes, and get through the level. It's pretty standard stuff. There is a Sega CD version of it if you'd like a better soundtrack and a few bonus levels. There are two Addams Family games on the Sega Genesis, both directly tied to the movies produced in the 1990s. The first was released in late 1993, developed by Ocean Software and published by Flying Edge, a division of Acclaim. This platformer actually has some interesting gameplay, resembling a Mario game in many respects. There's power-ups that allow you to shoot projectiles and fly, and the presentation is solid with great animation and color. It would likely appeal to a younger gamer the most, but this wasn't a half-bad game at all. The sequel is a completely different experience. Released in 1995 only in Europe for the Mega Drive, Ocean would develop and publish this one, an overhead adventure game more akin to Zelda than anything else. Lots of story and exploration here, so both games kinda cater to different groups of players. One more action, the other more adventure. Neither not so terrible. Sometimes the stars align perfectly and a movie game just kills it, and one of the first games I played to do that was 1990's Batman from Sunsoft. Great action and platforming created a solid base for the experience, and it looks pretty good too. And if that wasn't enough, Sunsoft also saw fit to give us one of the finest Genesis soundtracks ever created, the kind of stuff you sit in absolute amazement the first time you hear it. This is a winner that every Genesis owner needs in their library. When Sega took over the Batman license, their first game was 1993's Batman Returns, developed by Malibu Interactive. I hate this game with a passion, not just because it wasn't as good as the Sunsoft effort, but also because Sega should have done it in-house to begin with. Everything about this fails to appeal to me. The dark and colorless graphics looks far worse than it should, and the sound is just point blank awful. The gameplay is asinine too, with Batman not only having to deal with enemies, but also stupid environment dangers that are placed in areas for no other reason than to keep your deaths coming to extend its horrendous gameplay. A Sega CD version of this with cool driving sections redeems the property a bit. But as far as the standalone Genesis game, it's a big letdown and nowhere near the quality of the previous Sunsoft release. Bram Stoker's Dracula was released in 1993 by Sony ImageSoft and developed jointly by Psygnosis and Traveler's Tales. Simple gameplay mechanics and uninspired visuals pretty much sum up this entire experience. Nothing about this one is awful or worth beating up. There's just simply not a lot to do here or get excited about. Jumping around killing spiders, bats, and rats can only be but so fun, especially with nothing really changing level to level. It does have a weirdly appealing soundtrack, but outside of that, this one is a skipper. Genesis owners were victimized by Malibu Interactive yet again with 1993's Cliffhanger. Based on the Sylvester Stallone action flick, this is a predictable beat-em-up with poor mechanics and bland environments. The use of the GEM sound driver is put to effective use here, blaring its screeches and squeals into each ear, guaranteeing hearing loss of some kind for everyone that experiences it. A Sega CD game was released as well with the bog standard additions of full motion video sequences and ridiculously difficult forward-scrolling levels, multi-platform mediocrity in all its glory. In 1995, the awful film Cutthroat Island got its very own game, courtesy of Software Creations and Acclaim. A side-scrolling hack-and-slash with mundane visuals and an equally weak soundtrack. You won't find many Genesis games that play as poorly either. making this disaster an all-around fail in every category. It's rare you'll hear me say a game has no value at all, but Cutthroat Island comes damn close to that dishonor. In perhaps a shocking turn of events for an acclaimed release, 1995's Demolition Man is actually not a bad game at all. It was developed by Alexandria and uses both side-scrolling and overhead perspectives to deal out its run-and-gun gameplay. Solid animation is present throughout, and even the stage design looks pretty good. It reminds me a bit of both Alien 3 and the Terminator, and has some of the best voice samples on the hardware. The Sega CD version has a completely different soundtrack and full motion video scenes, but is otherwise the same game. Sega of America would develop and release 1991's Dick Tracy. I rather enjoyed this game because it played a lot like eSWAT and a few other Japanese developed games. You get enemies coming at you from both a forward and background plane that keeps things hectic and always giving you something to beat up or shoot at. The detailed and colorful graphics look outstanding, and Sega even nailed a halfway faithful soundtrack. One of their better efforts and very much worth your time. Acclaim's deluge of software continued on the Genesis with 1994's Dragon: The Bruce Lee Story. This is set up with scenes from the movie and plays out as a fighting game. Some nice parallax and line scrolling effects punctuate each of these stages, but the gameplay is rather simple, with more in common with older games like Street Smart than something like Street Fighter. Fights go on for too long, and I got really bored with this after a while. Still, it isn't bad for what it is, and can definitely be fun for younger gamers. In 1994, famed strategy game developer Westwood Studios would develop Dune: The Battle for Arrakis for the Genesis. This is based on the PC game Dune 2, and the Genesis conversion is exceptional for a console-based strategy game. Choose one of 3 factions, or houses in this case, and get out there and secure your resources and protect them at all cost. This is one of the few implementations of the GEMS sound driver that is really good, giving the rather plain Jane visual presentation some much needed help. Of course, in the years since its release there have been better strategy games, but in 1994 this was absolutely awesome. Sometimes you just had to shake your head at some of the stuff Sega of America thought was worth releasing to its dedicated fan base. Few games sum up that very thought better than 1992's Home Alone. Sort of a hybrid of a platformer and strategy game, you need to survive the time limit while the wet bandits attempt to plunder your neighborhood. You get all sorts of weapons and traps, but unfortunately none of it is fun. The entire game is just one long exercise of slowing down the idiotic AI bad guys, who fall for every trick you have repeatedly and without fail. I can see younger players digging this simplicity, but for most of us, this travesty of a license will see you last 5 minutes and move on. Sadly, Sega tried again with Home Alone 2: Lost in New York, another shallow platformer with poor mechanics. Everything here is uninteresting, just as bad looking, and set in a world where even holiday travelers are out to kill you. Its awful GEMS-fueled audio hamstrings it further, a terrible game that makes the first one look like a rock star. Core Design would do the honors importing 1993's Hook. This was another classic example of a movie game that wasn't bad, yet nothing great either. The gameplay is standard fare with not a lot of variety or any form of extras to keep things interesting. The gameplay is too slow and floaty with what feels like moon gravity. The graphics are kinda blah too, but I didn't mind the sound as much as I thought I would. A Sega CD version exists as well with music from the movie. It's okay. 1992's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade had both US Gold and tier text behind it, so you just had to expect something truly awful. And not surprisingly, it turned out as bad as licensed games could get. It doesn't look that great, sounds bad, and everything took way too many hits to kill. It has that irritating stage design of water killing you, both on the ground and on the ceiling, and the infuriating difficulty makes even the early stages hard, giving you next to no chance to get used to the gameplay before you want to quit. I would recommend that you try this before you think about buying a copy. I was expecting one of the worst games I'd ever played, and it did not disappoint. Mid-1995 would bring yet another adaptation of a Sylvester Stallone vehicle, Judge Dredd. Acclaim would publish this probe-developed joint, and similar to Demolition Man, this isn't so bad a game. Run and gun action is the order of the day, and large levels give you plenty to explore and shoot at. Unfortunately, enemies take way too much to kill, and it lacks any real variety in the things you do. You run around and shoot the same things for the entire game, not really encountering any unique boss battles or anything to break up that repetition. The animation and visual style does win at some points in the positive column, but this one still ranks just above average for a movie tie-in game, and well below the better games on the system. Sega scored the rights to Jurassic Park during the Genesis era, releasing the Blue Sky Software vision of the IP in 1993. It's a side-scrolling action game that has a pretty steep difficulty, though the animation and locations look fantastic. It's a good game if you can stomach the challenge. There was a direct sequel to this called Jurassic Park Rampage Edition a year later with a brand new story and many gameplay and visual tweaks. The Sega CD version was radically different, instead opting for a point-and-click adventure over the mechanics you see here. I wasn't too big a fan of the film The Last Action Hero, and when the 1993 Genesis game was released, I wasn't a fan of that either. Published by Sony ImageSoft and developed by Bit Studio, it's a side-scrolling action game with pitiful gameplay, terrible sound, and weak graphics. Its dull and boring gameplay mechanics sealed its fate as a bad experience, and is one of the worst games I played in this episode. Only those poor kids stuck with it as a Christmas present could have ever found any enjoyment here. 1994's The Lawnmower Man was a hell of an interesting game. Published by Time Warner and developed by Tech London, it uses an incredible forward-scrolling engine that is buttery smooth and nothing short of jaw-dropping for a machine that has no dedicated hardware to pull it off. Some of these stages have you simply avoiding stuff, and others have shooting elements to deal with. There's even some vehicle-based stuff and side-scrolling shoot-'em-up stages to add impressive variety. While there are some gameplay issues with difficulty, you can't help but be impressed by this. It really did try and pull off something new, and I recommend it on that strength alone. There's a Sega CD version of this, but it's a completely different game and nowhere near as good. In 1994, Sony ImageSoft and Bit Studio would curse the world of Sega Genesis ownership with the awful Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It makes Bram Stoker's Dracula look like Castlevania Bloodlines. I'll waste no more of my time or yours on it. Believe it or not, 1990's Michael Jackson's Moonwalker was based on a film released a few years prior. That film was a collection of short stories, and the Sega Genesis game here was an adaptation of the smooth criminal portion of that film. It's a side-scrolling action game that has you rescuing children from the evil Mr. Big. Everything about the gameplay here is simple as hell. Stages repeat multiple times, and outside of some quirky dance music, you'll be doing the same stuff over and over. This is one of those games where you had to be there at the time to understand its appeal. Michael Jackson had been the world's biggest pop star at the time, yet untouched by the controversy that would dog his career soon after. It was loaded with style, and his mere inclusion elevated its status. In 1995, Sims and Band Presto would come together to make a game adaptation of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. It's a beat-em-up in similar style to something like Streets of Rage, with both human and mech battles. There are a ton of issues with this game, including lack of enemy variety, lack of challenge, and it's too short. But you know what? I don't care, because this game looks good and has an absolutely killer soundtrack. Many will blow through this and move on unimpressed, but it's a great one to play with your kids thanks to its two-player co-op. Turn up the sound and enjoy it while it lasts. No Escape was a 1994 release by Sony ImageSoft and Bits Corporation. This side-scrolling adventure has you searching an island for the parts you need to make your escape. Like the other games done by Bits, this one isn't very good either. The repetitive music alone is enough to have you reaching for the power switch after 10 minutes. Slow attacks, awful stage design, and boring gameplay seal this game's fate. Fox Interactive and Prove would get together to release the Page Master in 1994. I was expecting to thoroughly hate this from the moment I began, but you know, it isn't half bad. The animation and overall feel is very similar to a number of Sega's Disney titles, and the gameplay is kid-friendly. There is also some really cool forward scaling levels that are really smooth and look great, definitely adding some visual flair. It isn't a great game by any means, but considering how bad its potential was, I'll take it. In 1992, Arena would release the odd game adaptation of Predator 2. It's a top-down run-and-gun multi-directional shooter that has you fighting every gang member in Los Angeles, in addition to a freaking predator. What's here isn't so bad, but I also wouldn't say it's particularly great either. The point-blank strange soundtrack is just weird, and the constant onslaught of enemies gives you no rest, and stopping or resting is rewarded instantly with guaranteed damage. The hectic design will appeal to some, but many will be turned away instantly. Acclaim and Probe were back again in 1994, this time with Stargate. One thing you begin to notice with these guys is that the blueprint for most of these games started to be the same. So when they get something wrong, it tends to stand out as a glaring issue with the gameplay. This one ends up as a frustrating one, because it not only has one, but two glaring issues that really keep it from being fun. First is your weapon fire is inaccurate and you can't see where you're actually shooting. Things you think you are hitting you aren't, leading to enemies getting in hits they otherwise wouldn't. The second is what should be the simple mechanic of ducking. Here you shoot down when trying to crouch, so you have to actually stop moving, let off the weapon fire, and then press down to perform a crouch. It sounds simple in mere words, but is utterly broken in practice. What that means is that in Stargate, you can't hit half of what you aim at, and just getting your character to crouch is a pain in the ass. That equals a game not even worth playing among its peers. The Terminator was released in 1992 by Virgin Games, and was another movie game developed by Probe. It isn't a bad game at all. It flows as you'd expect, an action side-scroller starring Kyle Reese as he fights in the future and then the past to save Sarah Connor. You don't start the game with much, but do get other weapons and bombs as the game progresses. This one can be hard, but is quite playable. Its only real problem is that Virgin Games released what I feel is a vastly superior version on the Sega CD. That version is completely different and so very much better, leaving me disappointed every time I try to play this one. Still, among movie games, this is far from the bottom of that barrel. Acclaim and Beam Software were responsible for 1995's True Lies, an overhead running gun with lots of blood and some decent animation. Like many of these movie games, it's a pretty average affair that doesn't play so bad once you get used to the control scheme. This would have benefited greatly from a two-player co-op mode and a slight tweak to how much damage enemies can take. Having to shoot guys 3 times or more to kill them becomes tiring, especially with a screen full of enemies. Otherwise, this didn't turn out nearly as bad as I would have thought. In 1992, Ballistic, an arm of Accolade, published Universal Soldier. It's a run and gun not too dissimilar to Contra, loaded with power-ups and is fairly challenging. It's a complete reworking of the game Turrican 2 by Factor 5, which had absolutely nothing to do with the content of the movie. Stages have been altered heavily here in certain areas, but the gameplay itself is mostly the same. You'll find that Mega Turrican is a better game in every way, but this still offers a good challenge and can be quite fun. Stages are huge with great verticality, and the music can be pleasant at times. It wasn't licensed by Sega, so the US version came in a shitty paper box and weird-shaped cartridge, making it an eyesore in your collection. In what is perhaps one of the strangest releases on the Genesis, Acclaim would get Real-Time Associates and Trimark Entertainment to develop Warlock in 1995. Based on the not-so-blockbuster movie of the same name, it's a side-scrolling action game that has you going after the titled character, trying to stop him from ending the world. Your magical powers and potions are all you have, and the Warlock will throw everything from mutated animals to zombies and bats at you. The animation here is really good, and nothing is wrong with the basic gameplay. Its biggest problem is just the lack of any kind of variety to everything. Stage and enemy design begin to blur together a few levels in, and you just start to lose interest. The lack of appeal of the property itself doesn't help either. In August of 1991, Sega's racing staple Outrun was released for the Genesis. This was almost 2 years after the release of the system in Japan, surprising considering its popularity. It was perhaps for the best, however, for this is a very decent port of the arcade original. The sprite scaling and detail of course takes a hit, but the game remains fast and the gameplay very responsive.
Hell, even the music holds up well, and there's even an exclusive addition to the soundtrack. Good speech samples round out the solid audio presentation. You'll be hard pressed to find a better port of this game pre-Sega Saturn, and I definitely recommend it to fans of the platform. The direct sequel to Outrun, Turbo Outrun, was released in February of 1992, and while I wish I could recommend it, this is a piss-poor port of the arcade original. Everything suffers immense cutbacks here. Stage detail is dialed back heavily, as is the music and sound effects. I could have lived with that if the game played well enough, but it doesn't at all. The arcade turbo button remains, but is made utterly useless by the fact that hitting cars can nearly stop you dead in your tracks, and the overall feeling of unresponsiveness of the car. These infuriating changes really affect the enjoyment of the gameplay, which is compounded by the visual and audio problems. This would have made a much better Sega CD release, where at least some of the arcade's visual pizzazz could have been retained. Afterburner 2 landed on the Genesis platform in March of 1990. Much like the other games on this list, this port retains a few things from the arcade pivotal to keeping the experience faithful: speed, smooth and responsive gameplay, and a decent rendition of the arcade's music tracks. The detail in the environment of course takes a massive hit, and the voice samples are a bit too quiet, but outside of that, this game does a damn decent version of the arcade. The overall smoothness is perhaps its most impressive showing, with enemies and missiles scaling to and from you surprisingly well, considering the Genesis can't do anything in hardware to assist it. There have since been much better versions of this game, but for what this was at the time, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Super Monaco GP blasted onto the home scene in August of 1990, and despite me sucking at both it and the arcade of which it's based, I enjoyed it quite a bit. It has an expanded World Championship mode that has 16 tracks to race, as well as racing teams to choose from that weren't in the arcade original. Of course the trackside detail takes major cutbacks, but luckily the gameplay remains smooth and responsive, even while retaining the rear view mirror. This makes all the difference in the world, and Super Monaco GP showing on the Genesis is quite respectable for it. When a team of developers prioritize the feel of gameplay first and foremost, even a home superscaler port during the 16-bit era could be great. G-Lock Air Battle was released on the Genesis platform in February of 1993, and despite it being nearly 3 years after the Genesis port of Afterburner 2, fails to meet that game's quality all the way around. Many stages lack any kind of ground detail, which is a head-scratcher considering that a few have a solid effect of just that. I do not care for the gameplay of this one either, lacking both the speed and easy missile lock of Afterburner 2, as well as its musical score. There's a really cool effect of being pulled in and out of the first and third person scenarios, but outside of that, this is a poor effort that simply doesn't play as well as it should. The natural place to start is with the Sonic the Hedgehog series. While far from the first platformers for the machine, they were definitely the most important. Sonic as a series shot the Genesis and Mega Drive to stardom, securing a user base impressed with its speed, colorful graphics, and easily accessible gameplay. Dedicated Sega gamers were already a part of the Genesis collective, but Sonic definitely drew in millions more, and helped Sega become a titan during the 16-bit era. Sonic's brand of flashy presentation and quick gameplay stood in stark contrast to Mario's more methodical pace and focus on exploration and hidden items. Believe it or not, I was not a huge fan of these games back in the day, preferring games with deeper mechanics and more content-driven design. It'd take me a few years to sit down and appreciate them, and while I understand those that still don't like them very much, I have grown a fondness for this type of gameplay. They always had a great look and feel, with solid soundtracks and great sound effects. The gameplay was always responsive and felt great even at the highest speeds, with each iteration adding something to the formula. By the time Sonic & Knuckles was released, you could lock cartridges together and mix elements from the various games. Sadly, the Saturn would never see its own traditional 2D Sonic platformer, a void not truly satisfied until over 20 years later with Sonic Mania. Around the same time as Batman Returns, Sunsoft would release Batman Revenge of Joker. It would be outsourced to a Western studio as well, and while not as bad as Batman Returns, was still a major letdown. The graphics were colorful and well detailed, but the gameplay felt sluggish, with stage designs that relied on cheap hits for its difficulty. It's not terribly expensive at $35 or so you may want to take a look at it. Even 7-Up's little red mascot Spot would show up to represent, getting his own game in 1993, Cool Spot by Virgin Games. Collect the spots as you navigate the stage and release your friends. This one was fairly utilitarian, lacking any real polish or flashy art design. It did play decently though, and was solid enough to warrant a sequel, which was just awful. This isometric train wreck lacked precise gameplay and had terrible hit detection, resulting in a game that had little appeal past its main character. Both Spot games are cheap, but I can only recommend the first. A new hero would emerge during the 16-bit era in 1994. Released by Playmates Interactive, Earthworm Jim would burst onto the scene with incredible popularity. You take control of Jim, a common earthworm imbued with special abilities by an alien suit. Its varied gameplay, humor, animation, and soundtrack were all well received, and the game was challenging as hell to boot. It's one of those new IP success stories of the era, and remains a very playable game today. It was so well received, a year later we'd get Earthworm Jim 2. This one would take the silly humor, varied gameplay, and solid animation up a notch, resulting in a great sequel with staying power. So solid a showing was this, I dare say it was a better game than the original. Both these games are still affordable at around $30 or so if you're a fan of the genre, they are absolute must-owns. There's quite a few Wonder Boy games between the Master System and the Genesis, but I want to talk about Wonder Boy in Monster World. Released in early 1992, this platformer was also loaded with RPG-like elements. You could visit towns, buy items, go on missions, and upgrade your stats. It's a colorful, well-drawn and animated game, with slow but tight gameplay that is easy to get into. Its brand of RPG-light elements really enhances the experience, making this one a unique and truly fun experience. In 1994, a Japan-only sequel would land on the Mega Drive, Monster World 4. This time you play as a young girl, a departure for the Wonder Boy series, but the same RPG-light and platforming mixture would return better than ever. The graphics have been improved here, with better animation, color usage, and more background detail. Also improved is the gameplay, which is faster and more varied than before. Melee attacks now have more variations, and the main character can have her pet aid her in various ways during exploration and combat. This one is now available on the PS3, Wii, and 360 in English, and there is an English patched version for the Mega Drive. Whichever way you have to access it, definitely give this great little game a look. Wolf Team's El Viento would be released in 1991 by Renovation. This ultra fast-paced action platformer stars Annette, a heroine on a mission to stop the resurrection of a dark god in 1920s New York. You attack with a boomerang and various magic attacks you collect along the way. The pace of this one will challenge most gamers to their limits, and you'll need to play it a bunch to get used to the enemy locations and bosses. Though the level design can be funky at times, and the enemy placement cheap as hell, it is a relatively solid experience. The graphics and sound aren't among the best for the system, but what's here isn't terrible or distracting. Complete copies of this one go upwards of $100 or more, so I recommend you try it before you plunk down the cash. Sega had its fair share of strange games, and Treasure would contribute to that list with 1994's Dynamite Headdy. You control a puppet that attacks with its head, in a bid to defeat the evil king Dark Demon. Headdy can navigate the world by jumping and grabbing select items with his head, and can also find power-ups that allows him to use different powers for his head. The variety of gameplay is truly excellent, and in true treasure form, the engine does some truly great things with all that awesome 16-bit power of the Genesis. Bosses are predictably large, and even the soundtrack is solid. The best part of Dynamite Headdy is it doesn't cost a fortune, hanging around the $35 mark. The Japanese version is considerably more expensive, thanks to the North American version being heavily changed during localization, but there is an English port of that available. Sonic Team didn't just make Sonic games on the Genesis, and in 1995, they'd release Ristar. Unlike Sonic, Ristar wasn't about speed, instead focusing on slower, more exact gameplay. You'll attack with extendable arms that grab enemies and allow you to knock them off the screen. Your arms can also grab parts of the level to allow you to access different areas. Ristar is a damn good looking game with some great animation and colorful environments. The music is solid too, and has a very Sonic 3 vibe to it. The gameplay is much different from Sonic Team's prior efforts, and stands out nicely in the genre. Because of the late release and crappy paper boxes they came in, getting this one complete in good shape is really tough, and you'll drop close to $60 to do it. It's a good game, but definitely try it before you run out and buy it. Sega would also release the internally developed Kid Chameleon in 1992. There's a new arcade game in town, and kids are disappearing while playing it. You must enter the game and face the evil AI, Heady Metal, in a bid to free them. Kid Chameleon is a run-and-jump platformer similar in style to Mario, but with the added mechanics of using masks to obtain power-ups and abilities to dispatch your foes. You'll change into samurai warriors and even tanks on your way through its many levels. The game is huge, with multiple branching levels and no save system, making the original Genesis release a pain to beat in one setting. If you're interested in this one, play it on one of the many compilations or digital releases it was part of, so you can have access to save states. Otherwise, the original Genesis cart goes for under $20. There's also some hyper rare games on the system, with 1994's Pulse Man definitely on that list. This one was developed by Game Freak, the same studio that would go on to create the Pokemon games. You are Pulse Man, a half-human, half-computer hero who sets out to stop his terrorist father from destroying the world. You'll use your unique electricity powers to defeat his enemies and navigate both real-world and computer stages. Pulse Man was only released in Japan in cartridge form, and North American gamers only saw it via the Sega channel. PAL gamers never got an original release of the game at all, but there is a Wii Virtual Console release from 2009. There is also an English patched release available for the Mega Drive, and tons of reproductions available of that patch. The original Japanese release complete in box goes for upwards of $400 in good shape, making this one of the most rare and expensive games in this episode. The 1992 released Alicia Dragoon was a game nobody saw coming. Sega didn't advertise it at all, and it just showed up on store shelves out of the blue. I had no clue what the hell it was, but the box art was cool, and the pics on the back of the box looked interesting. I picked it up, and boy was I shocked that Sega hadn't trumped this one up more. You play as Alicia, a female warrior that attacks with lightning blast that auto-targets the enemies. You also have a pet dragon that will help you out a bit. This is one of the more simple and straightforward platformers on the machine, but it still has a charm and a challenge that makes it a great addition to the library. It was done by Game Arts, so the game has an inherent fun factor that can't be denied. The game has exploded in popularity and price in recent years, now going for about $100 complete. It's a great trip down memory lane for me, but at that price you definitely should play it to make sure it's what you're looking for. Disney wasn't the only company looking to put their characters on Sega platforms, and in mid-1992, Sega would publish the Warner Brothers property, Tasmania. Although I appreciate the graphical presentation here, I am not a fan of the gameplay or the sound. The stage design is a death trap, and the gameplay feels imprecise to me, adding to the frustration. I know I'm in the minority here, as this game is fairly popular, and with its meager asking price of $10 to $15 complete, it's definitely worth trying. The popularity of the first game would lead Sega to do a sequel, called Escape from Mars starring Taz, released in mid-1994. I found this one more playable thanks to the lack of insta-deaths, but the stage design can still be infuriating, with loads of cheap hits and confusion in regards of where to go and what to do. The sound is still unpleasant, and the graphics weren't nearly as appealing 2 years later. Much like the first game, it was popular, and a really inexpensive one to collect, going complete for single digits at times. Deep in the Genesis lifecycle, Sega would publish Vector Man in late 1995. Designed with loads of software-enhanced special effects, this futuristic platformer was visually very impressive. It featured multi-jointed, incredibly well-animated sprites and impressive background layering. There were also stages that featured scaling and rotation effects, and the bosses were often large and imposing. The soundtrack was rather weak, however, and the stage design often left the player taking leaps of faith, as it wasn't always clear as to where to go. It played well enough though, and coupled with the impressive visuals, it would make for a very playable game. You'd think that time would have added some value to this technical marvel, but you'd be wrong, as a complete copy is well under $20. Wanting to keep the ball rolling with their new character, Sega would release Vector Man 2 in late 1996. Returning would be the great animation from the first, but this time, we'd get a smoother level progression and design, making this a more enjoyable experience for me. The enemies are more varied, and I especially like the focus on more organic designs. The music had a better effect on the atmosphere of the game as well, and there were varied gameplay segments that added some much needed variety. Much like the first one, this one is shockingly cheap, again often going for under $20 complete. Core Design would get in on the platformer craze in 1992 with the release of Chuck Rock. Normally a big fan of their work, I really dislike this one. While the game looked decent enough, I was not a fan of the sprawling level design, attack mechanics, and the irritating soundtrack. Only its meager asking price of sub $20 holds any merit at all. It's really funny, because I really enjoyed the sequel, Chuck Rock 2, Son of Chuck, released a year later in mid-1993, again developed by Core Design. This one righted most of the wrongs in the first game for me, with better gameplay, more precise attack mechanics, and far more pleasant music. There are also a number of nice special effects in the game that add to the appeal. A complete copy is often a bit more expensive than the first, but it's well worth it in my opinion. Sega would internally develop eSWAT, an original game based loosely on the arcade game of the same name, and release it in mid-1990. Unlike the arcade game, which was more a run and gun, eSWAT on the Genesis was a pure action platformer. And if you know anything about my channel, it's also one of the best games on the system in my opinion. I adore this game for a number of reasons, starting with its visual and audio presentation. The graphics are well drawn with a great variety of enemies and bosses. It's one of my favorite soundtracks of any game on the system, and the voice work is as solid as any on the machine. Gameplay is straightforward but extremely well paced, and the stage design never has you guessing where to go or what to do. It's an absolute steal at its asking price of under $20 complete. I recommend it to every platforming fan that owns the machine. It's classic goodness and a great piece of the system's library. Sega wasn't done with poor games in late 1992, and we'd get another one with Green Dog, the beached surfer dude. I know this one has its fans, but I'm not one of them. The theme of the game didn't appeal to me at all, nor did the art design or the soundtrack. This left me with only the gameplay to entertain me, and unfortunately, I didn't care for that either. The jumps and attacks are precise enough once you get used to things, but there was just nothing going on that was worth slogging through this mess. There are stages that actually set you back at the beginning if you make mistakes, further adding to the desire to want to turn it off. For those of you liking the footage here or have fond memories of it, it can be had complete for well under $20 all day long. Sega would also publish another game based on a comic, with 1992's X-Mutants. There's nothing here that's going to blow your mind, and the rather subdued objectives, stage designs, and enemies will turn off most in just a few minutes. Keep at it though, and you'll find a game that isn't bad at all, especially for the $10 it sometimes sells for. In the great toilet bowl of licensed games in the 16-bit era, you'd expect a game like McDonald's Treasureland Adventure to be among the worst, right? But wait, what's this? It's developed by famed Genesis programmers at Treasure, you say? Well, we certainly have to take a look then. Released in late 1993, this was a shock to me in virtually every single way. First, the game looks great, with awesome color, multi-layer backgrounds, and great-looking sprites. Even the music was good, reminding me of stuff from Final Fantasy and Phantasy Star. Surely the gameplay sucked then, right? Nope, even that was good, reminiscent of games like Dynamite Headdy. It wound up being a total package of goodness, and a great game to own. A Treasure-developed McDonald's game that didn't suck must surely cost $500 on the Genesis today. Not at all, and you can have this absolute gem for a mere $50 complete. I'd even go so far as to say, it's a must-own.
I still remember when this one was released in the summer of 1995. Comix Zone was pretty late in the Genesis life, and though I had my Sega Saturn for a while at that point, I still zeroed in on it because it looked like it would be extremely fun. And make no mistake, it is quite a good game from a design perspective. Set in the comic book world that the hero is banished to by his own creation, you fight across the pages scene by scene. Chat bubbles progress the story, and the solid gameplay is mostly centered around a beat-em-up style combat system and puzzle-like hidden items and areas. That setup should have made this a grand experience start to finish, but the game is absolutely brutal from the very first page. Even the most basic enemies soak up tons of damage before they fall in battle, and things only get harder as you progress. Even better, once your ass is kicked, you're looking at a game over screen, assuring that you'll be repeating the opening stage numerous times. Comix Zone was loaded with a style and atmosphere that could challenge some 32-bit releases, and the solid gameplay mechanics did the game proud. But it was also a game that drove me nearly insane trying to beat it. Games rarely in the 16-bit era could keep me down after enough playtime, but Comix Zone was a beast start to finish that brought me to my knees. When Double Dragon hit the Genesis in 1992, I couldn't believe the screenshots. It looked better than the arcade version, and having been a big fan of the Sega Master System version, I was excited to give it a go. My friends and I were ready for the co-op multiplayer that defined the experience, and it sure did look the part when I fired it up for the very first time. I wasn't a big fan of the music, however, as much of it was nearly ear-piercing in its implementation. But it was the gameplay that I couldn't get past. It's overly fast, and the hitboxes on your character seem to be a fair bit bigger than your enemies, so being piled on by a few bad guys usually meant I was on the ground repeatedly. I just couldn't find a good rhythm no matter what I did, and despite beating the arcade, the Sega Master System, and NES versions of the game, I could not beat the Genesis version here. My friend discovered that you could spam the heck out of the elbow move to some pretty good results, but I wasn't that kind of player. Spamming just one move in a beat 'em up with only a handful of moves to begin with wasn't my idea of fun. Sega was notorious for publishing hard games for the Genesis and Mega Drive platform, with few being more challenging than the adventures of Batman and Robin. This mix of run and gun and beat 'em up action was a really impressive game late in the life of the system. Not only did it have a pretty damn good soundtrack, but it also was loaded with really cool special effects and piled the screen full of sprites that were exceptionally well animated. The action here is relentless, giving you few breaks to catch your breath. Enemies are all over you nearly from the moment you take control of the Caped Crusader, and you'll need to work overtime to keep from seeing the game over screen quickly. One of the nice things about this one is the fact that it's completely different from the other releases under this name. The Super Nintendo, Sega CD, and Game Gear games are all radically different designs, and I feel this is the best version of this game by quite a stretch. If you are having trouble getting anywhere in this one, be sure to enlist some help from a friend and take advantage of the 2-player co-op it features. Not only does it kick up the fun factor significantly, it also makes the game a tad bit easier. I would have two very different experiences with our last game, Battletoads. I had loved the arcade version of the game upon its release, being blown away by its great special effects and multiplayer action. I actually had been exposed to the NES version years before, but did not enjoy that game at all, preferring the likes of the more modern Streets of Rage and Final Fight. A friend of mine was absolutely enthralled with the Genesis game, dragging me kicking and screaming with him. The Genesis version was based on the NES original, and boy does it look it. While it does look better than its source material, the overall feeling here screams 8-bit. Sprites are small and backgrounds are simple, leading me to ask my buddy why the hell he was wanting to play it so much. I realized when he looked at me with that familiar, half-crazed gleam in his eye, it was because he couldn't beat it alone. I was going to be his wingman on this one whether I wanted to or not. Honestly, much of this game isn't difficult at all, I found. The beat-em-up areas will be adjusted to quickly and you'll be whooping ass in no time. However, the vehicle stages are another thing altogether. Your life bar here doesn't really matter, as insta-deaths are the name of the game. Miss a jump? Dead. Hit an obstacle? Dead. You can be a beast during the fighting areas, only to lose everything in seconds during these stages. Watching my daughter trying to get the timing down here was both hilarious and insightful, her reactions scarily close to my own younger self. My exposure to Shadow of the Beast was really limited back in the day. I played it many years ago during the life of the Genesis, but it was quickly lost in the shuffle of what I considered better games. I hadn't touched it since, but it was recommended by many of you as a really difficult game, so I had to give it a try. And holy hell were you right! Right from jump, you need to realize that Shadow of the Beast is not your typical platformer in the slightest. The developers intended this game to be an adventure where you will die many times to learn how it wants you to play it. The 12 hit points you start out with are attached to only a single life, and then it's game over, whether you are 10 seconds in or 10 seconds away from the ending. Items like keys are hidden to block your advancement, and endlessly respawning enemies are everywhere. Any deviation from the proper path usually means unwanted damage and many deaths. That means that your memory is the key to this adventure and to ultimate victory. And your ass will be handed to you until you find the proper way forward. Anyone that beat this without using a cheat has my undying respect. Fatal Labyrinth was kind of Diablo before there was a Diablo. You start out in a terrorized town beset by ghouls raiding and killing at will. The legendary castle of Doom, Dragonia, has appeared, and the world is on the brink of permanent darkness and despair. Our lone hero must enter the dread castle and navigate its 30 floors, which are full of all manner of vile creatures. Nearly everything is randomized here, even the magic and potions. You pretty much have to use them each time you play to see what they do. Items are randomly generated too, with loot like weapons, armor, and food, and even accessories strewn about for you to find. As you get higher in the castle, you'll begin to meet creatures that can cast status effects on you repeatedly, destroy and curse your weapons and armor, and even fall into traps that will send you back to previous floors. The random nature can make one play radically different from another, but no matter what, this one stays challenging and nearly unforgiving at times. You eventually meet enemies so aggressive and powerful, every move must be carefully considered to progress. It's a deceptively deep game that many will pass up because of its meager visual presentation. If you're a fan of roguelike dungeon explorers, please give this one a try. It'll kick your ass, but it's a fairly good time while it happens. There are a few shooters I'm good at on the Genesis, a few shooters I'm okay at on the Genesis, and a few shooters I'm bad at on the Genesis. Whip Rush here falls into the lattermost category. I used to pop this game in back in the day just to play the first level and soak up all those gorgeous layers of parallax scrolling.
and then the beatdown would usually ensue. Whip Rush was one of those games that didn't flood the screen with power-ups very often, so losing your upgraded weapons after taking damage meant being stuck with a pea shooter for a while. Then came the stages where you had to go backwards, and then the stages where you had to go through tiny passages where the slightest error meant lost power-ups or a death. By the third or fourth stages, I was dead left and right, making this one I had to walk away from. I was usually pretty dedicated to beating shooters in my younger years, but this one just had my number. I kept it in my collection though, just so I could replay that first stage whenever I wanted.
There we go guys, a ton of Sega Genesis games for you all in one place. There were some good, some bad, and a whole lot of nostalgia in this one. That era of gaming made such an impression on me, and it shaped my gaming taste for years to come. I can confidently say there will never ever be another generation of consoles like it, and I am forever thankful to have been part of it. I'm Sega Lord X, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you next time.